The Eternity Code by Owen Colfer. Narrated by Echoworm. Prologue. Excerpt from Artemis Fowl's diary. Disc 2. Encrypted. For the past 2 years, my business enterprises have thrived without parental interference. In this time, I have sold the pyramids to a Western businessman, forged and auctioned the lost diaries of Leonardo da Vinci, and separated the fairy people from a large portion of their precious gold. But my freedom to plot is almost at an end. As I write, my father lies in a hospital bed in Helsinki, where he is recovering after a 2-year imprisonment by the Russian mafia. He is still unconscious following his ordeal, but he will awaken soon, and retake control of the Fowl finances. With 2 parents residing in Fowl Manor, it will be impossible for me to conduct my various legal ventures undetected. Previously, this would not have been a problem, as my father was a bigger crook than I, but mother's determined that the Fowls are going straight. However, there is time for one last job. Something that my mother would not approve of. I don't think the fairy folk would like it much either, so I shall not tell them. Chapter 1. The Cube. Knightsbridge, London. Artemis Fowl was almost content. His father would be discharged from Helsinki's University Hospital any day now. He himself was looking forward to a delicious lunch at Enfin, a London seafood restaurant, and his business contact was due to arrive at any moment. All according to plan. His bodyguard Butler was not quite so relaxed. But then again, he never was truly at ease. One did not become one of the world's deadliest men by dropping one's guard. The giant Eurasian man flitted between tables in the Knightsbridge bistro, holding the usual security items and clearing exit routes. "Are you wearing the earplugs?" he asked his employer. Artemis sighed deeply. "Yes, Butler, though I hardly think we're in danger here. It's a perfectly legal business meeting in broad daylight, for heaven's sake." The earplugs were actually sonic filter sponges cannibalized from Fairy Lower Elements Police Headquarters. Butler had obtained the headquarters, along with the treasure trove of fairy technology, when one of Artemis's schemes had pitted him against a fairy SWAT team more than a year before. The sponges were grown in LEP labs, and had tiny porous membranes that sealed automatically when decibel levels surpassed safety standards. "Maybe so, Artemis. But the thing about assassins is that they like to catch you unawares." "Perhaps," replied Artemis, perusing the menu's entree section. "But who could possibly have a motive to kill us?" Butler shot one of the half-dozen diners a fierce glare, just in case she might be planning something. The woman must have been at least 80. "It might not be after us. Remember, John Spiro is a powerful man. He put a lot of companies out of business. We could be caught in a crossfire." Artemis nodded. As usual, Butler was right, which explained why they were both still alive. John Spiro, the American he was meeting, was just the kind of man who attracted assassins' bullets. A successful IT billionaire with a shady past and alleged mob connections. Rumor had it that his company, Fission Chips, had made it to the top on the back of stolen research. Of course, nothing was ever proven. Not that Chicago's district attorney hadn't tried. Several times. A waitress wandered over, smiling a dazzling smile. "Hello there, young man. Would you like to see the children's menu?" A vein pulsed in Artemis's temple. "No, mademoiselle, I would not like to see the children's menu. I have no doubt that the children's menu itself tastes better than the meals on it. I would like to order a la carte. Or don't you starfish to minors?" The waitress's smile shrunk by a couple of molars. Artemis's vocabulary had that effect on most people. Butler rolled his eyes. And Artemis wondered who would want to kill him. Most of the waiters and tailors in Europe, for a start. "Yes, sir," stammered the unfortunate waitress. "Whatever you like." "What I would like is a medley of shark and swordfish, pan-seared, on a bed of julienne vegetables and new potatoes." "And to drink?" "Spring water. Irish, if you have it, and no ice, please. As your ice is no doubt made from tap water, which rather defeats the purpose of spring water." The waitress scurried to the kitchen, relieved to escape from the pale youth at table 6. She'd seen a vampire movie once. The undead creature had had the very same hypnotic stare. Maybe the kid spoke like a grown-up because he was actually 500 years old. Artemis smiled in anticipation of his meal, unaware of the consternation he'd caused. "You're going to be a big hit at the school dances," Butler commented. "Pardon?" "That poor girl was almost in tears. It wouldn't hurt you to be nice occasionally." Artemis was surprised. Butler rarely offered opinions on personal matters. "I don't see myself at school dances, Butler." "Dancing isn't the point. It's all about communication." "Communication?" scoffed Master Fowl. "I doubt there's a teenager alive with a vocabulary equal to mine." Butler was about to point out the difference between talking and communicating when the restaurant door opened. A small, tanned man entered, flanked by a veritable giant, John Spiro in his security. Butler bent low to whisper in his charge's ear.
Be careful, Artemis. I know the big one by reputation.
Spiro wound through the table, arms outstretched. He was a middle-aged American, thin as a javelin, and barely taller than Artemis himself. In the 80s, shipping had been his thing. In the 90s, he'd made a killing in the stock market. Now, it was communications. He wore his trademark white linen suit. There was enough jewelry hanging from his wrists and fingers to gold-leaf the Taj Mahal. Artemis rose to greet his associate. Mr. Spiro, welcome.
Hey, little Artemis Fowl, how the hell are you?
Artemis shook the man's hand. His jewelry jangled like a rattlesnake's tail. I'm well. Glad you could come. Spiro took a chair.
Artemis Fowl calls with a proposition. I'd walk across broken glass to be here.
The bodyguards appraised each other openly. Apart from their bulk, the two were polar opposites. Butler was the essence of understated efficiency. Black suit, shaven head, as inconspicuous as it was possible to be at almost 7 feet tall. The newcomer had bleached blonde hair, a cut-off t-shirt, and silver pirate rings in both ears. This was not a man who wanted to be forgotten, or ignored.
Arno Blunt, said Butler. I've heard about you.
Blunt took up his position at John Spiro's shoulder. Butler. One of the butlers, he said in a New Zealand drawl. You guys are the best. It's what I hear. Let's hope we don't have to find out. Spiro laughed. It sounded like a box of crickets.
Oh no, please. We're among friends here. This is not a day for threats.
Butler was not so sure. His soldier's sense was buzzing like a nest of hornets at the base of his skull. There was danger here.
So, my friend, to business, said Spiro, fixing Artemis with his close-set dark eyes. I've been salivating all the way across the Atlantic. What have you got for me?
Artemis frowned. He'd hoped business could wait until after lunch.
Wouldn't you like to see a menu?
Nah, I don't eat much anymore.
Pills and liquids, mostly. Gut problems.
Very well, said Artemis, laying an aluminum briefcase on the table. To business, then. He flipped open the case's lid, revealing a blue cube the size of a mini disc player nestled in blue foam. Spiro cleaned his spectacles with the tail end of his tie.
What am I seeing here, kid?
Artemis placed the shining box on the table. The future, Mr. Spiro. Ahead of schedule. John Spiro leaned in, taking a good look.
Looks like a paperweight to me.
Arno Blunt snickered, his eyes taunting Butler. A demonstration, then, said Artemis, picking up the metal box. He pressed a button and the gadget purred into life. Section slid back to reveal speakers and a screen.
Cute, muttered Spiro.
I flew 3,000 miles for a micro-TV? Artemis nodded. A micro-TV, but also a verbally controlled computer, a mobile phone, a diagnostic aid. This little box can read any information on absolutely any platform, electronic or organic. It can play videos, laserdisc, DVDs, go online, retrieve email, hack any computer. It can even scan your chest to see how fast your heart's beating. Its battery is good for 2 years, and of course it's completely wireless. Artemis paused to let it sink in. Spiro's eyes grew huge behind his spectacles.
You mean this box?
Will render all other technology obsolete. Your computer plants will be worthless. The American took several deep breaths.
But how?
Artemis flicked the box over. An infrared sensor pulsed gently on the back. This is the secret. An Omni sensor. It can read anything you ask it to, and if the source is programmed in, it can piggyback on any satellite you choose. Spiro wagged a finger.
But that's illegal, isn't it?
No, Artemis smiled. There are no laws against something like this, and there won't be for at least 2 years after it comes out. Look how long it took to shut down Napster. The American rested his face in his hands. It was too much.
I don't understand. This is years, decades, ahead of anything we have now. You're nothing but a 13-year-old kid. How'd you do it?
Artemis thought for a second. What was he going to say? That 16 months ago, Butler had taken on a lower elements police retrieval squad and confiscated their ferry technology. That he had taken the components and built this wonderful box. Hardly. Let's just say I'm a very smart boy, Mr. Spiro. Spiro's eyes narrowed.
Maybe not as smart as you'd like us to think. I want a demonstration.
Fair enough, Artemis nodded. Do you have a mobile phone?
Naturally.
Spiro placed his cell phone on the table. It was the latest Fission Chips model. Secure, I take it? Spiro nodded arrogantly.
500-bit encryption. Best in its class. You're not getting into the Fission 400 without a code.
We shall see. Artemis pointed the sensor at the handset. The screen instantly displayed an image of the cell phone's workings. Download, inquired a metallic voice from the speaker. Confirm. In less than a second, the job was done. Download complete, said the box, with a hint of smugness.
Spiro was aghast. I don't believe it. That system cost $20 million.
Worthless, said Artemis, shoving in the screen.
Would you like to call home? Or maybe move some funds around? You really shouldn't keep your bank account numbers on a SIM card.
The American thought for several moments.
It's a trick, he pronounced finally. You must have known about my phone. Somehow, don't ask me how you got access to it earlier.
That is logical, admitted Artemis.
It's what I would suspect.
Name your test.
Spiro cast his eyes around the restaurant, fingers drumming the tabletop. Over there, he said finally, pointing to a video shelf above the bar. Play one of those tapes. That's it. It'll do for a start.
Arno Blunt made a huge show of flicking through the tapes, eventually selecting one without a label. He slapped it down on the table, bouncing the engraved silver cutlery half an inch into the air. Artemis resisted the urge to roll his eyes, placing the blue blocks directly onto the tape's surface. An image of the cassette's innards appeared on the tiny plasma screen. Download, asked the box. Artemis nodded. Download, compensate, and play. Again, the operation was completed in under a second. An old episode of an English soap crackled to life. DVD quality, commented Artemis. Regardless of the input. The C-Cube will compensate.
The what?
C-Cube, repeated Artemis. The name I've given my little box. A tad obvious, I admit, but appropriate. The cube that sees everything. Spiro snatched the video cassette. Check it, he ordered, tossing the tape to Arno Blunt. The bleached blonde bodyguard activated the bar's TV, slotting the video into its slot. Coronation Street flickered across the screen. The same show. Nowhere near the same quality. Convinced? Asked Artemis. The American tinkered with one of his many bracelets.
Almost. One last test. I have a feeling that the government is monitoring me. Could you check it out?
Artemis thought for a moment, then held the omnisensor close to his mouth. Cube, do you read any surveillance beams concentrated on this building? The machine wired for a moment. The strongest ion beam is 80 kilometers due west, emanating from U.S. satellite code number ST1132W. Registered to the Central Intelligence Agency. Estimated time of arrival 8 minutes. There are also several LEP probes connected to... Artemis hit the mute button before the cube could continue. Obviously, the computer's fairy components could pick up lower elements technology too. He'd have to remedy that. In the wrong hands, that information would be devastating to fairy security.
What's the matter, kid? The box is still talking. Who are the LEP?
Artemis shrugged. No pay, no play, as you Americans say. One example is enough. The CIA, no less.
The CIA, breathed Spiro. They suspect me of selling military secrets. They pulled one of their birds out of orbit just to track me.
Or perhaps me, noted Artemis.
Perhaps you, agreed Spiro. You're looking more dangerous by the second.
Arno Blunt chucked derisively. Butler ignored it. One of them had to be professional. Spiro cracked his knuckles, a habit Artemis detested.
We've got 8 minutes, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty, kid. How much of the box?
Artemis was not paying attention, distracted by the LEP information that the cube had almost revealed. In a careless moment, he had nearly exposed his subterranean friends to exactly the kind of man who would exploit them. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said how much for the box.
First, it's a cube, corrected Artemis. And second, it's not for sale. John Spiro took a deep, shuddering breath.
Not for sale? You brought me across the Atlantic to show me something you're not going to sell me? What's going on here?
Butler wrapped his fingers around the handle of a pistol in his waistband. Arno Blunt's hand disappeared behind his back. The tension cranked up another notch. Artemis steepled his fingers. Mr. Spiro, John, I'm not a complete idiot. I do realize the value of my cube. There's not enough money in the world to pay for this particular item. Whatever you could give me, the cube would be worth 1,000% more in a week.
So what's the deal, fool?
Asked Spiro through gritted teeth.
What are you offering?
I'm offering you 12 months. For the right price, I'm prepared to keep my cube off the market for a year. John Spiro toyed with his ID bracelet, a birthday present to himself.
You'll suppress the technology for a year. Correct. That should give you ample time to sell your stocks before they crash, and use the profits to buy into Fowl Industries. There is no Fowl Industries. Artemis smirked. There will be. Butler squeezed his employer's shoulder. It was not a good idea to bait a man like John Spiro. But Spiro hadn't even noticed the gibe. He was too busy calculating, twisting his bracelet like a string of worry beads. Your price? He asked eventually. Gold. 1 metric ton, replied the heir to the Fowl estate. That's a lot of gold. Artemis shrugged. I like gold. It holds its value, and anyway, it's a pittance compared to what this deal will save you. Spiro thought about it. At his shoulder, Arno Blunt continued staring at Butler. The Fowl bodyguard blinked freely. In the event of a confrontation, dry eyeballs would only lessen his advantage. Staring matches were for amateurs. Let's say I don't like your terms, said John Spiro. Let's say I decide to take your little gadget with me right now. Arno Blunt's chest puffed out another inch. Even if you could take the cube, Artemis smiled, it would be of little use to you. The technology is beyond anything your engineers have seen. Spiro smiled a thin, mirthless smile. No, I'm sure they could figure it out. Even if it took a couple of years. It won't matter to you, not where you're going. If I go anywhere, then the C-Cube's secrets go with me. Its every function is coded to my voice patterns. It's quite a clever code. Butler bent his knees slightly, ready to spring. I bet we could break that code. I got one hell of a team assembled at Fission Chips. Pardon me if I'm impressed by your one hell of a team, said Artemis. Thus far, you've been traveling several years behind phonetics. Spiro jumped to his feet. He did not like the P word. Phonetics was the only communications company whose stock was higher than Fission Chips. Okay, kid, you've had your fun. Now it's my turn. I have to go now before the satellite beam gets here, but I'm leaving Mr. Blunt behind. He patted his bodyguard on the shoulder. You know what you have to do. Blunt nodded. He knew. He was looking forward to it. For the first time since the meeting began, Artemis forgot about his lunch and contemplated deeply on the situation at hand. This was not going according to plan. Mr. Spear, you cannot be serious. We are in a public place surrounded by civilians. Your man cannot hope to compete with Butler. If you persist with his ludicrous threats, I'll be forced to withdraw my offer and release the C-Cube immediately. Spear placed his palms on the table. Listen, kid, he whispered. I like you. In a couple of years, you could have been just like me. But did you ever put a gun to somebody's head and pull the trigger? Artemis didn't reply. No? Grunted Spiro. I didn't think so. Sometimes that's all it takes. Guts. And you don't have them. Artemis was at a loss for words. Something that had only happened twice since his 5th birthday. Butler stepped in to fill the silence. Unveiled threats were more his area. Mr. Spiro, don't try to bluff us. Blunt may be big, but I can snap him like a twig. Then there's nobody between me and you. Take my word for it, you don't want that. Spiro's smile spread across his nicotine-stained teeth like a smear of treacle. Oh, I wouldn't say there's nobody between us. Butler got that sinking feeling. The one you get when there are a dozen laser sights playing across your chest. They'd been set up. Somehow Spiro had outmaneuvered Artemis. Hey, Fowl, said the American. I wonder how come your lunch is taking so long. It was at that moment that Artemis realized just how much trouble they were in. It all happened in a heartbeat. Spiro clicked his fingers, and every single customer in Ein Finn drew a weapon from inside his or her coat. The 8-year-old lady suddenly looked a lot more threatening with a revolver in her bony fist. 2 armed waiters emerged from the kitchen wielding folding stock machine guns. Butler never even had time to draw breath. Spiro tipped over the salt cellar. Check and mate. My game, kid. Artemis tried to concentrate. There must be a way out. There always was a way out. But it wouldn't come. He'd been hoodwinked. Perhaps fatally. No human had ever outsmarted Artemis Fowl. Then again, it only had to happen once. I'm going now, continued Spiro, pocketing the C-Cube. Before that satellite beam shows up, and those other ones. The LEP? I've never heard of that particular agency, but as soon as I get this gizmo working, they're going to wish they'd never heard of me. It's been fun doing business with you. On his way to the door, Spiro winked at his bodyguard. You got 6 minutes, Arno. A dream come true, eh? You get to be the guy who took out the great Butler. He turned back to Artemis, unable to resist a final gibe. Oh, and by the way, Artemis? Isn't that a girl's name? And he was gone. into the multicultural throngs of tourists on the high street. The old lady locked the door behind him. The click echoed around the restaurant. Artemis decided to take the initiative. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," he said, trying to avoid staring down the black-eyed gun barrels, "I'm sure we can come to an arrangement." "Quiet, Artemis." It took a moment for Artemis's brain to process the fact that Butler had ordered him to be silent. Most importantly, in fact. "I beg your pardon." Butler clamped a hand over his employer's mouth. "Quiet, Artemis. These people are professionals, not to be bargained with." Blunt rotated his skull, cracking the tendons in his neck. "You got that right, Butler. We're here to kill you. As soon as Mr. Spiro got the call, we started sending people in. I can't believe you fell for it, men. You must be getting old." Butler couldn't believe it either. There was a time he would have staked out any rendezvous site for a week before giving it a thumbs up. Maybe he was getting old. But there was an excellent chance he wouldn't be getting any older. "Okay, Blunt," said Butler, stretching his empty palms before him. "You and me. One-on-one." "Very noble," said Blunt. "That's your code of honor, I suppose. Me, I don't have a code. If you think I'm going to risk your somehow getting out of here, you're crazy. This is an uncomplicated deal. I'll shoot you. You die. No face-off, no duel." Blunt reached lazily into his waistband. Why hurry? One move from Butler and a dozen bullets would find their mark. Artemis's brain seemed to have shut down. The usual stream of ideas had dried up. "I'm going to die," he thought. "I don't believe it." Butler was saying something. Artemis decided he should listen. "Richard of York gave battle in vain," said the bodyguard, enunciating clearly. Blunt was screwing a silencer onto the muzzle of his ceramic pistol. "What are you saying? What kind of gibberish is that? Don't say the great Butler is cracking up. Wait till I tell the guys." But the old woman looked thoughtful. "Richard of York. I know that." Artemis knew it too. It was the most of the verbal detonation code for the Fairy Sonics grenade magnetized to the underside of the table. One of Butler's little security devices. All they needed was one more word and the grenade would explode, sending a solid wall of sound charging through the building, blowing out every window and eardrum. There'd be no smoke or flame, but anyone within a 10-meter radius not wearing earplugs had about 5 seconds before severe pain set in. One more word. The old lady scratched her head with her revolver's barrel. "Richard of York? I remember now, the nuns taught us that in school. Richard of York gave battle in vain. It's one of those memory tricks. The colours of the rainbow." Rainbow. The final word. Artemis remembered just in time to slacken his jaw. If his teeth were clenched, the sonic waves would shatter them like sugar glass. The grenade detonated in a blast of compressed sound, instantaneously hurling 11 people to the farthest extremities of the room until they came into contact with various walls. The lucky ones hit partitions and went straight through it. The unlucky ones collided with solid cinder block walls. Things broke. Not the cinder blocks. Artemis was safe in Butler's bear hug. The bodyguard had anchored himself against a solid door frame, folding the flying boy into his arms. They had several other advantages over Spiro's assassins. Their teeth were intact. They did not suffer from any compound fractures, and the sonic filter sponges had sealed, saving their eardrums from perforation. Butler surveyed the room. The assassins were all down, clenching their ears. They wouldn't be uncrossing their eyes for several days. The manservant drew his Sig Sauer pistol from his shoulder holster. "Stay here," he commanded. "I'm going to check the kitchen." Artemis settled back into his chair, drawing several shaky breaths. All around was a chaos of dust and moans, but once again Butler had saved them. All was not lost. It was even possible that they could catch Spiro before he left the country. Butler had a contact in Heathrow security, Sid Commons, an ex-Green Beret he'd served with only bodyguard duty in Monte Carlo. A large figure blocked the sunlight. It was Butler, returned from his reconnoitering. Artemis breathed deeply, feeling uncharacteristically emotional. "Butler," he began, "we really must talk regarding your salary." But it wasn't Butler. It was Arno Blunt. He had something in both hands. On his left palm, 2 tiny cones of yellow foam. "Earplugs," he spat through broken teeth. "I always wear 'em before a firefight. Good thing too, eh?" In his right hand, Blunt held a silenced pistol. "You first," he said. "Damn the ape." Arno Blunt cocked the gun, took aim briefly, and fired. Chapter 2. Lockdown. Haven City. The lower elements. Though Artemis did not intend it, the cube's scan for surveillance beams was to have far-reaching repercussions.
The search parameters were so vague that the cube sent probes into deep space, and of course, deep underground. Below the surface, the lower elements police were stretched to their limits following the recent Goblin uprising. 3 months after the attempted Goblin takeover, most of the major players were in custody. But there were still isolated pockets of the Bois-Kel triad loping around Haven's tunnels with illegal soft-nosed lasers. Every available LEP officer had been drafted to help with Operation Mop-Up before the tourist season got started. The last thing the city council wanted was tourists spending their leisure gold in Atlantis, because Haven's pedestrianised central plaza was not safe to wander through. Tourism, after all, accounted for 18% of the capital's revenue. Captain Holly Short was on loan from the reconnaissance squad. Generally, her job was to fly to the surface on a trail of ferries who had ventured above ground without a visa. If even one renegade ferry got himself captured by the Mudmen, then Haven would cease to be a haven. So until every gang goblin was licking his eyeballs in Howler's Peak Correctional Facility, Holly's duties were the same as every other LEP officer. Rapid response to any Bois-Kel alert. Today she was escorting 4 rowdy goblin hoods to Police Plaza for processing. They'd been found asleep in an insect delicatessen, stomachs distended by a night of gluttony. It was lucky for them that Holly had arrived when she did, because the deli's dwarf owner was on the point of lowering the scaly foursome into the deep fat fryer. Holly's ride along for the Operation Mop-Up was Corporal Grub Kelp, little brother to the famous Captain Trouble Kelp, one of the LEP's most decorated officers. Grub did not share his brother's stoic personality. "I got a hangnail cuffing that last goblin," said the junior officer, chewing on his thumb. "Painful," said Holly, trying to sound interested. They were driving along a Magnastrip to Police Plaza, with the perpetrators manacled in the rear of their LEP wagon. It wasn't actually a regulation wagon. The Bois-Kel had managed to burn out so many police vehicles during their short-lived revolution that the LEP had been forced to commandeer anything with an engine and a room and back for few prisoners. In reality, Holly was piloting a fast food van with the LEP acorn symbol spray-painted on the side. The motor pool gnomes had simply bolted the serving hatch and removed the ovens. A pity they couldn't remove the grease smell. Grubb studied his wounded finger. "Those cuffs have sharp edges. I should lodge a complaint." Holly concentrated on the road, though the Magnastrip did the steering for her. If Grubb did lodge a complaint, it would be his first or even his 20th. Trouble's little brother found fault with everything except himself. In this instant, he was completely wrong. There were no sharp edges on plexiglass vacuum cuffs. If there were, a goblin might think to poke a hole in the other mitt and allow oxygen to reach his hand. And nobody wanted oxygens hurling fireballs in the back of their vehicles. "I know it sounds petty to lodge a complaint over hangnails, but no one could accuse me of being petty." "You? Petty? Perish the thought." Grubb puffed off his chest. "After all, I'm the only member of the LEP Retrieval One to have faced down the human butler." Holly groaned loudly. This, she fervently hoped, would dissuade Grubb from telling his Artemis Fowl war story yet again. It grew longer and more fantastical each time. In reality, Butler had let him go. A fisherman with a minnow. But Grubb was not about to take a hint. "I remember it well," he began melodramatically. "It was a dark night." And as though his very words carried immeasurable magic, every light in the city went out. Not only that, but the Magnastrip's power failed, leaving them stranded in the middle lane of a frozen highway. "I didn't do that, did I?" whispered Grubb. Holly didn't answer, already halfway out of the wagon door. Overhead, the sunstrips that replicated the surface light were fading to black. In the last moments of half-light, Holly squinted toward the northern tunnel. And sure enough, the door was sliding down, emergency lights revolving along its lower edge. 200 feet of solid steel separating Haven from the outside world. Similar doors were dropping at strategic arches all over the city. Lockdown. There were only 3 reasons that the council would initiate a citywide lockdown: flood, quarantine, or discovery by the humans. Holly looked around her. Nobody was drowning, nobody was sick, so the Mudmen were coming. Finally, every fairy's worst nightmare was coming true. Emergency lights flickered on overhead. The sunstrip's soft white glow was replaced by an eerie orange. Official vehicles removed a burst of power from the Magnastrip, enough to get them to the nearest depot. Ordinary citizens were not so lucky. They would have to walk. Hundreds stumbled from their automobiles, too scared to protest. That would come later. "Captain Short! Holly!" It was Grubb. No doubt he would be lodging a complaint with someone. "Corporal," she said, turning back to the vehicle. "This is no time for panic. We need to show an example." The lecture petered out in her throat, because of what was happening to the wagon. All LEP vehicles would have received the regulation 10-minute burst of power from the Magnastrip to get them and their cargo to safety. This power would also keep the plexiglass cuffs vacuumed. Of course, they weren't using an official LEP vehicle, and so it hadn't been cleared for emergency power.
something that goblins had obviously realised because they were trying to burn their way out of the wagon. Grubb stumbled from the cab, his helmet blackened by soot. "They melted the cuffs off and started blasting the doors," he panted, retreating to a safe distance. Goblins. Evolution's little joke. Pick the dumbest creatures on the planet and give them the ability to conjure fire. If the goblins didn't stop blasting the wagon's reinforced interior, they'd be encased by molten metal. Not a nice way to go even if you were fireproof. Holly activated the amplifier in her LEP helmet. "You there! In the wagon! Cease fire! The vehicle will collapse and you'll be trapped!" For several moments smoke billowed from the vents. Then the vehicle settled on its axles. A face appeared at the grille, forked tongue slithering through the mesh. "You stink with stupid, elf. We're going to burn clean through this pile of junk." Holly stepped closer, turning to the speakers. "Listen to me, Goblin. You are stupid. Let's just accept that and move on. If you continue to fireball that vehicle, the roof will melt and fall on you like shells from a human gun. You may be fireproof, but are you bulletproof?" The Goblin licked his lidless eyes, thinking it over. "You lie, elf. We'll blow a hole right through this prison. You'll be next." The wagon's panels began to lurch and buckle as the goblins renewed their attack. "Not to worry," said Grubb from a safe distance. "The fire extinguishers will get them." "They would," corrected Holly, "if the fire extinguishers weren't connected to the main power grid, which is shut down. A mobile food preparation wagon such as this one would have to adhere to the strictest fire regulations before setting one magma wheel on the strip. In this case, several foam-packed extinguishers that could submerge the entire interior in flame-retardant foam in a matter of seconds. The nice thing about the flame foam was that it hardened on contact with air. But the not-so-nice thing about flame foam was that the trip switch was connected to the magma strip. No power, no foam. Holly drew her Neutrino 2000 from its holster. "I'll just have to trip this switch myself." Captain Short sealed her helmet and climbed into the wagon's cab. She avoided touching metal wherever possible, because even through microfilaments in her LEP jumpsuit, they were designed to disperse extra heat. Microfilaments didn't always do what they were designed to do. The goblins were on their backs, pumping fireball after fireball into the roof panels. "Knock it off!" she ordered, pointing her laser's muzzle through the mesh. 3 of the goblins ignored her. One, possibly the leader, turned his scaly face to the grill. Holly saw that he'd gotten eyeball tattoos. This act of supreme stupidity probably would have guaranteed him promotion at the Bois Kill had they not been so effectively disbanded. "You'll not be able to get all of us, elf," he said, smoke leaking from his mouth and slitted nostrils. "Then one of us will get you." The goblin was right, even if he did not realize why. Holly suddenly remembered that she could not fire during a lockdown. Regulations stated that there were to be no unshielded power surges, in case Haven was being probed. Her hesitation was all the proof the goblin needed. "I knew it!" he crowed, tossing a casual fireball at the grill. The mesh glowed red and sparks cascaded against Holly's visor. Over the goblins' heads, the roof sagged dangerously. A few more seconds and it would collapse. Holly unclipped a python dart from her belt, screwing it into the launcher above the Neutrino's main barrel. The launcher was spring-loaded like an old-fashioned spear gun and would not give off a heat flash. Nothing to alarm any sensors. The goblin was highly amused, as goblins often are just before incarceration, which explains why so many are incarcerated. "A dart! You're going to prod us all to death, little elf!" Holly aimed at a clip protruding from the little fire foam nozzle in the rear of the wagon. "Would you please be quiet?" she said, and launched the dart. It flew over the goblin's head, jamming itself between the rods of the nozzle clip. The python cord stretched the length of the wagon. "Miss me!" said the goblin, wagging his forked tongue. It was a testament to the goblin's stupidity that he could be trapped in a melting vehicle during lockdown with an LEP officer firing at him, and still think he had the upper hand. "I told you to be quiet," said Holly, pulling sharply on the python cord and snapping the clip. 800 kilograms of extinguisher foam blasted from the diffuser nozzle at over 200 miles per hour. Needless to say, all fireballs went out. The goblins were pinned by the force of the already hardening foam. The goblin leader was pressed so forcibly against the grill that his tattooed eyes were easily legible. One said mummy, the other duddy. A misspelling, though he probably didn't note it. "Ow," he said, more from disbelief than pain. He didn't say anything else because his mouth was full of congealing foam. "Don't worry," said Holly. "The foam is porous, so you'll be able to breathe. But it's also completely fireproof, so good luck trying to burn your way out." Grubb was still examining his hangnail when Holly emerged from the van. She moved her helmet, wiping away the soot with the sleeve of her jumpsuit. The visor was supposed to be non-stick. Maybe she should send it in for another coating. "Everything all right?" asked Grubb. "Yes, Corporal, everything is all right. No thanks to you." Grubb had the audacity to look offended. Oh, securing the perimeter, Captain. We can't all be action heroes. That was typical Grubb. An excuse for every occasion. She could deal with him later. Now it was vital that she get to Police Plaza and find out why the council had shut down the city. I think we should go back to HQ, Grubb offered. The intelligence boys might want to interview me if the humans are invading. I think I should get back to HQ, said Holly. You stay here and keep an eye on the suspects until the power comes back on. Do you think you can handle that? Are you too incapacitated with that hangnail? Holly's red hair stood in sweat-slick spikes, and her round hazel eyes dared Grubb to argue. No, Holly, Captain. You leave it to me. Everything's under control. I doubt it, thought Holly, setting off at a run toward Police Plaza. The city was in complete chaos. Every citizen was on the street staring at their dead appliances in disbelief. For some of the younger fairies, the loss of their cell phones was too much to bear. They sank to the streets, sobbing gently. Police Plaza was mobbed by inquiring minds, like moths drawn to a light. In this case, one of the only lights in town. Hospitals and emergency vehicles would still have juice, but apart from those, the LEP headquarters was the only government building still functioning. Holly forced her way through the crowd into the lobby area. The public service lines ran down the steps and out the door. Today, everyone was asking the same question. What's happened to the power? The same question was on Holly's lips as she burst into the Situation Room, but she kept it to herself. The room was already packed with the force's complement of captains, along with 3 regional commanders and all 7 council members. Ah, said Chairman Cahartis. The last captain. I didn't get my emergency juice, explained Holly. Non-regulation vehicle. Cahartis adjusted his official conical hat. No time for excuses, Captain. Mr. Foley has been holding off on briefing until you got here. Holly took her seat at the captain's table beside Trouble Kelp. Grab okay? He whispered. He got a hangnail. Trouble rolled his eyes. No doubt he'll make a complaint. Foley, a centaur, trotted through the doors clutching armfuls of discs. Foley was the LEP's technical genius, and his security innovations were the main reason that humans had not yet discovered the subterranean... Foley was the LEP's technical genius, and his security innovations were the main reason that humans had not yet discovered the subterranean fairy hideaway. Maybe that was about to change. The centaur expertly loaded the discs, opening several windows on a wall-sized plasma screen. Several complicated-looking algorithms and wave patterns appeared on the screen. He cleared his throat noisily. I advised Chairman Cahartis to initiate lockdown on the basis of these readings. Recon's Commander Root sucked on an unlit fungus cigar. I think I'm speaking for the whole room here, Foley, when I say that all I see is lines and squiggles. Doubtless it makes sense to a smart pony like yourself, but the rest of us are going to need some plain gnomish. Foley sighed. Simply put, really simply, we got pinged. Is that plain enough? It was. The room resonated with stunned silence. Pinged was an old naval term from back in the days when sonar had been the preferred method of detection. Getting pinged was slang for being detected. Someone knew the fairy folk were down here. Root was the first to recover his voice. Pinged? Who pinged us? Foley shrugged. I don't know. It only lasted a few seconds. There was no recognizable signature, and it was untraceable. What'd they get? Quite a bit. Everything North European. Scopes, Sentinel, all our cam-cams. Downloaded information on every one of them. This was catastrophic news. Someone or something knew all about fairy surveillance in Northern Europe, after only a few seconds. Was it human? Asked Holly. Or alien? Foley pointed to a digital representation of the beam. I can't say for certain. If it is human, it's something brand new. This came out of nowhere. No one's been developing technology like this as far as I know. Whatever it is, it read us like an open book. My security encryptions folded like they weren't even there. Cahartis took off his official hat, no longer concerned with protocol. What does this mean for the people? It's difficult to say. There are best and worst case scenarios. Our mysterious guest could learn all about us whenever he wishes and do with our civilization what he will. And the best case scenario? Asked Trouble. Foley took a breath. That was the best case scenario. Commander Root called Holly into his office. The room stank of cigar smoke in spite of the purifier built into the desk. Foley was already there, his fingers a blur over the commander's keyboard. The signal originated in London somewhere, said the centaur. We only know that because I happened to be looking at the monitor at the time. He leaned back from the keyboard, shaking his head. This is incredible. It's some kind of hybrid technology. Almost like our ion systems, but not quite. Just a hair's breadth away. The how is not important now, said Root. It's the who I'm worried about.
What can I do, sir? Asked Holly. Ruth stood, walking to a map of London on the wall of the plasma screen. I need you to sign out a surveillance pack. Go topside and wait. If we get pinged again, I want someone on site ready to go. We can't record this thing, but we certainly get a visual on the signal. As soon as it shows up on the screen, we'll feed you the coordinates, and you can investigate.
Holly nodded.
When's the next hotshot? Hotshot was LEP speak for the magma flares that recon officers rode to the surface in titanium eggs. Pod pilots referred to this seat-of-the-pants procedure as riding the hotshots. No such luck, replied Foley. Nothing in the pipes for the next 2 days. You'll have to take a shuttle.
What about a lockdown?
I've restored power to Stonehenge and all our satellite arrays. We'll have to risk it. If you need to get above ground and we need to stay in contact. The future of our civilization could depend on it.
Holly felt the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. This future of our civilization thing was happening more and more lately. Chapter 3. On Ice. Knightsbridge. The sonic blast from Butler's grenade had crashed through the kitchen door, sweeping stainless steel implements aside like grass stalks. The aquarium shattered, leaving the flagstones slick with water, plexiglass, and surprised lobsters. They skittered through the debris, claws raised. The restaurant staff were on the floor, bound and soaking, but alive. Butler did not untie them. He did not need hysteria right now. Time enough to deal with them once the threats had been neutralized. An assassin stirred, suspended halfway through a dividing wall. The manservant checked her eyes. They were crossed and unfocused. No threat there. Butler pocketed the old lady's weapon just the same. You couldn't be too careful. Something he was learning all over again. If Madame Cole could have seen this afternoon's display, she would have had his graduation tattoo lasered off for sure. The room was clear. Still something was bothering him. His soldier's sense grated like 2 broken bones. Once again Butler flashed on Madame Cole, his sensei from the academy. The bodyguard's primary function is to protect his principal. The principal cannot be shot if you're standing in front of him. Madame Cole always referred to employers as principals. One did not become involved with principals. Butler wondered why this particular maxim had occurred to him. Out of the hundreds Madame Cole had drummed into his skull, why this one? It was obvious, really. He had broken the first rule of personal protection by leaving his principal unguarded. The second rule, do not develop an emotional attachment to the principal, was pretty much in smithereens, too. Butler had become so attached to Artemis that it was obviously beginning to affect his judgment. He could see Madame Cole before him, nondescript in her khaki suit. For all the world like an ordinary Japanese housewife. But how many housewives of any nationality could strike so quickly that the air hissed? You're a disgrace, Butler. A disgrace to your name. It would better suit your talents to get a job mending shoes. Your principal has already been neutralized. Butler moved as though in a dream. The very air seemed to hold back as he raced for the kitchen doors. He knew what would happen. Arno Blunt was a professional. Vain, perhaps, a cardinal sin among bodyguards, but a professional nevertheless. Professionals always inserted earplugs if there was any danger of gunfire. The tiles were slick beneath his feet, but Butler compensated by leaning forward and digging his rubber-soled toes into the surface. His intact eardrums picked up irregular vibrations from the restaurant. Conversation. Artemis was speaking with someone. Arno Blunt, no doubt. It was already too late. Butler came through the service door at a speed that would have shamed an Olympian. His brain began calculating odds that moment pictures arrived from his retinas. Blunt was the act of firing. Nothing could be done about that now. There was only one option. Without hesitation, Butler took it. In his right hand, Blunt held a silenced pistol. You first, he said. Then the ape. Arno Blunt cocked the gun, took aim briefly, and fired. Butler came from nowhere. He seemed to fill the entire room, flinging himself in the bullet's path. From a greater distance, the Kevlar in his bulletproof vest might have held, but at point-blank range, the Teflon-coated bullet drilled through the vest like a right-hot poker through snow. It entered Butler's chest half an inch below the heart. It was a fatal wound. The bodyguard's own momentum combined with the force of the bullet sent Butler crashing into Artemis, pinning him to the desert trolley. Nothing of the boy who was visible, save one Armani loafer. Butler's breathing was shallow and his vision gone, but he was not dead yet. Even though his brain's electricity was rapidly running out, the bodyguard held on to a single thought. Protect the principal. Arno Blunt drew a surprised breath and Butler fired 6 shots at the sound. He would have been disappointed with the spread had he not been able to see it. But one of the bullets found its mark, clipping Blunt's temple. Unconsciousness was immediate, concussion inevitable. Arno Blunt joined the rest of the team on the floor. Butler ignored the pain squashing his torso like a giant fist. Instead, he listened for movement. There was nothing locally, just the scratch of lobster claws on the tiles. And if one of the lobsters decided to attack, Artemis was on his own. Nothing more could be done. Either Artemis was safe or he was not. If not, Butler was in no condition to fulfill the terms of his contract. This realization brought tremendous calm. No more responsibility. Just his own life to live for a few seconds at any rate. And anyway, Artemis wasn't just a principal. He was his only true friend. Madame Cole might not have liked this attitude, but there wasn't much she could do about it now. There wasn't much anybody could do now. Artemis had never liked desserts, and yet he found himself submersed in eclairs, cheesecake, and pavlova. His suit would be absolutely destroyed. Of course, Artemis's brain was only throwing up these facts so he could avoid thinking about what had happened, but a 200-pound dead weight is a hard thing to ignore. Lucky for Artemis, Butler's impact had actually driven him through the trolley's second shelf, while the bodyguard remained on the ice cream ledge above. As far as Artemis could tell, the Black Forest Gateau had cushioned his impact sufficiently to avoid serious injury. Still, he had no doubt that a visit to the chiropractor would be called for. Possibly for Butler too, though the man had the constitution of a troll. Artemis struggled out from underneath his manservant. With each movement, malignant cream horns exploded over him. "Really, Butler," grumbled the teenager. "I must begin choosing my business associates more carefully. Hardly a day goes by when we aren't the victims of some plot." Artemis was relieved to see Arnold Blunt unconscious on the restaurant floor. "Another villain dispatched. Good shooting, Butler, as usual. And one more thing. I've decided to wear a bulletproof vest at all further meetings. That should make your job somewhat easier, eh?" It was at this point that Artemis noticed Butler's shirt. The sight knocked the air from his chest like an invisible mallet. Not the hole in the material, but the blood leaking from it. "Butler, you're injured. Shot, but the Kevlar." The bodyguard didn't reply, nor did he have to. Artemis knew science better than most nuclear physicists. Truth be told, he often posted internet lectures on the subject under the pseudonym MZ Squire. Obviously, the bullet's momentum had been too great for the jacket to withstand. Possibly it had been coated with Teflon for extra penetration. A large part of Artemis wanted to drape his arms across the bodyguard's frame and cry as he would for a brother. But Artemis repressed that instinct. Now was the time for quick thinking. Butler interrupted his train of thought. "Artemis, is that you?" he said, the words coming in short gasps. "Yes, it's me," answered Artemis, his voice trembling. "Don't worry. Juliet'll protect you. You'll be fine." "Don't talk, Butler. Lie still. The wound is not serious." Butler spluttered. It was as close as he could get to a laugh. "Very well, it is serious, but I will think of something. Just stay still." With his last vestige of strength, Butler raised a hand. "Goodbye, Artemis," he said. "My friend." Artemis caught the hand. The tears were streaming now, unchecked. "Goodbye, Butler." The bodyguard's sightless eyes were calm. "Artemis. Call me Domovoy." The name told Artemis two things. First, his lifelong ally had been named for a Slavic guardian spirit. Second, the graduates of the Madame Co school were instructed never to reveal their first names to their principals. It helped to keep things clinical. Butler would have never broken this rule unless it no longer mattered. "Goodbye, Domovoy," sobbed the boy. "Goodbye, my friend." The hand dropped. Butler was gone. "No!" shouted Artemis, staggering backward. This wasn't right. This was not the way things should end. For some reason, he'd always imagined that they would die together, perhaps facing insurmountable odds in some exotic location. On the lip of Vesuvius, perhaps, or the banks of the mighty Ganges. But together as friends. After all they'd been through, Butler could not simply be defeated at the hands of some grandstanding, second-rate muscle man. Butler had almost died before. The year before last, he'd been mauled by a troll from the deep tunnels below Haven City. Holly Short had saved him then, using her fairy magic. But now there were no fairies around to save his bodyguard. Time was the enemy here. If Artemis had more of it, he could figure out how to contact the LEP and persuade Holly to use her magic once again. But time was running out. Butler had perhaps 4 minutes before his brain shut down. Not long enough, even for an intellect such as his. Artemis needed to buy some more time. Or steal some. Think, boy, think. Use what the situation provides. Artemis shut off the wellspring of tears. He was in a restaurant, a fish restaurant. Useless, worthless. Perhaps in a medical facility he could do something, but here? What was here? An oven, sinks, utensils? Even if he did have the proper tools, he had not yet completed his medical studies. It was too late for conventional surgery at any rate, unless there was a method of heart transplant that took less than 4 minutes. The seconds were ticking by. Artemis was growing angry with himself. Time was against them. Time needed to be stopped. The idea sparked in Artemis's brain in a flash of neurons. Perhaps he couldn't stop time, but he could halt Butler's passage through it. The process was risky, certainly, but it was the only chance they had. Artemis popped the desserts trolley brake with his foot, began halting the contraption toward the kitchen. He had to pause several times to drag moaning assassins from the vehicle's path. Emergency vehicles were approaching, making their way down Knightsbridge. Obviously, the sonic grenade's detonation would have attracted attention. There were only moments left before he would have to fabricate some plausible story with the authorities. Better not to be here. Fingerprints wouldn't be a problem, as the restaurant would have dozens of customers. All he had to do was get out of here before London's finest arrived. The kitchen was forged from stainless steel. Hobs, hoods, and work surfaces were littered with fallout from the sonic grenade. Fish flapped in the sink, crustaceans clicked across the tiles, and caviar dripped from the ceiling. There. At the back, a line of freezers, essentials in any seafood bistro. Artemis put his shoulder against the trolley, steering it to the rear of the kitchen. The largest of the freezers was a custom-built pull-out variety often found in large restaurants. Artemis hauled open the drawer, quickly evicting the salmon, sea bass, and hake that were encrusted in the ice shavings. Cryogenics. It was their only chance. The science of freezing a body until medicine had evolved sufficiently to retrieve it. Generally dismissed by the medical community, it nevertheless made millions each year from the estates of rich eccentrics who needed more than one lifetime to spend their money. Cryogenic chambers were generally built to that very exact specification, but there was no time for Artemis's usual standards now. This freezer would have to do as a temporary solution. It was imperative that Butler's head be cooled to preserve the brain cells. So long as his brain functions were intact, he could theoretically be revived, even if there were no heartbeat. Artemis maneuvered the trolley until it overhung the open freezer. Then, with the help of a silver platter, he levered Butler's body into the steaming ice. It was tight, but the bodyguard fit with barely a bend of the legs. Artemis heaped loose ice on top of his fallen comrade, and then adjusted the thermostat to 4 degrees below freezing to avoid tissue damage. Butler's blank eyes stared at him through a layer of ice. "I'll be back," the boy said. "Sleep well." The sirens were close now. Artemis heard the screech of tires. "Hold on, Domovoy," whispered Artemis, closing the freezer drawer. Artemis left through the back door, mingling with the crowds of locals and sightseers. The police would have someone photographing the crowd, so he did not linger, or even glance back toward the restaurant. Instead, he made his way to Harrods and found himself a table at the Gallery Café. Once he had assured the waitress that he was not looking for his mummy, and produced sufficient cash to pay for his pot of Earl Grey tea, Artemis pulled out his cell phone, selecting a number from the speed dial menu. A man answered on the second ring. "Hello. Make it quick, whoever you are. I'm very busy at the moment." The man was Detective Inspector Justin Barr of New Scotland Yard. Barr's gravelly tones were caused by a hunting knife across the gullet during a bar fight in the 90s. If Butler hadn't been on hand to stop the bleeding, Justin Barr would never have risen beyond sergeant. It was time to call in the dead. "Detective Barr, this is Artemis Fowl." "Artemis? How are you? How's my old partner Butler?" Artemis knocked his forehead. "Not well at all, I'm afraid. He needs a favour." "Anything for the big man. What can I do?" "Did you hear something about a disturbance in Knightsbridge?" There was a pause. Artemis heard paper rip as a fax was torn off the roll. Yes, it just came in. Couple of windows were shattered in some restaurant. Nothing major. Some tourists got a bit shell-shocked. Preliminary reports say it was some kind of localized earthquake, if you can believe that. We got 2 cars there right now. Don't tell me Butler was behind it." Artemis took a breath. "I need you to keep your men away from the freezers." "It's a strange request, Artemis. What's in the freezers that I shouldn't see?" "Nothing illegal," promised Artemis. "Believe me when I say this is life or death for Butler." Barr didn't hesitate. "This is not exactly in my jurisdiction, but consider it done. Do you need to get whatever I'm not supposed to see out of the freezers?" The detective had read his mind. "As soon as possible. 2 minutes are all I need." Barr chewed it over. "Okay, let's synchronize schedules. The forensics team is going to be there for a couple of hours. Nothing I can do about that, but by 6:30 I can guarantee there won't be anyone on duty. You've 5 minutes.
"That'll be more than sufficient."
"Good. And tell the big man we're even."
Artemis kept his voice even. "Yes, Detective Barr. I'll tell him. If I get the opportunity," he thought. The Ice Age Cryogenics Institute was not actually on London's Harley Street. Technically, it was tucked away in Dickens Lane,
a side alley on the famous Medical Boulevard's southern end. But this did not stop the facility's MD, one Dr. Constance Lane, from putting Harley Street in all Ice Age stationery. You couldn't buy credibility like that. When the upper classes saw those magic words on a business card, they fell over themselves to have their frail frames frozen. Artemis Fowl was not so easily impressed. By then he had little choice. Ice Age was one of those 3 cryogenic centres in the city, and the only one with free units. Though Artemis did consider the neon sign a bit much. Pods to rent, honestly. The building itself was enough to make Artemis squirm. The facade was clad in brushed aluminum, obviously designed to resemble a spaceship. The doors were of the whoosh Star Trek variety. Where was culture? Where was art? How did a monstrosity like this get planning permission in historic London? A nurse complete with white uniform and 3-cornered hat was supervising the reception. Artemis doubted she was an actual nurse. It must have been the cigarette between her false nails. "Excuse me, miss." The nurse barely glanced up from her gossip magazine. "Yes, are you looking for someone?" Artemis clenched his fist behind his back. "Yes, I'd like to see Dr. Lane. She's the surgeon, is she not?" The nurse ground her cigarette in an overflowing ashtray. "This is not another school project, is it? Dr. Lane says no more projects." No, not another school project." "You're not a lawyer, are you?" asked the nurse suspiciously. "One of those geniuses who gets a degree while they're still in diapers?" Artemis sighed. "A genius, yes. A lawyer, hardly. I am, mademoiselle, a customer." And suddenly the nurse was all charm. "Oh, a customer? Why don't you say so? I'll show you right in. Would sir care for a tea, coffee, perhaps something stronger?" "I'm 13 years old, mademoiselle." "A juice?" "Tea would be fine. Earl Grey, if you have it. No sugar, obviously. Might make me hyperactive." The nurse was quite prepared to accept sarcasm from an actual paying customer, and directed Artemis to a lounge where the style was again space age. Plenty of shining velour and eternity mirrors. He had half finished a cup of something that was most definitely not Earl Grey when Dr. Lane's door swung open. "Do come in," said a tall woman uncertainly. "Shall I walk?" asked Artemis. "Or will you beam me up?" The office walls were lined with frames. Along one side were the doctor's degrees and certificates. Artemis suspected that many of these certificates could be obtained over the weekend. Along the wall were several photographs. Above these read the legend, "Love lies sleeping." Artemis almost left then, but he was desperate. Dr. Lane sat behind her desk. She was very glamorous, with flowing red hair and tapered fingers of an artist. Even her smock was Dior. Constance Lane's smile was perfect. Too perfect. Artemis looked closer and realized that her entire face was the handiwork of a plastic surgeon. Obviously, this woman's life was all about cheating time. He'd come to the right place. "Now, young man, Tracy says you wish to become a customer." The doctor tried to smile, but the stretching made her face shine like a balloon. "Not personally, no," replied Artemis. "But I do wish to rent one of your units. Short term." Constance Lane pulled a company pamphlet from the drawer, rigging some figures in red. "Our rates are quite steep." Artemis did not even glance at the numbers. "Money is no object. We can set up a wire transfer right now from my Swiss bank. In 5 minutes you can have £100,000 sitting in your personal account. All I need is a unit for a single night." The figure was impressive. Constance thought of all the nips and tucks it would buy, but she was reluctant. "Generally, minors are not allowed to commit relatives to our chambers. It's the law, actually." Artemis leaned forward. "Dr. Lane, Constance, what I'm doing here is not exactly legal, but no one's being hurt either. One night and you're a rich woman, this time tomorrow and I was never here. No bodies, no complaints." The doctor's hand flew to her jawline. "One night. Just one. He won't even know we're here." Constance took her hand mirror from her desk drawer, studying her reflection closely. "Call your bank," she said. Stonehenge, southern England. 2 LEP shoots emerged in the south of England. One in London itself, but that was close to the people because Chelsea Football Club had built their grounds 500 yards above the Shuttleport. The other port was in Wiltshire, beside what humans referred to as Stonehenge. Mud people had several theories as to the origins of the structure. Hypotheses ranged from spaceship landing port to pagan centre of worship. The truth was far less glamorous. Stonehenge had actually been an outlet for a flat, bread-based food, or in human terms, a pizza parlour. A gnome called Bog had realised how many tourists forgot their sandwiches on above-ground jaunts, and so had set up shop beside the terminal. It was a smooth operation. You drove up to one of the windows, named your toppings, and 10 minutes later you were stuffing your face. Of course, Bog had to shift his operation below ground once human began talking in full sentences. And anyway, all that cheese was making the ground soggy. A couple of service windows had even collapsed. It was difficult for civilians to get visas to visit Stonehenge because it was the constant activity on the surface. Then again, hippies saw fairies every day, and it didn't make the front page. As a police officer, Holly didn't have a visa problem. One flash of the recon badge opened a hole right through the surface. But being a recon officer didn't help if there was no magma flare scheduled, and the Stonehenge chute had been dormant for over 3 centuries. Not a spark. In the absence of a hotshot to ride, Holly was forced to travel aboard a commercial shuttle. The first available shuttle was heavily booked, but luckily there was a late cancellation, so Holly wasn't forced to bump a passenger. The shuttle was a 50-seat luxury cruiser. It had been commissioned especially by the Brotherhood of Bog to visit their patron's site. These ferries, mostly gnomes, dedicated their lives to pizza, and every year on the anniversary of Bog's first day in business, they chartered a shuttle and took a picnic above ground. The picnic consisted of pizza, tuber beer, and pizza-flavoured ice cream. Needless to say, they did not remove their rubber pizza bonnets for the entire day. So for 67 minutes, Holly sat wedged between 2 beer-swilling gnomes singing the pizza song. Pizza, pizza, fill up your face. The thicker the pastry, the better the base. There were 114 verses, and it didn't get any better. Holly had never been happier to see the Stonehenge landing lights. The actual terminal was pretty comprehensive, boasting a 3-lane visa clearance booth, entertainment complex, and a duty-free shopping. The current souvenir craze was a Mudman hippie doll that said, "Peace, man," whenever you pressed its tummy. Holly badged her way through the customs line, taking a security elevator to the surface. Stonehenge had become easier to exit recently, but because the Muzman had put up fencing, the humans were protecting their heritage, or so they thought. Strange that Mudmen seemed more concerned about the past than the present. Holly strapped on her wings, and once the control booth had given her the go-ahead, she cleared the airlock, soaring to a height of 7,000 feet. There was plenty of cloud cover, but nevertheless she activated her shield. Nothing could spot her now. She was invisible to human and mechanical eyes. Only rats and 2 species of monkey could see through a fairy shield. Holly switched on the onboard navigator in the wing's computer, and let the rig do the steering for her. It was nice to be above ground again, and at sunset too. Her favourite time of day. A slow smile spread across her face. In spite of the situation, she was content. This was what she was born to do. Recon. With the wind against her visor and a challenge between her teeth. Knightsbridge. It had been almost 2 hours since Butler had been shot. Generally, the grace period between heart failure and brain damage is about 4 minutes, but that period can be extended if the patient's body temperature is lowered sufficiently. Drowning victims, for example, can be resuscitated for up to an hour after their apparent death. Artemis could only pray that his makeshift cryogenic chamber could hold Butler in stasis until he could be transferred to one of Ice Age pod. Ice Age Cryogenics had a mobile unit for transporting clients from their private clinics when they expired. The van was equipped with its own generator and full surgery. Even if cryogenics was considered crackpot medicine by many physicians, the vehicle itself would meet the strictest standards of equipment and hygiene. These units cost almost £1 million apiece, Dr. Constance Lane informed Artemis, as they sat in the stark white surgery. A cylindrical cryopod was strapped to a gurney between them. The van's a custom made in Munich, specially armoured. This thing could drive over a landmine and come out smiling. For once, Artemis was not interested in gathering information. That's very nice, Doctor, but can it go any faster? My associate's time is running out. It's only been 127 minutes. Constance Lane tried to frown, but there wasn't enough slack skin across her brow. 2 hours. Nobody has ever been revived after that long. Then again, no one's ever been revived from a cryogenic chamber. The Knightsbridge traffic was, as usual, chaotic. Harrods was running a 1-day sale, and the block was besieged by droves of eager customers lining up for access to the luxury store. It took a further 17 minutes to reach Enfinn's delivery entrance. Just as promised, there were no policemen present except one. Detective Justin Barr himself was standing sentry at the rear door. The man was huge, a descendant of the Zulu nation, according to Butler. It was not difficult to imagine him as Butler's side in some faraway land. Incredibly, they found a parking space, and Artemis climbed down from the van. "Cryogenics," said Barr, noting the vehicle's inscription. "Do you think you can do anything for him?" "You looked in the freezer then," said Artemis. The detective nodded. "How could I resist? Curiosity is my business. I'm sorry I checked now. He was a good man." "Is a good man," insisted Artemis. "I'm not ready to give up on him yet." Barr stood aside to admit 2 uniformed Ice Age paramedics. "According to my men, a group of armed bandits attempted to rob the establishment, but they were interrupted by an earthquake. And if that's really what happened, I'll eat my badge. I don't suppose you can throw any light on the situation." A competitor of mine disagreed with the business strategy. It was a violent disagreement. Who pulled the trigger? Arno Blunt, a New Zealander, bleached hair, tattoos on his body and neck. Most of his teeth are missing. Barr took a note. I'll circulate the description to the airports. You never know, we might catch him. Artemis rubbed his eyes. Butler saved my life. The bullet was meant for me. That's Butler, all right. Barr nodded. If there's anything I can do, you'll be the first to know, said Artemis. Did your officers find anyone on the scene? Barr consulted his notebook. Some customers and staff. They all checked out, so we let them go. The thieves escaped before we arrived. No matter. Better I deal with the culprits myself. Barr made a concerted effort to ignore the activity in the kitchen behind him. Artemis, can you guarantee this is not going to come back to haunt me? Technically, we're looking at a homicide. Artemis looked Barr in the eye, which was quite an effort. Inspector Barr, no body, no case. I guarantee that by tomorrow Butler will be alive and kicking. I shall instruct him to call you, if that would set your mind at rest. It would. The paramedics rolled Butler past on a gurney, a frosting of ice covering his face. Tissue damage was already turning his fingers blue. Any surgeon who could fix this would have to be a real magician. Artemis glanced downward. That's the plan, Inspector Barr. That's the plan. Dr. Lane administered glucose injections in the van. These are to stop the cells collapsing, she informed Artemis, massaging Butler's chest to circulate the medication. Otherwise the water in his blood will freeze in spikes and puncture the cell walls. Butler was lying in an open cryon unit, with its own gyroscopes. He'd been dressed in a special silver freezer suit, and cold packs were heaped on his body like sachets of sugar in a bowl. Constance was unaccustomed to people actually paying attention when she explained the process, but this pale youth absorbed facts faster than she could present them. Won't the water freeze away? Glucose can't prevent that. Constance was impressed. Why, yes, it will. But in small pieces so it can float safely between cells. Artemis jotted a note in his handheld computer. Small pieces. Understand. The glucose is only a temporary measure, continued the doctor. The next step is surgery. We need to completely wash out his veins and replace the blood with a preservative. Then we can lower the patient's temperature to minus 30 degrees. We'll have to do that back at the institute. Artemis shut down his computer. No need for that. I just need him held in stasis for a few hours. After that, it won't make any difference. I don't think you understand, young man, said Dr. Lane. Current medical practices have not evolved to the point where this kind of injury can be healed. If I don't do a complete blood substitute soon, there'll be severe tissue damage. The van jolted as a wheel crashed into one of London's numerous potholes. Butler's arm jerked, and for a moment Artemis could pretend he was alive. Don't worry about that, Doctor. But £100,000, Doctor. Just keep repeating that figure to yourself. Park the mobile unit outside and forget all about us. In the morning we'll be gone. Both of us. Dr. Lane was surprised. Park outside? You don't even want to come in? No, Butler stays outside, said Artemis. My, surgeon has a problem with dwellings. But I may enter for a moment to use your phone. I need to make a rather special phone call. The lights of London were spread out below Hawley like the stars of some turbulent galaxy. England's capital was generally a no-fly area for recon officers because of the 4 airports feeding planes into the sky. 5 years ago, Captain Troublekelp had narrowly missed being impaled by a Heathrow JFK Airbus. Since then, all flight plans involving cities with airports had to be cleared personally by Foley. Holly spoke into her helmet mic. Foley, any flights coming in that I should know about?
Let me just bring up the radar. Okay, let's see. I'd drop down to 500 feet if I were you. There's a 747 coming in from Malaga in a couple of minutes. It won't hit you, but your helmet computer could interfere with its navigation system.
Holly dipped her flaps until she was at the correct altitude. Overhead, the giant jet streamed across the sky. If it hadn't been for Holly's sonic filter sponges, both her eardrums would have popped. Okay, 1 jet full of tourists successfully avoided. What now?
Now we wait. I won't call again unless it's important.
They didn't have to wait long. Less than 5 minutes later, Foley broke the radio silence.
Holly, we got something.
Another probe?
No, something from Sentinel. Hold on, I'm sending the file to your helmet.
A sound file appeared in Holly's visor. Its wave resembled a seismograph's readout. What is it, a phone tap?
Not exactly, said Foley. It's one of a billion throwaway files that Sentinel sends us every day.
The Sentinel system was a series of monitoring units that Foley had piggybacked onto obsolete US and Russian satellites. Their function was to monitor all human telecommunications. Obviously, it would be impossible to review every phone call made each day, so the computer was programmed to pick up on certain keywords. If, for example, the words ferry, haven, and underground appeared in a conversation, this call would be flagged by the computer. The more people-related phrases that appeared, the more urgent the rating.
This call was made in London minutes ago. It's loaded with keywords. I've never had anything like it.
Play, said Holly, clearing, using a voice command. A vertical line cursor began scrolling across the sound wave. People, said a voice hazy with distortion. LEP, magic, haven, shuttleports, sprites, Boak Hill, trolls, time stop, recon, Atlantis.
That's it? That's not enough. Whoever made that call could be writing a biography.
But it's just a string of words. It makes no sense.
There's no point arguing with me,
said the centaur.
I just collect information. But there has to be a connection to the probe. Two things like this don't happen on the same day.
Okay, do we have an exact location?
The call came from a cryogenics institute in London. Sentinel quality is not enough to run a voice recognition scan. We just know it came from inside the building.
Who is our mysterious mudman calling?
Strange thing, he was calling the Times newspaper crossword hotline.
Maybe those words were the answers to today's crossword, said Holly hopefully.
No, I checked the correct solution. Not a ferry-related word in sight.
Holly set her wings to manual. Okay, time to find out what our caller is up to. Send me the Institute's coordinates. Holly suspected that it was a false alarm. Hundreds of these calls came in every year. Foley was so paranoid that he believed the mudmen were invading every time someone mentioned the word magic on a phone line. And with the recent trend for human fantasy movies and video games, magical phrases cropped up quite a lot. Thousands of police hours were wasted striking the residents of dwellings where these phone calls originated, and it usually turned out to be some kid playing on his PC. More than likely, this phantom phone call was the result of a crossed line, or some Hollywood hack pitching a screenplay, or even an undercover LEP operative trying to phone home. But then, today of all days, everything had to be checked. Holly kicked up her legs behind her, dropping into a steep dive. Diving was against recon regulations. All approaches were supposed to be controlled and gradual. But what was the point of flying if you couldn't feel a slipstream tugging at your toes? Ice Age Cryogenics Institute, London. Artemis leaned against the cryogenics mobile unit's rear bumper. It was funny how quickly a person's priorities could change. That morning he'd been worried about which loafers to wear with his suit, and now his dearest friend's life hung in the balance. And the balance was rapidly shifting. Artemis wiped a coating of frost from the spectacles he'd retrieved from his bodyguard's jacket. These were no ordinary spectacles. Butler had 20/20 vision. These particular eyeglasses had been specially tooled to accommodate filters taken from an LEP helmet. Anti-shield filters. Butler had carried them since the time when Holly Short almost got the jump on him at Foul Manor. "You never know," he said. "We're a threat to LEP security, and someday Commander Root could be replaced with someone who isn't quite so fond of us." Artemis wasn't convinced. The fairies were by and large a peaceful people. He couldn't believe they would harm anyone, even a mudman, on the basis of past crimes. After all, they had parted friends, or at least not enemies. That was presuming the call worked. But there was no reason to believe it wouldn't. Several government security agencies monitored phone lines using the keyword system, recording conversations that could compromise national security. And if humans were doing it, it was a safe bet that Foley was 2 steps ahead. Artemis donned the glasses, climbing into the vehicle's cabin. He had placed the call 10 minutes ago. Presuming Foley got working on a trace straight away, it could still be another 2 hours before the LEP got another operative on the surface. That would make it almost 5 hours since Butler's heart had stopped. The record for a revival was 2 hours and 50 minutes for an alpine skier frozen in an avalanche. There had never been a revival after 3 hours. Maybe there shouldn't be. Artemis glanced at the tray of food set out by Dr. Lane. On another day, he would have complained about just about everything on the plate. But now the meal was simply sustenance to keep him awake until the cavalry arrived. Artemis took a long drink from a polystyrene cup of tea. It sloshed audibly around in his empty stomach. Behind him in the van's surgery, Butler's cryo unit hummed like a common household freezer. Occasionally the computer emitted electronic beeps and whirs as the machine ran self-diagnostics. Artemis was reminded of the weeks spent in Helsinki waiting for his father to regain consciousness, waiting to see what the fairy magic would do for him. Excerpt from Artemis Foul's diary, Disc 2, encrypted. Today my father spoke to me. For the first time in over 2 years I heard his voice, and it is exactly as I remembered it. But not everything's the same. It had been over 2 months since Holly Short used her healing magic on his battered body, and he still lay in his Helsinki hospital bed. Immobile, unresponsive. The doctors could not understand it. He should be awake, they informed me. His brainwaves are strong, exceptionally so, and his heart beats like a horse.
It is incredible that this man should be at death's door, yet he has the muscle tone of a 20-year-old. Of course, it is no mystery to me. Holly's magic has overhauled my father's entire being. With the exception of his left leg, which was lost when his ship went down off the coast of Murmansk, he's received an infusion of life in body and mind. The effect of the magic on his body does not worry me, but I cannot help but wonder what effect this positive energy will have on my father's mind. For my father, a change like this could be traumatic. He's a foul patriarch, and his life revolves around money-making. For 16 days we sat in my father's hospital room waiting for some sign of life. I had by then learned to read the instruments and noticed immediately the morning that my father's brainwaves began spiking. My diagnosis was that he would soon regain consciousness, and so I called the nurse. We were ushered from the room to admit a medical team of at least a dozen. 2 heart specialists, an anesthesiologist, a brain surgeon, a psychologist, and several nurses. In fact, my father had no need of medical attention. He simply sat up, rubbed his eyes, and uttered one word. Angeline. Mother was admitted. Butler, Juliet, and I were forced to wait for several more agonizing minutes until she reappeared at the door. Come in, everyone, she said. He wants to see you. And suddenly I was afraid. My father, the man whose shoes I'd been trying to fill for 2 years, was awake. Would he still live up to my expectations? Would I live up to his? I entered hesitantly. Artemis Fowl, I was propped up by several pillows. The first thing I noticed was his face. Not the scar traces, which were already almost completely healed, but the expression. My father's brow, usually a thunderhead of moody contemplation, was smooth and carefree. After such a long time apart, I did not know what to say. My father had no such doubts. Archie, he cried, stretching his arms toward me. You're a man now. A young man. I ran into his embrace, and while he held me close, all plots and schemes were forgotten. I had a falter again. Ice Age cryogenics. Artemis's memories were interrupted by a sly movement on the wall above. He fixed his gaze on the spot, watching through filtered eyes. There was a fairy crouching on a third-story windowsill. A recon officer complete with wings and helmet. After only 15 minutes, his ruse had worked. Foley had intercepted the call and sent someone to investigate. Now all that remained was to hope this particular fairy was full to the brim with magic and willing to help. This had to be handled sensitively. The last thing he wanted to do was spook the recon officer. One wrong move and he'd wake up in 6 hours with absolutely no recollection of the day's events. And that would be fatal for Butler. Artemis opened the van door slowly, stepping down into the yard. The fairy cocked its head, following his movements. To his dismay, Artemis saw the creature draw a platinum handgun. Don't shoot, said Artemis, raising his hands. I'm unarmed, and I need your help. The fairy activated its wings, descending slowly until its visor was level with Artemis's eyes. Do not be alarmed, continued Artemis. I'm a friend to the people. I helped to defeat the Wakel. My name is... The fairy unshielded, her opaque visor sliding up. I know what your name is, Artemis, said Captain Holly Short. Holly, said Artemis, grasping her by the shoulders. It's you. Holly shrugged off the human's hands. I know it's me. What's going on here? I presume you made the call. Yes. No time for that now. I can explain it later. Holly opened the throttle on her wings, rising to a height of 10 feet. No, Artemis, I want an explanation now. If you needed help, why didn't you call on your own phone? Artemis forced himself to answer the question. You told me that Foley had pulled surveillance on my communications. And anyway, I wasn't sure you'd come. Holly considered it. Okay, maybe I wouldn't have. She noticed something. Where's Butler? Watching our backs as usual, I suppose. Artemis didn't answer, but his expression told Holly exactly why the mudboy had summoned her. Artemis pressed a button, and a pneumatic pump opened at the cryopod's lid. Butler lay inside, encased in an inch of ice. Oh no, said Holly. What happened? He stopped a bullet that was meant for me, replied Artemis. When are you going to learn, mudboy? Snapped the fairy. Your little schemes have a tendency to get people hurt. Usually the people who care about you. Artemis didn't answer. The truth was the truth, after all. Holly peeled back a cold pack from the bodyguard's chest. How long? Artemis consulted the clock on his cell phone. 3 hours. Give or take a few minutes. Captain Short wiped off the ice, laying her hand flat on Butler's chest. 3 hours. I don't know, Artemis. There's nothing here. Not a flicker. Artemis faced her across the cryopod. Can you do it, Holly? Can you heal him? Holly stepped back. I can't heal him. Me? We need a professional warlock to even attempt something like this. But you healed my father.
That was different. Your father wasn't dead. He wasn't even critical. I hate to say it, but Butler's gone. Long gone. Artemis pulled a gold medallion from a leather thong around his neck. The disc was perforated by a single circular hole, dead center. Remember this. You gave it to me for ensuring that your trigger finger got reattached to your hand. You said it would remind me of the spark of decency inside me. I'm trying to do something decent now, Captain. It's not a question of decency, it just can't be done. Artemis drummed his fingers on the gurney, thinking. I want to talk to Foley, he said finally. I speak for the people, Fowl, said Holly testily. We don't take orders from humans. Please, Holly, said Artemis. I can't just let him go. It's Butler. Holly couldn't help herself. After all, Butler had saved all their hides on more than one occasion. Very well, she said, fishing a spare comb set from her belt. But he's not going to have any good news for you. Artemis hooked the speaker over one ear, adjusting the mic stem so it wound across his mouth. Foley, are you listening?
Are you kidding? Came the reply. This is better than human soap operas.
Artemis composed himself. He would have to present a convincing case, or Butler's last chance was gone. All I want is a healing. I accept that it may not work, but what does it cost to try?
It's not that straightforward, mud boy, replied the centaur. Healing isn't a simple process. It requires talent and concentration. Holly's pretty good, I grant you, but for something like this, we need a trained team of warlocks.
There's no time, snapped Artemis. Butler has already been under too long. This has to be done now before the glucose is absorbed into his bloodstream. There's already tissue damage to the fingers.
Maybe his brain too, suggested the centaur.
No. I got his temperature down in minutes. The cranium has been frozen since the incident.
Are you sure about that? We don't want to bring Butler's body back and not his mind.
I'm sure. The brain is fine. Foley didn't speak for several moments.
Artemis, if we agree to try this, I have no idea what the results would be. The effect on Butler's body could be catastrophic. Not to mention his mind. An operation of this kind has never been attempted on a human.
I understand.
Do you, Artemis? Do you really? Are you prepared to accept the consequences of this healing? There could be any number of unforeseeable problems. Whatever emerges from this pod is yours to care for. Will you accept this responsibility?
I will, said Artemis, without hesitation.
Very well, then. It's Holly's decision. Nobody can force her to use her magic. It's up to her.
Artemis lowered his eyes. He could not bring himself to look at the LEP elf. Well, Holly? Will you do it? Will you try? Holly brushed the ice from Butler's brow. He'd been a good friend to the people. I'll try, she said. No guarantees, but I'll do what I can. Artemis's knees almost buckled with relief. Then he was in control again. Time enough for a week knees later. Thank you, Captain. I realize this could not be an easy decision to make. Now what can I do? Holly pointed to the rear doors. You can get out. I need a sterile environment. I'll come get you when it's over. And whatever happens, whatever you hear, don't come in until I call. Holly unclipped her helmet camera, suspending it from the cryopod's lid to give Foley a better view of the patient. How's that?
Good, replied Foley. I can see the whole upper body. Cryogenics. That Fowl's a genius for a human. Do you realize that he has less than a minute to come up with this plan? It's one smart mud boy.
Holly scrubbed her hands thoroughly at the mini-sink. Not smart enough to keep himself out of trouble. I can't believe I'm doing this. A 3-hour healing. This is going to be a first.
Technically, it's only a 2-minute healing, but if he got the brain down to below 0 straight away...
But what? Asked Holly, rubbing her fingers briskly with a towel.
But the freezing interferes with the body's own biorhythms and magnetic fields. Things even the people don't understand fully. There's more than skin and bones at stake here. We have no idea what a trauma like this could do to Butler.
Holly stuck her head under the camera. Are you sure this is a good idea, Foley?
I wish we had time for discussion, Holly. But every second costs our old friend a couple of brain cells. I'm going to talk you through it. The first thing we need to do is take a look at the wound.
Holly peeled off several cold packs, unzipping the foil suit. The entry wound was small and black, hidden in the center of a pool of blood like a flower's bud. He never had a chance. Right under the heart. I'm going to zoom in. Holly closed her visor, using the helmet's filters to magnify Butler's wound. There are fibers trapped in there. Kevlar, I'd say. Foley groaned over the speakers.
That's all we need, complications.
What difference do fibers make? This really is not the time for jargon. I need plain Gnomish.
Okay, surgery for morons it is. If you poke your fingers into that wound, the magic will reproduce Butler's cells, complete with their new strands of Kevlar. He'll be dead, but completely bulletproof.
Holly could feel the tension creeping up her back. So I need to do what?
You need to make a new wound, and let the magic spread from there.
Oh, great, thought Holly. A new wound. Just slice him open. But he's as hard as a rock.
Well then, you're going to have to melt him down a little. Use your Neutrino 2000, low setting, but not too much that if the brain wakes up before we want to, then he's finished.
Holly drew her neutrino, adjusting the output to minimum. Where do you suggest I melt?
The other pectoral. Be ready to heal. The heat is going to spread rapidly. Butler needs to be healed before oxygen gets to his brain.
Holly pointed the laser at the bodyguard's chest. Just say the word.
In a bit closer. 6 inches approximately. A 2-second burst.
Holly raised her visor, taking several deep breaths. A Neutrino 2000 being used as a medical instrument. Who would have thought it? Holly pulled her trigger to the first click. One more click would activate the laser. 2 seconds.
Okay, go.
Click. An orange beam of concentrated heat spilled from the neutrino's snout, blossoming across Butler's chest. Had the bodyguard been awake, he would have been knocked unconscious. A neat circle of ice evaporated, rising to condense on the surgery's ceiling.
Now,
said Foley, his voice pitched with urgency.
Narrow the beam and focus it.
Holly manipulated the gun controls expertly with her thumb. Narrowing the beam would intensify its power, but the laser would have to be focused at a certain range to avoid slicing right through Butler's body. I'm setting it for 6 inches.
Good, but hurry. That heat is spreading.
The colour had returned to Butler's chest, and the ice was melting across his body. Holly pulled the trigger again, this time carving a crescent-shaped slit in Butler's flesh. A single drop of blood oozed from between the wound's edges.
No steady flow,
said Foley.
That's good.
Holly holstered her weapon. Now what?
Now get your hands in deep, and give it every drop of magic you got. Don't just let it flow, push the magic out.
Holly grimaced. She never liked this bit. No matter how many healings she performed, she could never get used to sticking her fingers into other people's insides. She lined her thumbs up, back to back, and slid them into the incision. Heal, she breathed, and the magic scurried down her fingers. Blue sparks hovered over Butler's wound, then disappeared inside like shooting stars diving behind the horizon.
More, Holly,
urged Foley.
Another shot.
Holly pushed again, harder. The flow was thick at first, a roiling mass of blue streaks. Then as her magic ebbed, the flow grew weaker. That's it, she panted. I've barely enough left to shield me on the way home.
Well then, said Foley. Stand back until I tell you, because all hell is about to break loose.
Holly backed up to the wall. Nothing much happened for several moments. Then Butler's back arched, throwing his chest into the air. Holly heard a couple of vertebrae groaning.
That's the heart started,
noted Foley.
The easy bit.
Butler flopped back into the pod, blood flowing from his most recent wound. The magical sparks knitted together, forming a vibrating lattice over the bodyguard's torso. Butler hopped on the gurney like a bead in a rattle, as the magic reshaped his atoms. His pores vented mist as toxins were expelled from his system. The coating of ice dissolved instantly, causing clouds of steam and then rain as the water particles condensed on a metal ceiling. Cold packs popped like balloons, sending crystals ricocheting around the surgery. It was like being in the center of a multicolored storm.
You need to get in there now, said Foley in Holly's ear.
What?
Get in there. The magic is spreading up his spinal column. Hold his head still for the healing, or any damaged cells could be replicated. And once something's been healed, we can't undo it.
Great, thought Holly. Hold Butler still, no problem. She battled her way through the debris, cold packed crystals popping against her visor. The human's frame continued thrashing in the cryopod, shrouded by a cloud of steam. Holly clamped a hand on either side of Butler's head. The vibrations traveled the length of her arms and through her body.
Hold him, Holly, hold him!
Holly leaned across the pod, placing the weight of her body on the bodyguard's head. In all the confusion, she couldn't tell if her efforts were having any effect whatsoever.
Here it comes, said Foley in her ear. Brace yourself.
The magical lattice spread along Butler's neck and across his face. Blue sparks targeted the eyes, travelling along the optic nerve into the brain itself. Butler's eyes flew open, rolling in their sockets. His mouth was reactivated too, spewing out long strings of words in various languages, none of which made any sense.
His brain is running tests, said Foley, just to check that everything's working.
Each muscle and joint was tested to its limit, rolling, swiveling, and stretching. Hair follicles grew at an accelerated rate, covering Butler's normally shaven dome with a thick growth of hair. Nails shot out of his fingers like tiger claws, and raggedy beard snaked from his chin. Holly could barely hang on. She imagined that this was how it must feel to be a rodeo cowboy straddling a particularly bad-tempered bull. Eventually, the sparks dissipated, spiraling into the air like embers on the breeze. Butler calmed and settled, his body sinking into 6 inches of water and coolant. His breathing was slow and deep. "We did it," said Holly, sliding off the pod onto her knees. "He's alive."
"Don't start celebrating just yet," said Foley. "There's still a long way to go. He won't regain consciousness for a couple of days at least, and even then who knows what shape his mind will be in. And of course there's the obvious problem."
Holly raised her visor. "What obvious problem?"
See for yourself."
Captain Short was almost afraid to look at whatever lay in the pod. Grotesque images crowded her imagination. What kind of misshapen mutant human had they created? The first thing she noticed was Butler's chest. The bullet hole itself had completely disappeared, but the skin had darkened, with a red line amid the black. It looked like a capital I.
"Kevlar,"
explained Foley.
"Some of it must have replicated. Not enough to kill him, thankfully, but enough to slow down his breathing. Butler won't be running any marathons with those fibers clinging to his ribs."
"What's the red line?"
"At a guess, I'd say die. There must have been writing on the original bulletproof jacket."
Holly glanced around the surgery. Butler's vest lay discarded in the corner. The letters FBI were printed in red across the chest. There was a small hole in the center of the eye.
"Ah, well," said the centaur. "It's a small price to pay for his life. He can pretend it's a tattoo. They're very popular among mudmen these days."
Holly had been hoping that the Kevlar-reinforced skin was the obvious problem that Foley had been referring to, but there was something else. The something else became immediately apparent when her gaze landed on the bodyguard's face, or more accurately, the hair sprouting from his face. "Oh, gods," she breathed. "Artemis is not going to like this." Artemis paced the yard while his bodyguard underwent magical surgery. Now that his plan was actually in progress, doubts began to chew at the edges of his mind like slugs on a leaf. Was this the right thing to do? What if Butler wasn't himself? After all, his father had been undeniably different on the day he'd finally come back to them. He'd never forget that first conversation. Excerpt from Artemis Fowl's diary, Disc 2, encrypted. "The doctors in Helsinki were determined they would pump my father full of vitamin supplements. He was just as determined that they wouldn't, and a determined fowl usually gets his way. 'I'm perfectly fine,' he insisted. 'Please allow me some time to reacquaint myself with my family.' The doctors withdrew, disarmed by his personality. I was surprised by this approach. Charm had never been my father's weapon of choice. He'd previously achieved his aims by bulldozing over anybody stupid enough to stand in his way. Father sat in the hospital room's only armchair, his shortened leg resting on a footstool. My mother was perched on the armrest, resplendent in white Armani faux fur. Father caught me looking at his leg. 'Don't worry, Artie,' he said. 'I'm being measured for a prosthesis tomorrow. Dr. Hermann Gruber is being flown in from Dortmund.' I'd heard of Gruber. He worked with the German Special Olympics squad. The best. 'I'm going to ask for something sporty, maybe with speed stripes.' A joke. That wasn't like my father. Angeline ruffled her husband's hair. 'Stop teasing, darling. This is difficult for Art, you know. He was only a baby when you left.' 'Hardly a baby, Mother,' I said. 'I was 11 after all.' My father smiled at me fondly. Perhaps now would be an appropriate time for us to talk, before his good move wore off to be replaced by the usual gruffness. 'Father, things have changed since your disappearance.' 'I've changed.' Father nodded solemnly. 'Yes, you're right. We need to talk about the business.' Ah, yes, back to business. This was the father I remembered. 'I think you'll find that the family bank accounts are healthy, and I trust you'll approve of the stock portfolio. It has yielded an 18% return in the past financial year. 18% is quite exemplary on the current market. I haven't failed you.' 'I have failed you, son,' said Artemis Sr. 'If you think bank accounts and stocks are all that's important, you must have learned that from me.' He pulled me close to him. 'I haven't been the perfect father, Artie, far from it. Too busy with the family business. I always thought that it was my duty to carry on the foul empire. A criminal empire, as we both know. If any good has come out of my abduction, it's that I've reassessed my priorities. I want a new life for us all.' I could not believe what I was hearing. One of my most persistent memories was of father repeatedly quoting the family motto, Aurum est potestas. Gold is power. And now here he was, turning his back on the foul principles. What had the magic done to him? 'Gold isn't all important, Artie,' he continued. 'Neither is power. We have everything we need right here, the three of us.' I was utterly surprised, but not unpleasantly so. 'But, Father, you've always said... This isn't you. You're a new man.' Mother joined the conversation. 'No, Artie, not a new man. An old one. The one I fell in love with and married before the foul empire took over. And now I have him back. We're a family again.' I looked at my parents. How happy they were together. A family? Was it possible that the Fowls could be a normal family? Ice Age cryogenics. Artemis was yanked back to the present by a commotion from inside the Ice Age mobile unit. The mobile unit began to rock on its axles, blue light crackling from beneath the door. Artemis did not panic. He had seen healings before. Last year when Holly had reattached her index finger, the magical fallout had shattered half a ton of ice, and that was for one little finger. Imagine the damage Butler's system could do, repairing a critical injury. The pandemonium continued for several minutes, popping two of the van's tires and completely wrecking the suspension. Luckily, the Institute was locked up for the night, or Dr. Lane would certainly be adding automobile repairs to her bill. Eventually, the magical storm subsided, and the vehicle settled like a roller coaster car after the ride. Holly opened the rear door, leaning heavily against the frame. She was exhausted, drained. A sickly pallor glowed through her coffee-colored complexion. "Well?" demanded Artemis. "Is he alive?" Holly didn't answer. A strenuous healing often resulted in nausea and fatigue. Captain Short took several deep breaths, resting on the rear bumper. "Is he alive?" repeated the youth. Holly nodded. "Alive? Yes, he's alive, but what, Holly? Tell me." Holly tugged off her helmet. It slipped from her fingers, rolling across the yard. "I'm sorry, Artemis. I did the best I could." It was possibly the worst thing she could have said. Artemis climbed into the van. The floor was slick with water and coloured crystals. Smoke leaned from the fractured grill of the air conditioning system, and the overhead neon strip flickered like lightning in a bottle. The cryopod lay off-kilter in one corner, its gyroscopes leaking fluid. One of Butler's arms flopped over the unit's edge, throwing a monster shadow on the wall. The cryopod's instruments panel was still operating. Artemis was relieved to see the heartbeat icon blipping gently in the display. Butler was alive. Holly had done it again, but something had been worrying the ferry captain. There was a problem. As soon as Artemis looked inside the pod, it became immediately apparent what that problem was. The newly grown hair was heavily streaked with grey. Butler had gone into the cryo chamber 40 years of age. The man before him now was at least 50, possibly older. In the space of 3 hours, Butler had grown old. Holly appeared at Artemis's shoulder. "He's alive at least," said the fairy. Artemis nodded. "When will he wake up?" "A couple of days, maybe." "How did this happen?" asked the boy, brushing a lock of hair from Butler's brow. Holly shrugged. "I'm not exactly sure. That's Foley's area." Artemis took the spare headset from his pocket, holding the speaker wire over his ear. "Any theories, Foley?"
"I can't be sure,"
the centaur replied.
"But I'm guessing that Holly's magic wasn't enough. Some of Butler's own life force was needing for the healing, about 15 years' worth by the looks of it."
"Can anything be done?"
"Afraid not. A healing can't be undone. If it's any consolation, he'll probably live longer than he would have naturally, but there's no reclaiming his youth. And what's more, we can't be sure about the state of his mind. The healing could have wiped his brain cleaner than a magnetized disc."
Artemis sighed deeply. "What have I done to you, old friend?" "No time for that," said Holly briskly. "You both should get out of here. I'm sure all the commotion will have attracted attention. Do you have transport?" "No. We flew over on a public flight, then took a taxi from Heathrow." Holly shrugged. "I'd like to help, Artemis, but I've already given up enough time here. I'm on a mission, an extremely important mission, and I have to get back to it." Artemis stepped away from the cryo unit. "Holly, about your mission." Captain Short turned slowly. "Artemis, you were probed, weren't you? Something got past Foley's defences." Holly pulled a large sheet of camouflage foil from her surveillance backpack. "We need to go somewhere to talk. Somewhere private." The following 45 minutes were something of a blur to Artemis. Holly wrapped both humans in camouflage foil from her surveillance pack and clipped them onto a moon belt. The belt effectively reduced their weight to 1/6 of Earth's norm. Even then it was a struggle for her mechanical wings to hoist the three of them into the night sky. Holly had to open the throttle wide just to bring them 500 feet above sea level. "I'm going to shield now," she said into her mic. "Try not to thrash you too much. I don't want to have to cut one of you loose." Then she was gone, and in her place hovered a slightly shimmering holly-shaped patch of stars. The vibration rattled through the belt links, shaking Artemis's teeth in his head. Artemis felt like a bug in a cocoon, trussed up in foil with only his face exposed to the night air. Initially, the experience was almost enjoyable, riding high above the city, watching the cars flicker along the motorways. Then Holly picked up a westerly wind and threw them into the air currents over the English Channel. Suddenly, Artemis's universe was a maelstrom of cutting wind, buffeted passengers, and startled birds. Beside him, Butler hung limply in his makeshift foil truss. The foil absorbed the local colours, reflecting the dominant hues. It was by no means a perfect recreation of the surroundings, but certainly good enough for night fly across the channel to Ireland. "Just foil visible to radar," said Artemis into the headset. "I don't want to be mistaken for a UFO by some eager Harrier jump jet pilot." Holly considered it. "You're right. Maybe I should take us down a bit just in case." 2 seconds later, Artemis deeply regretted breaking radio silence. Holly tilted her wing rig into a steep dive, sending the three of them hurtling toward the midnight waves below. She pulled up at the last moment, when Artemis could have sworn the skin was about to peel from his face. "Low enough for you?" asked Holly, with the barest hint of humour in her voice. They skimmed the wave tops, spray sparking against the camouflage foil. The ocean was rough that night, and Holly followed the water patterns, dipping and climbing to match the swell's curve. A school of humpback whales sensed Holly's presence and broke through the storm foam, leaping fully 30 meters across a trough before disappearing beneath the black water. There were no dolphins. The small mammals were taking shelter from the elements in the inlets and coves along the Irish coast. Holly skirted the hull of a passenger ferry, flying close enough to feel the engine's pulse. On deck, scores of passengers vomited over the railings, narrowly missing the travellers below. "Charming," muttered Artemis. "Don't worry," said Holly's voice out of thin air. "Almost there." They passed Rossler's ferry terminal, following the coastline northward over the Wicklow Mountains. Even in his disoriented state, Artemis could not help but marvel at their speed. Those wings were a fantastic invention. Imagine the money that could be made for a patent like that. Artemis stopped himself. Selling ferry technology was what he'd got Butler hurt in the first place. They slowed sufficiently for Artemis to make out individual landmarks. Dublin squatted to the east, an aura of yellow light buzzing over its highway system. Holly skirted the city, heading for the less populated north of the county. In the centre of a large dark patch sat a single building, painted white by external spotlights. Artemis's ancestral home. Fowl Manor. Fowl Manor, Ireland. "Now explain yourself," said Holly, once they had floated Butler safely to bed. She sat on the great stairway's bottom step. Generations of fowls glared down at her from oil portraits. The LEP captain activated her helmet mic. "Foley, record this, would you? I have a feeling we're going to want to hear it again." "This entire incident began at a business meeting this afternoon," began Artemis. "Go on." "I was meeting John Spiro, an American industrialist." Holly heard keys being tapped in her ear. Undoubtedly, Foley was running a background check on the Spiro character.
"John Spiro,"
said the centaur almost immediately.
"A shady character, even by human standards. Modern man security agencies have been trying to put this guy away for 30 years. His companies are eco-disasters, and that's only the tip of the pyramid. Industrial espionage, pollution, abduction, blackmail, mob connections. You name it, he's gotten away with it."
"That's the guy," said Artemis. "I set up a rendezvous with Mr. Spiro."
"What were you selling?"
interrupted Foley.
"A man like Spiro doesn't cross the Atlantic for tea and muffins."
Artemis frowned. "I wasn't actually selling him anything, but I did offer to suppress some revolutionary technology for a price. Of course." Foley's voice was cold in his ear.
"What revolutionary technology?"
Artemis hesitated for a beat. "Do you remember those helmets Butler took from the retrieval squad?" Holly groaned. "Oh no. I deactivated the helmet's auto-destruct mechanisms and constructed a cube from the sensors and chips, the C-cube, a mini-computer. It was a simple matter to install a fiber-optic blocker so you couldn't take control of the cube if you detected it." "You gave fairy technology to a man like John Spiro." "I quite obviously didn't give it to him," snapped Artemis. "He took it." Holly pointed a finger at the youth. "Don't bother playing the victim, Artemis. It doesn't suit you. What did you think, that John Spiro was going to walk away from the technology that can make him the richest man on the face of the planet?"
"So it was your computer that pinged us?"
said Foley. "Yes," admitted Artemis. "Unintentionally. Spiro asked for a surveillance scan, and the cube's ferry circuits picked up LEP satellite beams." "Can't we block any future probes?" asked the LEP captain. "Haven's deflectors will be useless against our own technology. Sooner or later, Spiro will find out about the people, and if that happens, I can't see a man like him just allowing us to live in harmony." Holly glared
"Haven's deflectors will be useless against our own technology. Sooner or later, Spiro will find out about the people, and if that happens, I can't see a man like him just allowing us to live in harmony."
Holly glared pointedly at Artemis. "Remind you of anyone? I'm nothing like John Spiro," objected the boy. "He's a cold-blooded killer." "Give yourself a few years," said Holly. "You'll get there." Foley sighed. Put Artemis Fowl and Holly Short together in a room, and sooner or later there was bound to be a fight.
"Okay, Holly," said the centaur. "Let's try to act like professionals. Step 1 is to call off the lockdown. Our next priority is to retrieve the cube before Spiro can unlock its secrets."
"We do have some time," said Artemis. The cube is encrypted.
How encrypted?
I built an eternity code into its hard drive.
An eternity code?
Said Foley.
I'm impressed.
It wasn't that difficult. I invented an entirely new base language so Spiro will have no frame of reference. Holly was feeling a bit left out. And how long will it take to crack this eternity code? Artemis couldn't resist raising an eyebrow. Eternity, he said, in theory, but with Spiro's resources quite a bit less. Holly ignored the tone. Okay, then we're safe. No need to go hunting Spiro if all he has is a box of useless circuits. Far from useless, countered Artemis. The chip design alone will lead his research and development team in interesting directions. But you're right about one thing, Holly. There's no need to go hunting Spiro. Once he realizes that I'm still alive, he'll come looking for me. After all, I'm the only one who can unlock the full potential of the C-Cube. Holly dropped her head into her hands. So any moment now, a team of hitmen could come blasting in here looking for the key to your eternity code. It's at times like these we could do with someone like Butler. Artemis plucked the Wolfram from its cradle. There's more than one Butler in the family, he said. Chapter 4. Running in the Family. Sfax, Tunisia, North Africa. For her 18th birthday, Juliet Butler asked for and received a ribbed judo crash vest, 2 weighted throwing knives, and a World Wrestling grudge match video. Items that did not generally feature on the average teenage girl's wish list. Then again, Juliet Butler was not the average teenage girl. Juliet was extraordinary in many ways. For one thing, she could hit a moving target with any weapon you cared to name, and for another, she could throw most people a lot further than she trusted them. Of course, she didn't learn all of this by watching wrestling videos. Juliet's training began at age 4. After kindergarten each day, Domovoy Butler would escort his little sister to the Foul Estate Dojo, where he instructed her in the various forms of martial arts. By the time she was 8, Juliet was a 3rd dan black belt in 7 disciplines. By 10 years of age, she was beyond belts. Traditionally, all Butler males enrolled in Madame Coe's Personal Protection Academy on their 10th birthday, spending 6 months of every year learning the bodyguard's craft, and the other 6 guarding a low-risk principal. The female butlers generally went into service for various wealthy families around the world. Juliet decided she would combine both roles, spending half the year with Angeline Fowl and the other half honing her martial arts skills in Madame Coe's camp. She was the first butler female to have enrolled in the academy, and only the 5th female ever to make it past the physical exam. The camp was never located in the same country for more than 5 years. Butler had done his training in Switzerland and Israel, but his younger sister had received her instruction in the Itsukushigahara Highlands in Japan. Madame Coe's dormitory was a far cry from the luxurious accommodations in Fowl Manor. In Japan, Juliet slept on a straw mat, owned nothing apart from 2 rough cotton robes, and consumed only rice, fish, and protein shakes. The day began at 5:30 when Juliet and the other acolytes ran 4 miles to the nearest stream and caught fish with their bare hands. Having cooked and presented the fish to their sensei, the acolytes strapped empty 20-gallon barrels to their backs and climbed to the snow line. When their barrels were filled with snow, the acolytes would roll them back to base camp and then pound the snow with their bare feet until it melted and could be used by the sensei to bathe. Then the day's training could begin. Lessons included Kostapa, the martial art developed by Madame Coe herself, specially tailored for bodyguards whose primary aim was not self-defense but defense of the principal. Acolytes also studied advanced weaponry, formation technology, vehicular maintenance, and hostage negotiation techniques. By her 18th birthday, Juliet could break down and reassemble 90% of the world's production weapons blindfolded, operate any vehicle, do her makeup in under 4 minutes, and in spite of her stunning Asian and European gene mix, blend into any crowd like a native. Her big brother was very proud. The final step in her training was a field simulation in a foreign environment. If she passed this test, Madame Coe would have Juliet's shoulder marked with a blue diamond tattoo. The tattoo, identical to the one on Butler's shoulder, symbolized not only the graduate's toughness, but the multifaceted nature of his training. In personal protection circles, a bodyguard bearing the blue diamond needed no further reference. Madame Coe had chosen the city of Sfax in Tunisia for Juliet's final assignment. Her mission was to guide the principal through the city's tumultuous market, or Medina. Generally, a bodyguard would advise his principal against venturing into such densely populated areas, but Madame Coe pointed out that principals rarely listen to advice, and it was best to be prepared for any eventuality. And as if Juliet wasn't under enough pressure, Madame Coe herself had decided to act as surrogate principal. It was exceptionally hot in North Africa. Juliet squinted through her wraparound sunglasses, concentrating on following the diminutive figure bobbing through the crowd before her.
"Hurry!" snapped Madame Coe. "You'll lose me."
"In your dreams, madam," replied Juliet, unperturbed. Madame Coe was simply trying to distract her with conversation, and there was already enough distractions in the local environment. Gold hung in shimmering ropes from a dozen stalls. Tunisian rugs flapped from wooden frames, the perfect cover for an assassin. Locals pressed uncomfortably close, eager for a look at this attractive female, and the terrain was treacherous. One false step could lead to a twisted ankle and failure. Juliet processed all this information automatically, factoring it into every move. She placed a firm hand on the chest of a teenager grinning at her, skipped over an oily puddle reflecting rainbow patterns, and followed Madame Co down yet another alley in the Medina's endless maze. Suddenly there was a man in her face, one of the market traders.
"I have good carpets," he said in broken French. "You come with me, I show you."
Madame Co kept going. Juliet attempted to follow her, but the man blocked her path.
"No, thank you. I'm not so interested. I live outdoors." "Very funny, mademoiselle. You make good joke. Now come and see Ahmed's carpets."
The crowds began to take notice, swirling to face her like the tendrils of a giant organism. Madame Co was drawing further away. She was losing the principle.
"I said no. Now back off, Mr. Carpetman. Don't make me break a nail."
The Tunisian man was unaccustomed to taking orders from a female, and now his friends were watching.
"I give good bargain,"
he persisted, pointing at his stall.
"Best rugs in Sfax."
Juliet dodged to one side, but the crowd moved to cut her off. It was at this point Ahmed lost all sympathy Juliet may have had for him. Up to now he'd simply been an innocent local in the wrong place at the wrong time. But now... "Let's go," said the Tunisian, wrapping an arm around the blonde girl's waist. Not an idea that would make his top 10 of good ideas.
"Oh, bad move, Carpetman."
Faster than the eye could blink, Ahmed was wrapped in the folds of a nearby carpet, and Juliet was gone. Nobody had a clue what had happened until they replayed the incident on the screen of Kamal the Chicken Man's camcorder. In slow motion, the traders saw the girl hoist Ahmed by the throat and belt and lob him bodily into a carpet stall. It was a move that one of the gold merchants recognized as a slingshot, a maneuver made popular by the American wrestler Papa Hogg. The traders laughed so much that several of them became dehydrated. It was the funniest thing to happen all year. The clip even won a prize on Tunisia's version of the world's funniest home videos. 3 weeks later, Ahmed moved to Egypt. Back to Juliet. The bodyguard in training ran like a sprinter out of blocks, dodging around stunned merchants and hanging a hard right on the alley. Madame Co couldn't have gone far. She could still complete her assignment. Juliet was furious with herself. This was exactly the kind of stunt her brother had warned her about. "Watch out for Madame Co," Butler had advised. "You never know what she'll cook up for a field assignment. I heard that once she stampeded a herd of elephants in Calcutta, just to distract an acolyte." The trouble was you couldn't be sure. That carpet merchant may have been Madame Co's employee, or he may have simply been an innocent civilian who happened to stick his nose where it didn't belong. The alley narrowed so the human traffic ran single file. Makeshift clotheslines zigzagged at head height. Gutras and abayas hung limp and steaming in the heat. Juliet ducked below the laundry, dodging around the dawdling shoppers. Startled turkeys hopped as far out of the way as their string heads would allow. And suddenly she was in a clearing. A dim square surrounded by 3-story houses. Men lounged in the upper balconies, puffing on fruit-flavored water pipes. Underfoot was a priceless chipped mosaic depicting a Roman bath scene. In the center of the square, lying with her knees hugged by her chest, was Madame Co. She was being assaulted by 3 men. These were no local traders. All 3 wore Special Forces black and attacked with the assuredness and accuracy of trained professionals. This was no test. These men were actually trying to kill her sensei. Juliet was unarmed. This was one of the rules. To be caught smuggling arms into the African country would automatically mean life imprisonment. Luckily, it seemed as though her adversaries were also without weapons, though hands and feet would certainly be sufficient for the job they had in mind. Improvisation was the key to survival here. There was no point in attempting a straight assault. If these 3 had subdued Madame Co, then they would be no more than a match for her in regular combat. Time to try something a bit unorthodox. Juliet leapt on the run, slinging a clothesline on her way past. The ring resisted for a second, then popped out of the dry plaster. The cable played out behind her, sagging with its load of rugs and headscarves. Juliet veered left as far as the other line's anchor would allow, then she swung around toward the men.
"Hey, boys!"
she yelled, not from bravado, because her maneuver would work better head-on. The men looked up just in time to get a face full of sopping camel hair. The heavy rugs and garments wrapped themselves around their flailing limbs, and the nylon cable caught them below the chins. In less than a second, the 3 were down. Juliet made certain they stayed down with pinches to the nerve clusters at the base of the neck. "Madame Co!" she cried, searching for the laundry for her sensei. The old woman lay shuddering in an olive dress, a plain headscarf covering her face. Juliet helped the woman to her feet.
"Did you see that move, madam? I totally decked those morons. Bet they never saw anything like that before. Improvisation. Butler always says it's the key. You know, I think my eyeshadow distracted them. Glitter green never fails."
Juliet stopped talking because there was a knife at her throat. The knife was wielded by Madame Co herself, who was in fact not Madame Co, but some other tiny Asian lady in an olive dress. A decoy.
"You're dead," said the lady.
Yes, agreed Madame Cole, stepping from the shadows. And if you're dead, then the principal is dead. And you've failed. Juliet bowed low, joining her hands. That was a sly trick, madam, she said, trying to sound respectful. Her sensei laughed. Of course, that is the way of life. What did you expect? But those assassins, I completely kicked them. I defeated them, comprehensively. Madame Cole dismissed the claim with a wave. Luck. Fortunately for you, those were not assassins, but 3 graduates of the academy. What was that nonsense with the wire? It's a wrestling trick, said Juliet. It's called a clothesline. Unreliable, said the Japanese lady. You succeeded because fortune was with you. Fortune is not enough in our business. Well, it wasn't my fault, protested Juliet. There was this guy in the market, totally in my face. I had to put him to sleep for a while. Madame Cole tapped Juliet between the eyes. Quiet, girl. Think for once. What should you have done? Juliet bowed an inch lower. I should have incapacitated the merchant immediately. Exactly. His life means nothing, insignificant compared to the principal's safety. Well, I can't just kill innocent people, protested Juliet. Madame Cole sighed. I know, child, and that is why you're not ready. You have all the skill, but you lack focus and resolve. Perhaps next year. Juliet's heart plummeted. Her brother had earned the Blue Diamond at 18 years of age, the youngest graduate in the Academy's history. She'd been hoping to equal that feat. Now she'd have to try again in 12 months. It was pointless to object any further. Madame Cole never reversed a decision. A young woman in acolyte's robes emerged from the alley holding a small briefcase. Madam, she said, bowing. There's a call for you on the satellite phone. Madame Cole took the offered handset, listening intently for several moments. A message from Artemis Fowl, she said eventually. Juliet itched to straighten from her bow, but it would be an unforgivable breach of protocol. Yes, madam? The message is, Domovoy needs you. Juliet frowned. You mean Butler needs me? No, said Madame Cole without a trace of emotion. I mean Domovoy needs you. I'm just repeating what was told to me. And suddenly Juliet could feel the sun pounding on her neck, and she could hear mosquitoes whining in her ear like dentist drills, and all she wanted to do was straighten up and run all the way to the airport. Butler would never have revealed his name to Artemis. Not unless... No, she couldn't believe it. She couldn't even allow herself to think it. Madame Cole tapped her chin thoughtfully. You're not ready. I should not let you leave. You are too emotionally involved to be effective bodyguard. Oh, please, madam, said Juliet. Her sensei considered it for 2 long minutes. Very well, she said. Go. Juliet was gone before the word finished echoing around the square, and heaven help any carpet merchant who blocked her path.
Chapter 5. The Metal Man and the Monkey. The Spiro Needle, Chicago. John Spiro took the Concorde from Heathrow to O'Hare International Airport in Chicago. A stretched limousine ferried him downtown to the Spiro Needle, a sliver of steel and glass rising 80 stories above the Chicago skyline. Spiro Industries was located on floors 50 through 85. The 86th floor was Spiro's personal residence, accessible either by private elevator or helipad. John Spiro hadn't slept for the entire journey, too excited by the little cube sitting in his briefcase. The head of his technical staff was equally excited when Spiro informed him what this harmless-looking box was capable of, and immediately scurried off to unravel the C-Cube's secrets. 6 hours later, he scurried back to the conference room for a midnight meeting. It's useless, said the scientist, whose name was Dr. Pearson. Spiro swirled an olive in his martini glass. I don't think so, Pearson, he said. In fact, I know that little gizmo is anything but useless. I think that maybe you're the useless one in this equation. Spiro was in a terrible mood. Arno Blunt had just called to inform him of Fowl survival. When Spiro was in a dark mood, people had been known to disappear off the face of the earth if they were lucky. Pearson could feel the stare of the conference room's third occupant bouncing off his head. This was not a woman you wanted angry with you. Pearson knew that if John Spiro decided to have him thrown out the window, this particular individual would have no problem signing an affidavit swearing that he had jumped. Pearson chose his words carefully. This device, the C-Cube, that's what it's called. I told you that, so use the name. The C-Cube undoubtedly has enormous potential, but it's encrypted. Spiro threw the olive at his head scientist. It was a humiliating experience for a Nobel Prize winner. So break the encryption. What do I pay you guys for? Pearson could feel his heart speeding up. It's not that simple. This code, it's unbreakable. Let me get this straight, said Spiro, leaning back in his oxblood leather chair. I'm putting $250 million a year into your department, and you can't break one lousy code set up by a kid? Pearson was trying not to think about the sound his body would make hitting the pavement. His next sentence would save him or damn him.
The cube is voice activated and coded to Artemis Fowl's voice patterns. Nobody can break the code. It's not possible. Spear did not respond. It was a signal to continue. I've heard of something like this. We scientists theorize about it. An eternity code, it's called. The code has millions of possible permutations, and not only that, but it's based on an unknown language. It seems as though this boy has created a language that is spoken only by him. We don't even know how it corresponds to English. A code like this is not even supposed to exist. If Fowl is dead, then I'm sorry to say, Mr. Spiro, but the CQ died with him. John Spiro stuck a cigar into the corner of his mouth. He did not light it. His doctors had forbidden it, politely. And if Fowl were alive? Pearson knew a lifeline when it was being thrown to him. If Fowl were alive, he'd be a lot easier to break than an eternity code. Okay, Doc, said Spiro. You're dismissed. You don't want to hear what's coming next. Pearson gathered his notes and hurried for the door. He tried not to look at the face of the woman at the table. If he didn't want to hear what came next, he could kid himself that his conscience was clear. And if he hadn't actually seen the woman at the conference table, then he couldn't pick her out of a lineup. Looks like we have a problem, said Spiro to the woman in the dark suit. The woman nodded. Everything she wore was black. Black power suit, black blouse, black stilettos. Even the radio watch on her wrist was jet black. Yes, but it's my kind of problem. Carla Frasetti was goddaughter to Spatz Antonelli, who ran the downtown branch of the Antonelli crime family. Carla operated as liaison between John Spiro and Antonelli, possibly the two most powerful men in Chicago. Spiro had learned early in his career that business allied to the mob tended to flourish. Carla checked her manicured nails. Seems to me that you only have one option. You nab the Fowl kid and squeeze him for this code. Spiro sucked on his unlit cigar, thinking about it. It's not that straightforward. The kid runs a tight operation. Fowl Manor's like a fortress. Carla smiled. This is a 13-year-old kid we're talking about, right? It'll be 14 in 6 months, said Spiro defensively. Anyway, there are complications. Such as? Arnold's injured. Somehow Fowl blew his teeth out. Ouch, said Carla, wincing. He can't even stand in a breeze, never mind head up an operation. It's a shame. In fact, the kid incapacitated all my best people. They're on a dental plan too. It's going to cost me a fortune. No, I need some outside help on this one. You want to contract the job to us? Exactly. But it's got to be the right people. Ireland is an old world kind of place. Wise guys are going to stick out a mile. I need guys who blend in and can persuade a kid to accompany them back here. Easy money. Carla winked. I read you, Mr. Spiro. So you got guys like that? Guys who can take care of business without drawing attention to themselves? The way I see it, you need a metal man and a monkey. Spiro nodded, familiar with mob slang. A metal man carried the gun, and a monkey got into hard-to-reach places. We have 2 such men on our books. I can guarantee they won't attract the wrong kind of attention in Ireland. But it won't be cheap. Are they good? Asked Spiro. Carla smiled. One of her incisors was inset with a tiny ruby. Oh, they're good, she replied. These guys are the best. The Inkplot Tattoo Parlor, downtown Chicago. Loafers McGuire was having a tattoo done. A skull's head in the shape of the ace of spades. It was his own design, and he was very proud of it. So proud, in fact, that he wanted the tattoo on his neck. Inky Barton, the tattooist, managed to change Loafer's mind, arguing that neck tattoos were better than a name tag when the cops wanted to ID a suspect. Loafers relented. Okay, he said. Put it on my forearm. Loafers had a tattoo done after every job. There wasn't much skin left on his body that still retained its original colour. That was how good Loafers McGuire was at his job. Loafer's real name was Aloysius, and he had hailed from the Irish town of Kilkenny. He'd come up with the nickname Loafers himself because he thought it sounded more mob-like than Aloysius. All his life, Loafers had wanted to be a mobster, just like the guys in the movies. When his efforts to start a Celtic mafia had failed, Loafers came to Chicago. The Chicago mob welcomed him with open arms. Actually, one of their enforcers grabbed him in a bear hug. Loafers sent that man and 6 of his buddies to the Mother of Mercy Hospital. Not bad for a guy 5 feet tall. 8 hours after stepping off the plane, Loafers was on the payroll. And here he was, 2 years after several jobs, already the Antonelli's top man. His specialties were robbery and debt collection. Not the usual line of work for 5-footers, but then Loafers was not the usual 5-footer. Loafers leaned back in the tattooist's adjustable chair. You like the shoes, Inky? Inky blinked sweat from his eyes. You had to be careful with Loafers. Even the most innocent question could be a trap. One wrong answer and you could find yourself making your excuses to St. Peter. Yeah, I like 'em. What are they called? Loafers, snapped the tiny gangster. Loafers, idiot. They're my trademark.
Oh yeah, loafers. I forgot. Cool having a trademark.
Loafers checked the progress on his arm. You ready with that needle yet?
Just ready,
replied Inky.
I'm finished painting on the guidelines. I just gotta put in a fresh needle.
It's not gonna hurt, is it?
Of course it is, moron, thought Inky.
I'm sticking a needle in your arm, but out loud he said,
Not too much. I gave your arm a swab of anesthetic.
It better not hurt, warned Loafers, or you'll be hurting shortly afterward. Nobody threatened Inky except Loafers McGuire. Inky did all the mob's tattoo work. He was the best in the state. Carla Frissetti pushed through the door. Her black-suited elegance seemed out of place in the dingy establishment.
Hello, boys, she said.
Hello, Miss Carla, said Inky, blushing deeply. You didn't get too many ladies in the ink blot. Loafers jumped to his feet. Even he respected the boss's goddaughter. Miss Frissetti, you could have beeped me. No need for you to come down to this dump.
No time for that. This is urgent. You leave straight away.
I'm leaving. Where am I going?
Ireland. Your Uncle Pat is sick.
Loafers frowned. Uncle Pat? I don't have an Uncle Pat. Carla tapped the toe of one stiletto.
He's sick, Loafers. Real sick, if you catch my drift.
Loafers finally caught on. Oh, I get it. So I got to pay him a visit.
That's it. It's exactly how sick he is.
Loafers used a rag to clean the ink off his arm. Okay, I'm ready. Are we going straight to the airport? Carla winked at the tiny gangster.
Soon, Loafers. But first we need to pick up your brother.
I don't have a brother, protested Loafers.
Of course you do. The one with the keys to Uncle Pat's house. He's a regular little monkey.
Oh, said Loafers. That's brother. Loafers and Carla took the limo out to the east side. Loafers was still awed by the sheer size of American buildings. In Kilkenny there was nothing over 5 stories, and Loafers himself had lived all his life in a suburban bungalow. Not that he would ever admit that to his mob friends. For their benefit he had reinvented himself as an orphan who had spent his youth in and out of various foster homes. Who's the monkey? He asked. Carla Frissetti was fixing her jet black hair in a compact mirror. It was short and slicked back.
A new guy. Mo Diligence. He's Irish like you. Makes things very convenient. No visas, no papers, no elaborate cover story. The narrator gets to keep his accent straight. Just 2 short guys home for the holidays.
Loafers bristled. What do you mean 2 short guys? Carla snapped the compact shut.
Who are you talking to, McGuire? Because you couldn't be talking to me, not in that tone.
Loafers paled, his life flashing before him. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Frissetti. It's just the short thing. I've been listening to it my whole life.
What do you want people to call you, Lofty? You're short. Loafers. Get over it. That's what gives you your edge. My godfather says this. There's nothing more dangerous than short guys with something to prove. That's why you got a job.
I suppose. Carla patted him on the shoulder.
Cheer up, Loafers. Compared to this guy, you're a regular giant.
Loafers perked up considerably. Really? Just how short is Mo Digens?
He's short, said Carla. I don't know the exact inches, but any shorter and I'd be changing his diaper and stuffing him a stroller.
Loafers grinned. He was going to enjoy this job. Mo Digens had seen better days. Less than 4 months ago he'd been living it up in a Los Angeles penthouse with more than $1 million in the bank. Now his funds had been frozen by the Criminal Assets Bureau, and he was working for the Chicago mob on a commission basis. And Spats Antonelli was not known for the generosity of his commissions. Of course, Mo could always leave Chicago and go back to LA, but there was a police task force there with his name on it, just waiting for him to return to the scene of the crime. In fact, there was no safe haven for Mo above ground or below it, because Mo Digens was actually Mulch Diggums, kleptomaniac dwarf and fugitive from the LEP. Mulch was a tunnel dwarf who decided that a life in the mines was not for him, and put his mining talents to another use. Namely relieving mudmen of their valuables and selling them on a fairy black market. Of course, entering another's dwelling without permission meant forfeiting your magic, but Mulch didn't care. Dwarves didn't have much power anyway, and casting spells had always made him nauseous. Dwarves had several physical features that make them ideal burglars. They can dislocate their jaws, ingesting several kilos of dirt in a second. The dirt is stripped off of any beneficial materials, then ejected at the other end. They've also developed the ability to drink through their pores, an attribute that can be very handy during cave-ins. It also transforms the pores into living suction cups, a convenient tool in any burglar's arsenal. Finally, dwarf hair is actually a network of living antennae, similar to feline whiskers, that can do everything from trap beetles to bounce sonar waves off a tunnel wall. Mulch had been a rising star in the fairy underworld, until Commander Julius Root got hold of his file. Since then, he'd spent more than 300 years in and out of prison. He was currently on the run for stealing several gold bars from the Holly Short Ransom Fund. There was no safe haven below ground anymore, even among his own kind. So Mulch was forced to pass himself off as a human, to take whatever work he could get from the Chicago mob. There were hazards associated with impersonating a human. Of course, his size drew attention from everyone who happened to glance downward, but Mulch quickly discovered that the mudmen could find a reason to distrust almost anyone. Height, weight, skin color, religion. It was almost safer to be different in some way. The sun was a bigger problem. Dwarves are extremely photosensitive, with a burn time of 3 minutes. Luckily, Mulch's job generally involved night work, but when he was forced to venture abroad in daylight hours, the dwarf made certain that every inch of exposed skin was covered with long-lasting sunblock. Mulch had rented a basement apartment in an early 20th century brownstone. It was a bit of a fixer-upper, but this suited the dwarf just fine. He had stripped of the floorboards in their bedroom, dumping 2 tons of topsoil and fertilizer onto the rotten foundations. There was already mold and damp climbing the walls, so no need to remodel anything there. In a matter of hours, insect life was thriving in the room. Mulch would lie back in his pit and snag cockroaches with his beard hair. Home sweet home. Not only was the apartment beginning to resemble a tunnel cave, but if the LEP came a-calling, he could be 50 yards below ground in the blink of an eye. In the coming days, Mulch would come to regret not taking that route as soon as he'd heard the knock at the door. There was a knock at the door. Mulch crawled out of his tunnel bed and checked the video buzzer. Carla Frazzetti was checking her hair in the brass knocker. The boss's daughter. In person. This must be a big job. Perhaps the commission would be enough to set him up in another state. He'd been in Chicago for nearly 3 months now, and it was only a matter of time before the LEP picked up his trail. He would never leave the US, though. If you had to live above ground, it might as well be somewhere with cable TV and a lot of rich people to steal from. Mulch pressed the intercom panel. "Just a minute, Miss Frazzetti, I'm getting dressed."
Hurry it up, Mo,
snapped Carla, her voice crackly through the cheap speakers.
I'm getting old here.
Mulch threw on a robe he had fashioned from old potato sacks. He found the texture of the cloth, reminiscent of Haven Penitentiary pajamas, to be weirdly comforting. He gave his beard a quick comb to dislodge any straggling beetles, and answered the door. Carla Frazzetti swept past him into the lounge, setting into the room's only armchair. There was another person on the doorstep, hidden beneath the camera's field. Mulch made a mental note. Redirect the CCTV lens. A fairy could sneak right in under the lens, even if he wasn't shielded. The man gave Mulch a dangerous squint. Typical mob behavior. Just because these people were murdering gangsters didn't mean they had to be rude. "Don't you have another chair?" asked the small human, following Miss Frazzetti into the lounge. Mulch closed the door. "I don't get many visitors. Actually, you're the first. Usually Bruno beeps me and I come into the chop shop." Bruno the Cheese was the mob's local supervisor. He ran his business from a local hot car warehouse. Legend had it that he hadn't been out from behind his desk during work hours in 15 years. "Quite a look you've got going here," said Loafer sarcastically. "Mold and woodlice, I like it." Mulch ran a fond finger along a green strip of damp. "That mold was just sitting behind the wallpaper when I moved in. Amazing what people cover up." Carla Frazzetti took a bottle of white petals perfume from her bag, spraying the air around her person.
Okay, enough conversation. I have a special job for you, Mo.
Mulch forced himself to stay calm. This was his big chance. Maybe he could find a nice damp hellhole and settle down for a while. "Is this the kind of job where there's a big payoff if you do it right?"
"No," replied Carla. "This is the kind of job where there's a painful payoff if you do it wrong."
Mulch sighed. Didn't anyone ask nicely anymore? "So why me?" Carla Frazzetti smiled, her ruby winking in the gloom.
"I'm going to answer that question, Mo, even though I'm not used to explaining myself to the hired help. Especially not a monkey like yourself."
Mulch swallowed. Sometimes he forgot how ruthless these people were. Never for long.
"You've been chosen for this assignment, Mo, because of the outstanding job you did with that Van Gogh."
Mulch smiled modestly. The museum alarm had been child's play. There hadn't even been any dogs.
"But also because you have an Irish passport."
A known fugitive hiding out in New York City had run him up Irish papers on a stolen LEP copier. The Irish had always been Mulch's favorite humans, so he decided to become one. He should have known it would lead to trouble.
"This particular job is in Ireland, which might be a problem generally, but for you two it'll be like a paid holiday."
Mulch nodded at Loafers. "Who's the mutt?" Loafer's squint narrowed. Mulch knew that if Miss Frazzetti gave the word, the man would kill him on the spot.
"The mutt is Loafers McGuire, your partner. He's a metal man. It's a two-tiered job. You open the doors, Loafer escorts the mark back here."
Escorting the mark. Mulch knew what the term meant, and he didn't want any part of it. Robbery was one thing, but kidnapping was another. Mulch knew that he couldn't actually turn down this assignment. What he could do was ditch the metal man at the first opportunity and head to one of the southern states. Apparently Florida had some lovely swamps. So, who's the mark? Said Mulch, pretending that it mattered. That's need-to-know information, said Loafers. And let me guess, I don't need to know. Carla Fersetti pulled a photograph from her coat pocket.
The less you know, the better. The less you know, the less you have to feel guilty about. That's all you need. The house. This photograph is all we have for the moment. You can case the joint when you get there.
Mulch took the photo. What he saw in the paper hit him like a gas attack. It was Foul Manor. Therefore Artemis Fowl was the target. This little psychopath metal man was being sent to kidnap Artemis. Fersetti sensed his discomfort.
Something wrong, Mo?
Don't let it show on your face, thought Mulch. Don't let them see. No, that's quite a setup. I can see alarm boxes and outdoor spots. It's not going to be easy.
If it was easy, I'd do it myself, said Carla.
Loafers took a step forward, looking down at Mulch. What's the matter, little man? Too tough for you? Mulch was forced to think on his feet. If Carla Fersetti thought he wasn't up to their job, then they would be sending somebody else. Somebody with no qualms about leading the mob to Artemis' door. Mulch was surprised to realize that he couldn't let that happen. The Irish boy had saved his life during the Goblin Rebellion, and was the closest thing he had to a friend. Which was a pretty pathetic thing when he thought about it. He had to take the job, if only to make sure that it didn't go according to plan. Hey, don't worry about me. The building hasn't been built that Mo Digins can't crack. I just hope Loafers is man enough for the job. Loafers grabbed the dwarf by the lapels. What's that supposed to mean, Digins? Mulch generally avoided insulting people who were likely to kill him, but it might be useful to establish Loafers as a hothead now. Especially if he was going to blame him for things going wrong later. It's one thing being a midget monkey, but a midget metal man. How good can you be at close quarters? Loafers dropped the dwarf, ripping open his own shirt. His chest was a rippling tapestry of tattoos. That's how good I am, Digins. Count the tattoos. Count 'em. Mulch shot Carla a loaded look. Then he said, You're going to trust this guy.
That's enough, said Carla. The testosterone in here is starting to stink worse than the walls. It's a very important job. If you two can't handle it, I'll bring in another team.
Loafers buttoned his shirt. Okay, Miss Fersetti, we can handle it. The job is as good as done. Carla stood, brushing a couple of centipedes from the hem of her jacket. The insects didn't bother her, unduly. She'd seen a lot worse in her 25 years.
Glad to hear it. Mo, put some clothes on and grab your monkey kit. We'll wait in the limo.
Loafers poked Moulton in the chest. 5 minutes. Then we're coming to get you. Mulch wanted them gone. This was his last chance to duck out. He could chew through the bedroom foundations and be on a southbound train before Carla Fersetti knew he was gone. Mulch thought about it seriously. This kind of thing was totally against his nature. It wasn't that the dwarf was a bad fairy, it was simply that he wasn't accustomed to helping other people. Not unless there was something in it for him. Deciding to help Artemis Fowl was a completely selfless act. Mulch shuddered. A conscience was the last thing he needed right now. Next thing you knew, he'd be selling cookies for the Girl Scouts. Chapter 6. Assault on Foul Manor. Excerpt from Artemis Fowl's diary, Disc 2, encrypted. My father had finally regained consciousness. I was, of course, relieved, but his last words to me that day were chasing themselves around my mind. Gold isn't all important, Artie, he had said. Neither is power. We had everything we need right here. The three of us. Was it possible that the magic had transformed my father? I had to know. I needed to speak to him alone. So at 3 a.m. the following morning, I had Butler bring me back to Helsinki's University Hospital in the rented Mercedes. Father was still awake, reading War and Peace by lamplight. Not many laughs, he commented. More jokes. I tried to smile, but my face just wasn't in the mood. Father closed the book. I've been expecting you, Artie. We need to talk. There are a few things we have to straighten out. I stood stiffly at the foot of the bed. Yes, Father, I agree. Father's smile was tinged with sadness. So formal. I remember being the same with my own father. Sometimes I think that he didn't know me at all, and I worry that the same thing will happen to us. So I want us to talk, son, not about bank accounts, not stocks and shares, not corporate takeovers. I don't want to talk business, I want to talk about you. I'd been afraid of this. Me? You're the priority here, Father. Perhaps, but I cannot be happy until your mother's mind is put at rest. At rest? I asked, as though I didn't know where this was going. Don't play the innocent, Artemis. I've called a few of my law enforcement contacts around Europe. Apparently you've been active in my absence. Very active. I shrugged, unsure whether I was being scolded or praised. Not so long ago I would have been very impressed by your antics. Such audacity, and still a minor. But now, speaking as a father, I'm telling you that things have to change, Artie. You must reclaim your childhood. It is my wish, and your mother's, that you return to school after the holidays, and leave the family's business to me.
But, Father...
Trust me, Artie. I've been in business a lot longer than you. I've been promised... The fowls are on the straight line and narrow from now on. All the fowls. I have another chance, and I will not waste it on greed. We're a family now, a proper one. From now on, the fowl name will be associated with honor and honesty. Agreed? Agreed, I said, clasping his hand. But what of my meeting with Chicago's John Spiro? I decided to proceed as planned. One last adventure, then the fowls could be a proper family. After all, Butler will accompany me. What could go wrong? Foul manner. Butler opened his eyes. He was home. Artemis was asleep on the armchair beside the bed. The boy looked 100 years old. It wasn't surprising after all he'd been through. That life was over now, though. All of it. Anybody home? Said the manservant. Artemis was instantly alert. Butler, you've come back to us. Butler struggled onto his elbows. It was quite an effort. It's a surprise to me. I never expected to see you or anyone ever again. Artemis poured a glass of water from the bedside jug. Here, old friend. Just rest. Butler drank slowly. He was tired, but it was more than that. He'd felt battle fatigue before, but this went deeper. Artemis, what's happened? I shouldn't be alive at all. And if I accept that I am alive, then I should be experiencing massive amounts of pain right about now. Artemis crossed to the window, looking out over the estate. Blunt shot you. It was a fatal wound, and Holly wasn't around to help, so I froze you until she arrived. Butler shook his head. Cryogenics. Only Artemis Fowl. You use the fish freezers, I suppose. Artemis nodded. I trust I'm not pot freshwater trout now, eh? When Artemis turned his face to his friend, he was not smiling. There were complications. Complications? Artemis took a breath. It was a difficult healing, no way to predict the outcome. Fully warned that it might be too much for your system, but I insisted we press on. Butler sat up. Artemis, it's all right. I'm alive. Anything is better than the alternative. Artemis was not reassured. He took a pearl-handled mirror from the locker. Prepare yourself, and take a look. Butler took a deep breath and looked. He stretched his jaw and pinched the bags beneath his eyes. Just how long was I out? He asked. Aboard a transatlantic Boeing 747. Mulch had decided that the best way to undermine the mission was to antagonize loafers until he went crazy. Driving people crazy was a talent of his, and one that he did not get to exercise often enough. The two diminutive individuals were seated side by side in a 747, watching the clouds shoot past below. First class was one of the perks of working for the Antonellis. Mulch sipped delicately from a champagne flute. So, slippers. That's loafers. Oh yes, loafers. What's the story behind all the tattoos? Loafers rolled up his sleeve, revealing a turquoise snake with drops of blood for eyes. Another of his own designs. I get one done after every job. Oh, said Mulch. So if you paint a kitchen, then you get a tattoo. Not that kind of job, stupid. What kind of job, then? Loafers gritted his teeth. Do I have to spell it out for you? Mulch swiped some peanuts from a passing tray. No point, I never got no schooling. Plain English will be fine. You can't be this stupid. Spats Antonelli doesn't hire morons. Mulch winked in a swarmy wink. You sure about that? Loafers patted his shirt, hoping to find a weapon of some kind. You wait until this is over, smart Alec. Me and you will settle our differences. You keep telling yourself that, Boots. Loafers! Whatever. Mulch hid behind the airline magazine. This was too easy. The mobster was half crazed already. A few more hours in Mulch's company should be enough to have Loafers McGuire foaming at the mouth. Dublin Airport. Mulch and Loafers passed through Irish customs without incident. After all, they were simply citizens returning home for the holidays. It wasn't as if they were a mob team up to no good. How could they be? Whoever heard of little people being involved in organized crime? Nobody. But maybe that was because they were very good at it. Passport control provided Mulch with another opportunity to infuriate his partner. The officer was doing his best not to notice Mulch's height, or lack of it. So, Mr. Digance, hope to visit the family? Mulch nodded. That's right. My mother's folks are from Killarney. Oh, really? O'Reilly, actually. But what's a vowel between friends? Very good. You should be on the stage. It's funny you should mention that. The passport officer groaned. 10 more minutes and his shift would have been over. I was being sarcastic, actually. Because my friend Mr. McGuire and I are also doing a stint in the Christmas pantomime. It's Snow White. I'm Doc. He's Dopey. The passport officer forced a smile. Very good. Next. Mulch spoke for the entire line to hear. Of course, Mr. McGuire there was born to play Dopey, if you catch my drift. Loafers lost it right there in the terminal. You little freak! He screamed. I'll kill you! You'll be my next tattoo! You'll be my next tattoo! Mulch tutted as Loafers disappeared beneath half a dozen security guards. Actors, he said. Highly strung. They released Loafers 3 hours later after a full search, and several phone calls to the parish priest in his hometown. Mulch was waiting in the pre-ordered rental car, a specially modified model with elevated accelerator and brake pedals. Your temper is seriously jeopardizing this operation, commented the dwarf straight-faced. I'll have to phone Miss Frasetti if you can't control yourself. Drive, said the metal man hoarsely. Let's get this over with. Okay then, but you're on your very last chance. One more episode like that and I'm going to have to crush your head between my teeth. Loafers noticed his partner's teeth for the first time. They were tombstone-shaped blocks of enamel. There seemed to be an awful lot to them for just one mouth. Was it possible that Digens could actually do what he threatened? No, Loafers decided. He was just a bit spooked after the customs interrogation. Still, there's something about the dwarf's smile. A glint that spoke of hidden and frightening talents. Talents that the metal man would prefer to stay hidden. Mulch took care of the driving, while Loafers made a couple of calls on his cell phone. It was a simple matter for him to contact a few old associates and arrange for a weapon, silencer, and 2 headsets to be left in a duffel bag behind the exit highway assigned for Foul Manor. Loafers' associates even took credit cards, so there was no need for the usual macho trade-off that generally accompanied black market transactions. Loafers checked the weapon's action and sights in the car. He felt in control again. So, Mo, said Loafers, chuckling as if they made simple rhyme was the funniest joke he'd ever made. Sadly it was. Have you put together a plan yet? Mulch didn't take his eyes from the road. Nope. I thought you were the head honcho here. Plans are your department. I just break and enter. That's right. I am the head honcho. And believe me, Master Fowl is going to realize that too when I'm finished talking to him. Master Fowl, said Mulch innocently. We're here for some kid. Not just some kid, revealed Loafers, against orders. Artemis Fowl, heir to the Fowl criminal empire. He has something in the head that Miss Frasetti wants, so we're supposed to impress upon the little brat how important it is that he come with us and spill the beans. Mulch's grip tightened on the wheel. He should have made his move before now, but the trick was not to incapacitate Loafers. It was to convince Carlick Frasetti not to send another team. Artemis would know what to do. He had to get the boy before Loafers did. A cell phone and a visit to the bathroom were all he needed. A pity he'd never bothered purchasing a phone, but there had never been anybody to call before. Besides, you could never be too careful with Foley. That centaur could triangulate a chirping cricket. We better stop for supplies, said Loafers. It could take days to check this place out. No need. I know the layout. I burgled this place before in my youth. Piece of cake. And you didn't mention this before because... Mulch made a rude gesture at a truck driver hogging both lanes. You know the way it is. I work on commission. The commission is calculated on a hardship basis. The second I say I turned this place over before, 10 grand is cut off my voice. Loafers didn't argue. It was true. You always exaggerated the difficulty of the job. Anything to squeeze a few more bucks out of your employer. So you can get us in there. Or I can get me in there. Then I come back out for you. Loafers was suspicious. Why don't I just come with you? It'd be a lot easier than hanging around in broad daylight. First, I'm not going in until after dark, and second, sure you can come with me. If you don't mind crawling through the septic tank and up 30 feet of effluent pipe. Loafers had to open a window at the thought of it. Okay, you come get me. But we stay in contact over the headsets. Anything goes wrong, you let me know. Yes, sir, boss, said Mulch, screwing the earpiece into a hairy ear and clipping the mic to his jacket. Wouldn't want you to miss your appointment intimidating a kid. The sarcasm made a slight whistling noise as it flew over Loafer's head. That's right, said the Kilkenny man. I am the boss. And you don't want to make me late for my appointment. Mulch had to concentrate to stop his beard hair curling. Dwarf hair is very mood sensitive, especially to hostility, which was flowing out of this man's every pore. Mulch's bristles had never been wrong yet. This little partnership was not going to end well. Mulch parked in the shadow of the Fowl Estate's boundary wall. You certain this is the place? Asked Loafers. Mulch pointed a stubby finger at the ornate iron gate. You see there where it says Foul Manor? Yes. I'd say this was probably the place. Even Loafers couldn't miss a direct guide like that. You better get me in there, Digens, or... Mulch showed him the teeth. Her what? Her Miss Frazzetti will be extremely annoyed, completed Loafers lamely, well aware that he was losing the tough guy banter battle. Loafers resolved to teach Mo Digins a lesson as soon as possible. We wouldn't want to annoy Miss Frazzetti, said Mulch. He climbed down from the elevated seat and reclaimed his gear bag from the trunk. There were certain unorthodox burglary tools in the bag supplied by his ferry fence in New York. He hoped none of them would be needed, not the way he intended to gain entrance to the manor. Mulch rapped on the passenger window. Loafers buzzed it open. What? Remember, you stay here until I come and get you. That sounds like an order, Digins. Are you giving me orders now? Me, said Mulch, revealing the full expanse of his teeth. Giving orders? I wouldn't dream of it. Loafers buzzed the window back up. You better not be, he said, as soon as there was a layer of reinforced glass between him and those teeth. Inside Foul Manor, Butler had just finished clipping and shaving. He was beginning to look like his old self again. His older self. Kevlar, you say? He said, examining the darkened tissue on his chest. Artemis nodded. Apparently some fibers were trapped in the wound. The magic replicated them. According to Foley, the new tissue will restrict your breathing, but it isn't dense enough to be bulletproof, except for a small caliber bullet. Butler buttoned his shirt. Everything's different, Artemis. I can't guard you anymore. I won't need guarding. Holly was right. My grand schemes generally lead to people getting hurt. As soon as we've dealt with Spiro, I intend to concentrate on my education. As soon as we've dealt with Spiro? You make it sound like a foregone conclusion. John Spiro's a dangerous man, Artemis. I thought you would have learned that. I have, old friend. Believe me. I won't underestimate him again. I've already begun to formulate a plan. We should be able to retrieve the C-Cube and neutralize Mr. Spiro, providing Holly agrees to help. Where is Holly? I need to thank her, again. Artemis glanced out the window. She's going to complete the ritual. You can guess where. Butler nodded. They'd first encountered Holly at a sacred fairy site in southeast, where she was conducting the power-restoring ritual. Although encountered was not the term Holly would have used, abducted would have been closer to the truth. She should be back within the hour. I suggest you rest until then. Butler shook his head. I can rest later. Right now I have to check the grounds. It's unlikely that Spiro could put a team together so quickly, but you never know. The bodyguard crossed to a wall panel that linked his room to the security system control booth. Artemis could see that each step was an effort. With Butler's new chest tissue, just climbing the stairs would seem like a marathon. Butler split-screened his monitor so he could view all the CCTVs simultaneously. One of the screens interested him more than the others, so he punched it up on the entire monitor. Well, well, he chuckled. Look who's dropped in to say hello. Artemis crossed to the security panel. There was a very small individual making rude gestures at a kitchen door camera. Mulch Diggums, said Artemis. Just the dwarf I wanted to see. Butler transferred Mulch's image to the main screen. Perhaps. But why does he want to see you? Melodramatic as always, the dwarf insisted on a sandwich before explaining the situation. Unfortunately for Mulch, it was Artemis who volunteered to prepare it for him. He emerged from the pantry with something that resembled nothing more as an explosion on a plate. It's more difficult than it looks, explained the boy. Mulch cranked open his massive jaws, pouring the whole pile down in one swallow. After several minutes chewing, he reached an entire hand into his mouth, dislodging a chunk of roast turkey. Next time more mustard, he said, brushing some crumbs from his shirt, and in the process inadvertently switching on the microphone clip there. You're welcome, said Artemis. You should be thanking me, mud boy, said Mulch. I came all the way from Chicago to save your life. Surely that's worth one lousy sandwich. And when I say sandwich, I mean in the loosest sense of the word. Chicago? John Spiro sent you. The dwarf shook his head. Possibly, but not directly. I work for the Antonelli family. Of course, they have no idea that I'm an actual fairy dwarf. They think I'm simply the best cattle burglar in the business. Chicago's district attorney has linked the Antonellis to Spiro in the past. Or rather, he's tried to. Whatever. Anyway, the plan is that I break in here, and then my partner encourages you to accompany us to Chicago. Butler was leaning against the table. Where's your partner now, Mulch? Outside the gate. He's the small angry one. Glad to see you're alive, by the way, big man. There's a rumor going around the underworld that you were dead. I was, said Butler, heading for the security booth. But I'm better now. Loafers took a small spiral pan from his breast pocket. In it he had recorded any quips that he felt he had really worked in dangerous situations. Snappy dialogue, that was the trademark of a good gangster, according to the movies at any rate. He flicked through the pages, smiling fondly. It's time to close your account. Permanently. Larry Ferragamo, Bent Banker, August 9.
I'm afraid your hard drive has just been wiped. David Spinsky, computer hacker, September 23rd. I'm doing this because I need the dough. Morty the baker, July 17th. It was good material. Maybe he'd write his memoirs someday. Loafers was still chuckling when he heard Mo talking in his earpiece. At first he thought the monkey was speaking to him, but then he realized that his so-called partner was spilling the beans to their pigeon. You should be thanking me, Mudboy, said Digence. I came all the way from Chicago to save your life. To save his life. Mo was working for the other side, and the little idiot had forgotten about his microphone. Loafers climbed out of the car, being careful to lock it. He would lose his deposit if the rental was stolen, and Miss Frazetti would take it out of his commission. There was a small pedestrian entrance in the wall beside the main gate. Mo Digence had left it open. Loafers slipped through and hurried down the avenue, careful to stay in the shadow of the trees. In his ear, Mo kept chattering on. He laid out their entire plan to the foul kid without so much as a threat. It was completely voluntary. Digence had somehow been working for the Irish kid all along. And what's more, Mo was not Mo, he was Mulch. What kind of name was that? Mulch, who was apparently a fairy dwarf. This was getting weirder and weirder. Maybe the fairy dwarves were some kind of gang. Although it wasn't much of a gang name. The fairy dwarves were hardly going to strike terror into the hearts of the competition. Loafers trotted up the avenue past a line of elegant silver birches, and an honest-to-God croquet pitch. 2 peacocks strutted around the edge of a water feature. Loafers snorted. Water feature. In the days before TV gardeners, it would have been called a pond. Loafers was wondering where the delivery entrance was when he saw the sign. Deliveries at rear. Thank you very much. He checked his silencer and loaded one more at a time, and tiptoed across the gravel driveway. Artemis sniffed the air. What's that smell? Mulch poked his head around the refrigerator door. Me, I'm afraid, he mumbled, an unfeasible amount of food revolving inside his mouth. A sunblock. Disgusting, I know, but I smell a whole lot worse without it. Think bacon strips on a flat rock in Death Valley. A charming image. Dwarves are subterranean creatures, explained Mulch. We lived underground even during the Frond dynasty. Frond had been the first elven king. During his reign, fairies and humans had shared the Earth's surface. Being photosensitive makes it difficult to exist among humans. To be honest, I'm a bit fed up with this life. Your wish is my command, said a voice. It was Loafers. He was standing at the kitchen door, brandishing a very large gun. In fairness to Mulch, he recovered well. I thought I told you to wait outside. It's true, you did. But I decided to come in anyway. And guess what? No septic tank, no effluent pipe. The back door is wide open. Mulch tended to grind his teeth when he thought. It sounded like nails being scraped on a chalkboard. Ah, yes. Stroke of luck there. I took advantage of it, but unfortunately I was interrupted by the boy. He just gained his confidence when you burst in. Don't bother, said Loafers. Your microphone is on. I heard the whole thing, Mo, or should I say Mulch, the fairy dwarf. Mulch swallowed the half-chewed mass of food. Once again his big mouth had gotten him into trouble. Maybe it could get him out of trouble too. It was just possible that he could unhinge his jaw and swallow the little hitman. He'd eaten bigger. A quick burst of dwarf gas should be enough to propel him across the room. He'd just have to hope the gun didn't go off before he could pass it. Loafers got the look in Mulch's eye. That's right, little man, he said, cocking his pistol. You go for it. See how far you get. Artemis was thinking too. He knew that he was safe for the moment. The newcomer would not harm him against orders. But Mulch's time was running out, and there was no one to save him. Butler was too weak to intervene, even if he'd been there. Holly was away completing the ritual, and Artemis himself was not the best physical situation. He would have to negotiate. I know what you're here for, he began. The cube's secret. I'll tell you, but not if you harm my friend. Loafers waved the gun barrel. You'll do whatever I ask, when I ask. Possibly you'll cry like a girl too. Sometimes that happens. Well, very well, I'll tell you what you want to know. Just don't shoot anyone. Loafers swallowed a grin. Sure, that's fine. You just come with me nice and quiet, and I won't hurt a soul. You have my word. Butler entered the kitchen. His face was slick with perspiration, and his breath came in short gasps. I checked the monitor, he said. The car's empty. The other man must be... Hair, said Loafers. Old news to everyone except you, Grandpa. Now, no sudden moves and you might not have a heart attack. Artemis saw Butler's eyes flitting around the room. He was searching for an angle, some way to save them. Maybe yesterday's Butler could have done it, but today's Butler was 15 years older and not yet fully recovered from magical surgery. The situation was desperate. You could tie the others up, ventured Artemis. Then we could leave together. Loafer smacked his own head. What a great idea! Then maybe I could agree to some other delaying tactic on account of me being a complete amateur.
Loafers felt a shadow fall across his back. He spun around to see a girl standing in the doorway. Another witness. Carla Frizzetti would be getting the bill for all these sundries. This whole job had been misrepresented from the start. "Okay, miss," said Loafers. "Go join the others, and don't do anything stupid." The girl at the door flicked her hair over one shoulder, blinking glittering green eyelids. "I don't do stupid things," she said. Then her hand flicked out, brushing against Loafer's weapon. She grabbed the pistol side and deftly twisted it from the stock. The gun was now completely useless, except for the hammer and nails. Loafer jerked backward. Hey, watch it! I don't want to wound you by accident. This gun could go off." That's what he thought. Loafers continued brandishing his piece of harmless metal. "Back off, little girl. I won't see it again." Juliet dangled the slide under his nose. "Oh, what? You shoot me with this?" Loafers stared cross-eyed at the piece of metal. "Hey, that looks just like..." Then Juliet hit him in the chest so hard he crashed to the breakfast bar. Malt stared over at the unconscious mobster, then at the girl in the doorway. "Hey, butler, just a shot in the dark here, but I'd say that's your sister."
"You're right,"
said the manservant, hugging Juliet tightly.
"How on earth did you guess?"
Chapter 7. The Best Laid Plans. Foul Manor. It was time for consultation. That night the group sat in the Manor's conference room facing two monitors that Juliet had brought down from the security booth. Foley had hijacked the monitor's frequency and was broadcasting live images of Commander Root and himself. Much to his own annoyance, Mulch was still present. He'd been attempting to weasel some kind of reward from Artemis when Holly returned and cuffed him to a chair. Root's cigar smoke was hazing the screen.
"Looks like the gang's all here,"
he said, using the fairy gift of tongues to speak English.
"Guess what? I don't like gangs."
Holly had placed her headset in the center of the conference table, so all the room's arguments could be picked up. "I can explain, Commander."
"I'll just bet you can. But strangely, I have a premonition that your explanation is going to cut no ice with me whatsoever. And I'll have your badge in my drawer by the end of this shift."
Artemis tried to intervene. "Really, Commander, Holly... Captain Short is only here because I tricked her."
"Is that a fact? And then, pray tell, why is she still there? Doing lunch, are we?"
"There's no time for sarcasm, Commander. We have a difficult situation here. Potentially disastrous." Root exhaled a cloud of greenish smoke.
"What you humans do to each other is your own affair. We're not your personal police force, Foul."
Foley cleared his throat.
"We're involved whether we like it or not. Artemis was just the one who pinged us, and that's not the worst of it, Julius."
Root glanced across at the centaur. Foley had called him by his first name. Things must be serious.
"Very well, Captain," he said. "Continue with your briefing."
Holly opened a report on her handheld computer. "Yesterday I responded to a recording from the Sentinel warning system. The call was sent by Artemis Fowl, a mudman well known by the LEP for his part in suppressing the Bois Kell uprising. Fowl's associate Butler had been mortally injured on the orders of another mudman, John Spiro, and he requested my assistance with a healing."
"Which you refused, and then requested technical backup to perform a mind wipe as per regulations."
Holly could have sworn the screen was heating up. "No. Taking into account Butler's considerable assistance during the Goblin Rebellion, I performed a healing and then transported Butler and Fowl back to their domicile."
"Tell me you didn't fly them."
"There was no alternative. They were wrapped in camfoil." Root rubbed his temples.
1 foot. If there was so much as 1 foot sticking out, we could be all over the internet by tomorrow. Holly, why'd you do this to me?"
Holly didn't reply. What could she say? "There's more. We've detained one of Spiro's employees, a nasty piece of work."
"Did he see you?"
"No, but he heard Mulch say that he was a fairy dwarf."
"No problem,"
said Foley.
"Do a block mind wipe and send him home."
"It's not that simple. The man is an assassin. He could be sent back to finish the job. I think we need to relocate him. Believe me, he won't be missed here."
"Okay,"
said Foley.
"Sedate him, do the mind wipe and get rid of anything that might trigger his memories. Then send him someplace where he can't do any harm."
The commander took several long puffs to calm himself.
"Okay, tell me about the probe. And if Fowl's responsible, is the alert over?"
"No. The human businessman John Spiro has stolen the fairy technology from Artemis."
"Which Artemis stole from us,"
noted Foley. "This Spiro character is determined to acquire the technology's secret, and he's not particular how he gets it."
"And who knows the secret?"
"Artemis is the only one who can operate the C-Cube."
"Do I want to know what a C-Cube is?"
Foley took up the narrative.
"Artemis cobbled a microcomputer together from old LEP technology. Most of it is obsolete below ground, but by human standards it's approximately 50 years ahead of their developmental schedule.
And therefore worth a fortune, concluded the commander.
And therefore absolutely worth a fortune, said Foley.
Suddenly Malta was listening. A fortune? Exactly how much of a fortune? Root was relieved to have someone to shout at.
Shut your mouth, convict! Doesn't concern you. You just concentrate on enjoying your last few breaths of free air. This time tomorrow you'll be shaking hands with your cellmate. I hope he's a troll.
Malta was unbowed. Give me a break, Julius. Every time there's a foul situation, I'm the one who saves your sorry hide. I've no doubt that whatever plan Artemis contracts will feature yours truly. Possibly in some ridiculously dangerous capacity. Root's complexion went from rose to full-bodied red.
Well, Artemis, do you plan on using the convict?
That depends.
On what?
On whether or not you give me Holly. Root's head disappeared behind a fog of cigar smoke. With the red tip glowing, he looked like a steam train coming out of a tunnel. Some of the smoke drifted across the Foley screen.
It doesn't look good,
commented the centaur. Eventually, Root calmed down sufficiently to talk.
Give you Holly? Gods give me patience. Have you any idea the amount of red tape I'm ignoring just for this conference?
Quite a lot, I'd imagine.
A mountain of the stuff, Artemis. A mountain. I wouldn't be talking to you at all if it wasn't for the Boarkel thing. If this ever leaked out, I'd end up directing sewage treatment subs in Atlantis.
Malt winked at the screen. I probably shouldn't have heard that. The commander ignored him.
You've 30 seconds, Artemis. Sell me.
Artemis rose, standing directly before the screen. Spiro has ferry technology. It's unlikely that he'll be able to use it, but I will put his scientists onto ion technology. The man is a megalomaniac with no respect for life or the environment. Who knows what ghastly machine he'll construct from the ferry technology? There's also the definite chance that his new technology will lead him to discover Haven itself, and if that happens, the life of every creature on the planet, and under it, is at risk. Root wheeled his chair off camera, reappearing in Foley's monitor. He leaned close to the centaur's ear, whispering in low tones. It doesn't look good, said Holly. I could be on the next shuttle home. Artemis drummed his fingers on the table. It was difficult to see how he could take on Spiro without ferry assistance. After several moments, the commander reappeared in his own screen.
This is serious. We cannot afford to risk that Spiro person, that they'll activate another probe. However small the possibility, there's still a chance. I have to put together an insertion team. The works, a fully tooled-up retrieval team.
A full team? Protested Holly. In an urban area. Commander, you know what retrievals are like. This could turn into a disaster. Let me take a crack at it. Root considered.
It'll take 48 hours to clear an operation. So that's what you have. I can cover for you for a couple of days. I can't let you have Foley. He'll have enough to do putting this operation together. Diggums can help if he wants. That's his choice. I might drop a couple of the burglary charges, but he's still facing 5 to 10 for the bullion robbery. That's all I can do. If you fail, then the retrieval team is waiting in the wings.
Artemis thought about it. Very well. Root took a breath.
There is one condition.
I thought as much, said Artemis. You want a mind wipe, correct?
That's right, Artemis. You're becoming a severe liability to the people. If we're to assist you in this matter, then you and your staff will have to submit to mind wipes.
And if we don't?
Then we go straight to Plan B and you get wiped anyway.
No offense, Commander, but this is a technical matter. Foley stepped in.
There are two kinds of mind wipe. A block wipe, which takes out everything in the chosen period. Holly can do that with the equipment in her bag. And a fine-tune wipe, which only deletes certain memories. This is a more specialized procedure, but there is a less danger of a drop in IQ. We do a fine-tune wipe on all of you. I detonate a data chart in your computer system that automatically deletes any ferry-related files. Also, I'll need your permission to do a sweep of your house just in case there's any ferry memorabilia lying around. In practical terms, you'll wake up the day after this operation with absolutely no record or memory of the ferry people.
You're talking about nearly 2 years of memories.
Well, you won't miss them. Your brain will invent some new ones to fill the gaps.
It was a tough decision. On the one hand, his knowledge of the people was now a large part of Artemis's psychological makeup. On the other, he could no longer put people's lives at risk. Very well, said the teenager. I accept your offer. Root tossed the cigar into a nearby incinerator.
Okay, then we have a deal. Captain Short, keep the channel open at all times.
Yes, sir.
Holly.
Commander.
Be careful on this one. Your career won't survive another blow. Understood, sir, said Holly.
Oh, and convict.
Mulch sighed. You mean me, I suppose, Julius? Root scowled.
It's over, Mulch. You won't escape again, so get your brain ready for cold food and hot wells.
Mulch stood, pressing his back to the screen. Somehow the bum flap on his specially adapted tunneling trousers flopped open, presenting the commander with a lovely view of his rear end. In the dwarf world, presenting your behind was the ultimate insult, as it is in most cultures. Commander Root terminated the link. After all, there was no comeback after an affront like that. West of Wajir, Kenya. Loafers McGuire woke up with a debilitating headache. It was so painful that he felt obliged to come up with some imagery in case he had to describe it later. His head felt, he decided, like there was an angry porcupine crawling around inside his cranium. Not bad, he thought. I should put that in a book. Then he thought, what's a book? His next thought was, who am I? Shoes. Something to do with shoes. It was always this way when memory implant subjects first regain consciousness. The old identity hangs around for a few moments trying to insert itself until outside stimuli washed away. Loafer sat up and the porcupine went crazy, jamming needles into every square inch of his soft brain tissue. Oh! Groaned Loafers, cradling his aching skull. What did all this mean? Where was he? How did he get here? Loafers looked at his arms. For a second his brain projected tattoos onto the skin, but the images quickly disappeared. His skin was unblemished. Sunlight rolled across his forearms like white lightning. All around him was scrubland. Terracotta arse stretched off into the indigo hills in the distance. A golden disk of sun blasted cracks in the shimmering earth. Two figures ran through the heat waves, elegant as cheetahs. The men were giants, easily 7 feet tall. Each carried an oval hide-covered shield, a thin spear, and a cell phone. Their hair, necks, and ears were decorated with multicolored beads. Loafers jumped to his feet. Feet that he noticed were clad in leather sandals. The men were wearing Nikes. "Help!" he cried. "Help me!" The men altered their course, jogging across to the confused mobster. "Jumbo, brother! Are you lost?" asked one. "I'm sorry," said Loafers in perfect Swahili. "I don't speak Swahili." The man glanced at his partner. "I see. And what is your name?" "Loafers," said Loafer's brain. "Nuru," said his mouth. "Well, Nuru. Unatoka wapi? Where are you from?" The words came out before Loafers could do anything about it. "I don't know where I'm from, but I want to go with you. To your village. That's where I should be." The Kenyan warriors stared down at this little stranger. He was the wrong color, true, but he seemed sane enough. The taller of the two unhooked a cell phone from his leopard skin belt. He punched in the village chieftain's number. "Jumbo, Chief. This is Bobby. The Earth Spirits have left us another one." Bobby laughed, looking Loafers up and down. "Yes, he's tiny, but he looks strong. And he's got a smile bigger than a peeled banana." Loafer stretched his smile, just in case it was a factor. For some reason, all he wanted in this world was to go to the village and live a productive life. "Okay, Chief, I'll bring him in. He can have the missionaries, old hut." Bobby clipped the cell phone onto his belt. "Very well, Brother Nuru. You're in. Follow us and try to keep up." The warrior set off at a brisk run. Loafers, henceforth to be known as Nuru, raced after them, his leather sandals flapping beneath his feet. He really would have to see about getting a pair of Nikes. 50 meters over their heads, Captain Holly Short hovered, shielded from view, recording the entire incident. "Relocation complete," she said into her helmet mic. "The subject has been adopted successfully. No apparent signs of original personality, but he will be monitored at monthly intervals just in case." Foley was on the other end of the line.
Excellent, Captain. Return to Shuttleport E77 immediately. If you open the throttle, you might just make the evening shuttle. We'll have you back in Ireland in a couple of hours.
Holly did not need to be told twice. It wasn't often you got clearance for a speed run. She activated her radar in case of buzzards and set the stopwatch on her visor.
"Now,"
he said,
"let's see if we can break the airspeed record."
A record that had been set 80 years before by Julius Root. Part 2. Counterattack. Chapter 8. Hooks, Lines, and Sinkers. Excerpt from Artemis Foul's diary, Disc 2, encrypted. Today, Father was fitted for his prosthetic limb. He joked throughout the entire process, as though he were being measured for a new suit on Grafton Street. I must admit, his good humour was infectious, and I found myself making excuses just to sit in the corner of the hospital room and enjoy his presence. It wasn't always this way. In the past, one needed valid grounds to visit my father. Of course, he wasn't generally available, and even when he was, his time was limited. One did not burst into the foul study without good reason. But now I feel welcome at his side. It's a nice feeling. My father always liked to impart wisdom, but now it's more philosophical than financial. In the old days, he would direct my attention to the latest share prices in the Financial Times. "Look, Artemis," he would say. "Everything else falls, but gold stays steady. That's because there's not enough of it, and there never will be. Buy gold, boy, and keep it safe." I like to listen to these pearls, but now they're harder to understand. On the third day of his consciousness, I fell asleep on the hospital bed while my father did his walking exercises. I woke to find him regarding me thoughtfully. "Shall I tell you something, Artie?" he said. I nodded, unsure what to expect. "While I was a prisoner, I thought about my life, how I had wasted it gathering riches, whatever the cost to my family and others around me. In a man's life, he gets few chances to make a difference, to do the right thing, to be a hero, if you will. I intend to become involved in that struggle." It's not the kind of wisdom I was accustomed to hearing from my father. Was this his natural personality, or the fairy magic, or a combination of the both? I never got involved before. I always thought the world could not be changed. Father's gaze was intense, burning with new passion. But things are different now. My priorities are different. I intend to seize the day, be the hero that every father should be. He sat on the bed beside me. "And what about you, Artie? Will you make the journey with me? When a moment comes, will you take your chance to be a hero?" I couldn't respond. I did not know the answer. I still do not. Foul manner. For 2 hours, Artemis locked himself in his study, sitting cross-legged in the meditative position taught to him by Butler. Occasionally, he would voice an idea aloud, to be picked up by a voice-activated digital recorder placed on the mat before him. Butler and Juliet knew better to interrupt the planning process. This period was crucial to the success of their mission. Artemis had the ability to visualize a hypothetical situation and calculate the likely outcomes. It was almost a dream state, and any disturbance could send a thread of his ideas flying like vapors. Eventually, Artemis emerged, tired but satisfied. He handed the team members 3 writable CDs. "I want you to study these files," he said. "They contain details of your assignments. When you've memorized the contents, destroy the discs." Holly took the discs. "A CD? How quaint. We have these in museums. There are several computers in the study," continued Artemis. "Use any terminal you wish." Butler was empty-handed. "Nothing for me, Artemis." Artemis waited until the others had gone. "I needed to give you your instructions verbally. I don't want to risk Foley's picking them up from the computer." Butler sighed deeply, sinking into a leather armchair by the fireplace. "I'm not going with you, am I?" Artemis sat on the chair's arm. "No, old friend, but I have an important task for you." "Really, Artemis?" said Butler. "I've skipped right over my midlife crisis. You don't have to invent a job just to make me feel useful." "No, Butler. This is of vital importance. It concerns the mind wipes. If my plan succeeds, we'll have to submit to them. I see no way to sabotage the process itself, so I must ensure that something survives Foley's search. Something that'll trigger our memories of the people. Foley once told me that a strong enough stimulus can result in total recall." Butler shifted his position in the chair, wincing. His chest was still giving him trouble. Not surprising, really. He'd been alive again in less than 2 days. "Any ideas?" Artemis asked. "We need to lay a couple of false trails. Foley will be expecting that." "Of course. A hidden file on the server. I could send an email to ourselves but not pick it up. Then the first time we check our mail, all this information will come through." Artemis handed the bodyguard a folded sheet of paper. "No doubt we'll be mesmerized and questioned. In the past, we've hidden from the mesmer behind mirrored sunglasses. We won't get away with that on this occasion. So we need to come up with something else. Here are the instructions." Butler studied the plans. "It's possible. I know someone in Limerick. Best man in the country for this kind of specialized work." "Excellent," said Artemis. "After that, you need to put everything we have on the people on a disk. All documents, video, schematics, everything. And don't forget my diary. The whole story is there." "Where do we hide this disk?" asked the ex-bodyguard. Artemis untied the fairy pennant from around his neck. "I'd say this was about the same size as a laser disc, wouldn't you?" Butler tucked the gold medallion into his jacket pocket. "It soon will be," he said. Butler prepared them a meal. Nothing fancy. Vegetarian spring rolls followed by mushroom risotto, with cream caramel to finish. Mulch opted for a bucket of diced worms and beetles, sautéed in rainwater and moss vinaigrette. "Has everybody studied their files?" Artemis asked when the group had adjourned to the library. Yes, said Holly. But I seem to be missing a few key pieces. Nobody has the entire plan, just the parts concerning them. I think it's safer that way. Do you have the equipment I specified? Holly dumped the contents of her pack on the rug. A complete LEP surveillance kit, including camouflage foil, mics, video clips, first aid box. Plus we still have 2 intact LEP helmets. And 3 laser handguns left over from the siege, added Butler. And of course one of the prototype cubes from the lab. Artemis passed the cordless phone to Mulch. Very well then. We might as well get started. The Spiro needle. John Spiro sat in his opulent office, staring glumly at the C-cube on his desk. People thought it was easy being him. How little they knew. The more money you had, the more pressure you were under. He had 800 employees in this building alone, all relying on him for a paycheck. They wanted yearly salary reviews, medical plans, daycare centers, regular coffee breaks, double pay for overtime, and even stock options, for heaven's sake. Sometimes Spiro missed the times when a troublesome worker would be thrown out a high window, and that was the end of him. These days, if you threw someone out a window, they'd phone their lawyer on the way down. But this cube could be the answer to his prayers. A once-in-a-lifetime deal. The brass ring. If he could get this weird little gizmo working, the sky was the limit. Literally. The world's satellites would be his to command. He would have complete control over spy satellites, military lasers, communications networks, and most important of all, television stations. He could feasibly rule the world. His secretary buzzed from reception.
Mr. Blunt to see you, sir.
Spiro jabbed the intercom button. Okay, Marlene. Send him in. And tell me better look sorry. Blunt did indeed look sorry when he pushed through the double doors. The doors themselves were imposing enough. Spiro had stolen them from the ballroom of the sunken Titanic. They were a perfect example of power gone mad. Arno Blunt was not quite so cocky as he had been in London. Then again, it's difficult to look arrogant when your forehead is a mass of bruises, and your mouth is full of gums and nothing else. Spiro winced at the sight of his sunken cheeks. How many teeth did you lose? Blunt touched his jaw gingerly.
All of them. Dentist said their roots were shattered.
Serves you right, said Spiro matter-of-factly. What do I gotta do, Arno? I hand you Artemis Fowl on a platter and you mess it all up. Tell me what happened. And I don't want to hear about any earthquakes. I want the truth. Blunt wiped a blob of drool from the corner of his mouth.
I don't understand it. Something exploded. I don't know what. Some kind of Shun grenade, but I'll tell you something. Butler is dead. I shot him in the heart. Know he's getting after that.
Oh, shut up, snapped Spiro. You're giving me a headache. The sooner you get those new teeth, the better.
My gums will be healed sufficiently by this afternoon.
I thought I told you to shut up.
Sorry, Bosch.
You put me in a very difficult situation, Arno. Because of your incompetence, I had to hire a team from the Antonellis. Carla's a smart girl. She could decide that they deserve a percentage. It could cost me millions. Arno tried his best to look remorseful. And don't bother with the puppy dog look, Blunt. Doesn't cut any ice with me. If this deal goes south, you'll be losing a lot more than a couple of teeth. Arno decided to change the subject.
So did your scientists get the cube working?
No, said Spiro, twisting his gold identity bracelet. Fowl has it sealed up tight. An eternity code or some such thing. That idiot Pearson couldn't get a peep out of it. It was at that moment, dramatically enough, that a voice emanated from the C-Cube's macro speaker. Mr. Spiro, said the voice. This is Ireland calling. Do you read, Mr. Spiro? John Spiro was not a man who spooked easily. He hadn't seen a horror movie yet that could make him jump in his seat. But the voice coming out of that speaker almost knocked him off his chair. The quality was incredible. Close your eyes and you'll swear the person speaking was standing right in front of you.
You want me to answer that?
I told you to shut up! Shut up! Anyway, I don't know how to answer this thing. I can hear you, Mr. Spiro, said the voice. You don't need to do anything, just talk. The box does the rest. Spiro noticed that a digital wave meter had appeared on the cube's screen. When he spoke, it registered. Okay then. We got communication. Now, who the hell are you? And how'd you get this box working? The name is Mo Digins, Mr. Spiro. I'm the monkey from Carla Frassetti's team. I don't know what kind of box you have at your end. I just have a plain old telephone. Well, who dialed the number then? A little kid I have here by the scruff of the neck. I impressed upon him how important it was that I talked to you. How'd you know to talk to me? Who gave you my name? Again, the kid. He was very eager to tell me everything after he saw what I did to the Metal Man. Spiro sighed. If the Metal Man was damaged, he'd have to pay the Antonellis a fine. What'd you do to the metal man?
Nothing permanent, but he won't be aiming any guns at kids for a while.
Why'd you feel it necessary to damage your own partner, Digence?
There was a pause on the other end, while Mulch got the supposed sequence of events sorted out. It was like this, Mr. Spiro. Our instructions were to escort the kid across to the US, but Loafers goes crazy and starts waving a gun around. I figured this was the wrong way to go, so I stopped him. Forcibly. Anyway, the kid gets so scared that he tells me everything I want to know. And here I am now, having a conversation with you.
Spiro rubbed his hands together. You did the right thing, Digence. There'll be a bonus in this for you. I see to it personally.
Thanks, Mr. Spiro. Believe me, the pleasure is mine.
The foul kid there?
You're right beside me. A little pale, but not a scratch on him.
Put him on, ordered Spiro, all traces of depression vanishing.
Spiro, it's me. Artemis's voice was aloof, but with an unmistakable tremor.
Spiro squeezed the air as though it were Artemis's neck. Not so cocky now, kid. It's like I told you. You don't have the guts for this job. Me, on the other hand, if I don't get what I want, then I have Mo put you out of misery. Do we understand each other?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good, said Spiro, clamping a huge Cuban cigar between his teeth.
It would be true to a pulp, but not lit.
Now talk. What do I have to do to get this cube working?
Artemis's voice sounded even shakier than before. It's not that simple, Mr. Spiro. The C-Cuban is crypted. Something called an eternity code. I can remotely access certain basic functions, the phone, MP3 player, and so on, but to disable the code completely and unlock the cube's potential, I need to have it here in front of me. If you could just bring the cube here... Spiro spat out the cigar.
Hold it right there, foul. Just how stupid do you think I am? I'm going to bring this priceless technology back to Europe? Forget it. If you're going to disable the thing, you're going to do it here, in the Spiro Needle.
But my tools. My lab.
I got tools here. And a lab. The best in the world. You do it here.
Yes, whatever you say.
That's right, kid. Whatever I say. I want you to fuel up the Learjet, which I happen to know you have, and do a quick hop across to O'Hare Airport. I'll have a chopper waiting for you.
I don't suppose I have a choice.
That's right, kid. You don't. But do this right and I might just let you go. Did you get all that, Digence?
Loud and clear, Mr. Spiro.
Good. I'm counting on you to get the kid here safely.
Consider it done.
The line went dead. Spiro chuckled. I think I'm going to celebrate, he said, punching the intercom button. Marlene, send in a pot of coffee. No low caffeine junk either. I want the real thing.
But, Mr. Spiro, your doctor said...
Spiro waited for the secretary to realize who she was arguing with.
I'm sorry, sir. Right away, sir.
Spiro leaned back in his chair, lacing his fingers behind his head.
You see, Blunt, this is going to turn out fine, in spite of your incompetence. I got that kid just where I want him.
Yes, sir. Masterfully done, sir.
Spiro laughed. Shut up, you clown. You sound like some cartoon character.
Yes, most amusing, sir.
Spiro licked his lips, anticipating his coffee.
For a supposed genius, that kid sure is gullible.
Do this right and I might just let you go.
He fell for that one. Hook, line, and sinker.
Blunt tried to grin. It was not a pretty sight.
Yes, Mr. Spiro. Hook, line, sinker.
Foul manner. Artemis hung up the phone, his face flushed with the thrill of the sting. What do you think? He asked.
I think he bought it,
replied Butler. Hook, line, and sinker, added Mulch. You have a jet? I presume there's a kitchen. Butler drove them to Dublin Airport in the Bentley. It was to be his final act in this particular operation. Holly and Mulch hollered on the back, glad of the tinted glass. The Butler siblings sat up front, dressed in corresponding black designer suits. Juliet had jazzed hers up with a pink cravat and glitter makeup. The family resemblance was clear, the same narrow nose and full lips, the same eyes jumping in their sockets like roulette balls on the wheel, watching, always watching.
You don't need a traditional gun on this trip, said Butler. Use an LEP blaster. They don't need reloading. They shoot in a straight line forever, and they're non-lethal. I gave Holly a couple for my stash.
Got it done. Butler took the airport exit.
Dumb. I haven't been called that in so long. Being a bodyguard becomes your world. You forget to have your own life. Are you sure that's what you want, Juliet?
Juliet was twining her hair in a tight braid, at the end of which she attached one ornamental jade ring. Ornamental and dangerous. Where else would I get to body slam people? Bodyguarding fits the bill for the moment. Butler lowered his voice.
Of course, it's completely against protocol for you to have Artemis as your principal. He already knows your first name, and truth be told, I think he's a little fond of you.
Juliet slapped the jade ring against her palm. This is just temporary. I'm not anybody's bodyguard just yet. Madame Coe doesn't like my style.
I'm not surprised, said Butler, pointing to the jade ring. Where'd you get that?
Juliet smiled. My own idea. Nice little surprise for anyone who underestimates females. Butler pulled into the set-down area.
Listen to me, Juliet, he said, catching his sister's hand. Spiro's dangerous. Look what happened to me, and in all modesty, I was the best. If this mission went so vital to humans and fairies, I wouldn't let you go at all.
Juliet touched her brother's face. Oh, be careful. They climbed onto the walkway. Holly hovered, shielded, several feet above the throngs of business travellers and holiday makers. Mulch had applied a fresh layer of sunblock, and the stink repelled every human was unfortunate enough to get within 10 feet of him. Butler touched Artemis's shoulder.
Are you going to be all right?
Artemis shrugged. I honestly don't know. Without you by my side, I feel as though one of my limbs is missing.
Juliet will keep you safe. She has an unusual style, but she's a butler after all.
It's one last mission, old friend. Then there will be no more need for bodyguards.
It's a pity Holly couldn't simply mesmerize Spiro through the cube.
Artemis shook his head. It wouldn't have worked. Even if we could have set up a link, a fairy needs eye-to-eye contact to mesmerize a strong mind like Spiro's. I don't want to take any chances with the man. He needs to be put away. Even if the fairies relocated him, he could do some damage.
What about your plan? Butler asked. From what you told me, it's quite convoluted. Are you sure it's going to work?
Artemis winked, a very unusual display of levity. I'm sure, he said. Trust me, I'm a genius. Juliet piloted the Learjet across the Atlantic. Holly sat in the co-pilot's chair, admiring the hardware. Nice bird, she commented. Not bad, fairy gal, said Juliet, switching to autopilot. Not a patch on a fairy craft, I bet. The LEP doesn't believe in comfort, said Holly. There's barely enough room in an LEP shuttle to swing a stinkworm. If you wanted to swing a stinkworm. True. Holly studied the pilot. You've grown a lot in 2 years. The last time I saw you, you were a little girl. Juliet smiled. A lot can happen in 2 years. I spent most of that time wrestling big hairy men. You should see fairy wrestling. 2 pumped-up gnomes going at it in a zero-G chamber. Not a pretty sight. I'll send you a video disc. No, you won't. Holly remembered the mind wipes. You're right, she said. I won't. In the passenger section of the Learjet, Mulch was reliving his glory days. Hey, Artemis, he said through a mouthful of caviar. Remember the time I nearly blew Butler's head off with a blast of gas? Artemis did not smile. I remember, Mulch. You were the wrench in otherwise perfect works. To tell you the truth, it was an accident. I was just nervous. I didn't even realize the big guy was there. That makes me feel better. Done in by bowel problems. And do you remember the time I saved your neck in Cowboy Laboratories? If it hadn't been for me, you'd be locked up in Howler's Peak right about now. Can't you do anything without me? Artemis sipped mineral water from a crystal flute. Apparently not, though I live for the day. Holly made her way back through the aisle. We better get you ready, Artemis. We land in 30 minutes. Good idea. Holly emptied her kit onto the central table. Okay, what do we need for now? The throat mic and an iris camera. The LEP captain selected what looked like a circular adhesive bandage from the pile. She peeled back the adhesive layer and stuck the material to Artemis's neck. It immediately turned the colour of his skin. Memory latex, explained Holly. It's almost invisible. Maybe an ant crawling up your neck might notice it, but apart from that, the material is also X-ray proof, so the mic is undetectable. It'll pick up whatever is said in a 10-yard radius, and I record it on my helmet chip. Unfortunately, we can't risk an earpiece. It's too visible, so we can hear you, but you won't be able to hear us. Artemis swallowed, feeling the mic right on his Adam's apple. And a camera. Here we go. Holly removed a contact lens from a jar of fluid. This thing's a marvel. We've got high-resolution digital quality, recordable picture with several filter options, including magnification and thermal. Mulch sucked a chicken bone dry. You're starting to sound like Foley. Artemis stared at the lens. A technological marvel it may be, but it's hazel. Well, of course it's hazel. My eyes are hazel. I'm glad to hear it, Holly, but my eyes are blue, as you well know. The iris cam won't do. Don't look at me like that, Mudboy. You're the genius. I can't go in there with one brown eye and one blue eye. Spiro will notice. Well, you should have thought of that while you were meditating. It's a little late now. Artemis pinched the bridge of his nose. You're right, of course. I am the mastermind here. Thinking is my responsibility, not yours. Holly squinted suspiciously. Was that an insult, Mudboy? Mulch spat the chicken bone into a nearby bin.
I have to tell you, Artie, a screw-up this early in the proceedings doesn't exactly fill me with confidence. I hope you're as clever as you keep telling everyone you are. I never tell anybody exactly how clever I am. They'd be too scared. Very well. I'll have to risk the Hale iris cam. With any luck, Spiro might not notice. If he does, I can invent some excuse. Holly placed the camera on the tip of her finger, sliding the lens under Artemis's lid. It's your decision, Artemis, she said. I just hope you haven't met your match in John Spiro. O'Hare International Airport. Spiro was waiting for them at O'Hare's private hangar. He wore a fur-collared greatcoat over his trademark white suit. Halogen lamps blasted the tarmac, and the downdraft from the chopper blade snagged his coattails. It was all very cinematic. All we need now is background music, thought Artemis, as he descended the motorized steps. As instructed, Mulch was putting together the gangster act. Move it, kid, he snarled quite convincingly. We don't want to keep Mr. Spiro waiting. Artemis was about to respond when he realized that he was supposed to be the terrified kid. It wasn't going to be easy. Being humble was a real problem for Artemis Fowl. I said move it, repeated the dwarf, stressing the point with a firm shove. Artemis stumbled the last few steps, almost colliding with the grinning Arno Blunt. This was no ordinary grin. Blunt's teeth had been replaced by a custom-crafted porcelain set. The tips had been filed to sharp points. The bodyguard looked like all the world a human-shark hybrid. Blunt caught Artemis's stare. You like him? I got other sets too. One's all flat for crushing stuff. A cynical sneer was forming on Artemis's mouth, before he remembered his role, replacing the sneer with a set of quivering lips. He was basing his performance on the effect Butler usually had on people. Sphere was not impressed. Nice acting, Sonny. But pardon me if I doubt the great Artemis Fowl has fallen into pieces quite so easily. Arno, check the plane. Blunt nodded curtly, ducking inside the private jet. Juliet was dressed in a flight attendant's uniform, straightening the headrest covers. For all her athletic ability, she was finding it difficult not to grip her high heels. Where's the pilot? Growled Blunt, living up to his name. Master Artemis flies the plane, replied Juliet. He's been flying it since he was 11 years old. Oh, really? Is it legal? Juliet put on her best innocent face. I don't know about legal, sir. I just have the drinks. Blunt grunted, charming as ever, and had a quick poke about the jet's interior. Eventually, he decided to accept the flight attendant's word. Lucky for him, because he had decided to argue, two things would have happened. First, Juliet would have clobbered him with the jade ring, and second, Holly, who was lying shielded in an overhead locker, would have blasted him into unconsciousness with her Neutrino 2000. Of course, Holly could simply have mesmerized the bodyguard, but after what he had done to Butler, a blasting seemed more appropriate. Blunt stuck his head through the hatch. No one in there except some dumb attendant. Spear was not surprised. I didn't think so, but they're here somewhere. Believe it or not, Digence, Artemis Fowl did not get suckered by a goon like you. He's here because he wants to be here. Artemis was not surprised by this deduction. It was only natural that Spear be suspicious. I don't know what you mean, he said. I'm here because this odious little man threatened to crush my skull between his teeth. Why else would I come? The C-cube is useless to you, and I could easily construct another one. Spear was not even listening. Yeah, whatever you say, kid. But let me tell you something. You bit off more than you could chew when you agreed to come here. The Spiro Needle has the best security on the planet. We got stuff in there that even the military don't have. Once those doors close behind you, you're on your own. Nobody's coming to save you. Nobody. Understand? Artemis nodded. He understood what Spiro was saying to him. It wasn't to say that he agreed with it. John Spiro might have stuff the military didn't have, but Artemis Fowl had stuff that humans had never seen. A Sikorsky executive helicopter whisked them downtown to the Spiro Needle. They landed on a helipad on the skyscraper's roof. Artemis was familiar with helicopter controls and realized how difficult it must be to land in the bluster of the windy city. The wind speed must be treacherous at this altitude, he said casually. Holly could record the information on her helmet chip. You're telling me, shouted the pilot over the rotor's din. Gets to 60 miles an hour on top of the Needle. The helipad can sway for 30 feet in rough conditions. Spiro groaned, giving Blunt a nod. Arno reached forward and whacked the pilot's helmet. Shut up, you moron, snapped Spiro. Why don't you give him the blueprints to the building while you're at it? He turned to Artemis. And in case you're wondering, Artie, there aren't any blueprints floating around. Anybody who goes looking in City Hall is going to find a file mysteriously missing. I have the only set, so don't bother getting one of your associates to do an internet search. No surprises there. Artemis had already run several searches himself, although he hadn't really expected Spiro to be so careless anyway. They climbed down from the Sikorsky. Artemis was careful to point the iris cam at any security feature that could be useful later. Butler had often told him that even a seemingly insignificant detail, like the number of steps in a stairwell, could be vital when planning an operation. An elevator brought them down from the helipad to a key-coded door. Closed-circuit cameras were strategically placed to cover the entire rooftop. Spiro moved ahead to the keypad. Artemis felt a sharp sting in his eye, and suddenly the iris cam magnified his vision by 4. In spite of the distance and shadows, he could easily discern the entry code. "I hope you got that," he muttered, feeling the mic vibrating on his throat. Arno Blunt bent his knees, so his extraordinary teeth were an inch from Artemis's nose.
Are you talking to someone?
Me, said Artemis. Who would I be talking to? We're 80 floors up, in case you hadn't noticed. Blunt grabbed the teenager by the lapels, hoisting him off the tarmac.
Maybe you're wearing a wire. Maybe you have someone listening to us right now.
How could I be wearing a wire, you big oaf? Your miniature hitman hasn't let me out of his sight for the entire journey. He even accompanied me to the bathroom. Spiro cleared his throat noisily. Hey there, mister, I gotta make my point. That kid slips over the side and you might as well throw yourself off because that boy's worth more to me than any army of bodyguards. Blunt set Artemis down.
You're not going to be valuable forever, fell, he whispered ominously. And when your stock falls, I'll be waiting.
They took a mirrored elevator to the 85th floor, where Dr. Pearson waited along with 2 more muscle-bound guards. Artemis could tell by the look in their eyes that these 2 weren't exactly brain surgeons. In fact, they were as close as you could get to being Rottweilers and still balance on 2 legs. It was probably handy to have these 2 around to break things and not ask questions. Spiro called one of them over. Pex, do you know what the Antonellis charge if you lose their personnel? Pex had to consider it for a moment. His lips moved as he thought. Yeah, wait, I got it. 20 grand for a metal man and 15 for a monkey. That's dead, right? Dead or broken. Okay, said Spiro. I want you and Chips to go over to Carla Frazzetti's and tell her I owe her 35 grand for the team. I'll wire it to her Cayman Islands account in the morning. Mult was understandably curious, not a little apprehensive. Excuse me, 35 grand, but I'm still alive. You owe me 20 grand for loafers unless the extra 15k is my bonus. Spiro sighed with an almost convincing regret. It's the way it is, Mo, he said punchingly. Mult playfully on the shoulder. This deal's huge. Mammoth. We're talking telephone numbers. I can't afford any loose ends. Maybe you know something, maybe you don't. But I'm not about to take the chance that you might tip off the Phonetics or one of my other competitors. I'm sure you understand. Mult stretched his lips, revealing a row of tombstone teeth. Oh, I understand all right, Spiro. You're a backstabbing snake. You know, the kid offered me $2 million to cut him loose. Should have taken the cash, said Arno Blunt, propelling Mult into Pex's gigantic arms. The dwarf kept talking, even as he was being dragged down the corridor. You better bury me deep, Spiro. You better bury me real deep. Spiro's eyes narrowed to slits. You heard the man, boys. Before you go to Frazzetti's, bury him deep. Dr. Pearson led the party to a vault room. They had to pass through a small antechamber before entering the main security area. Please stand on the scanner pad, said Pearson. We wouldn't want any bugs in here, especially not the electronic kind. Artemis stepped onto the mat. It sank like sponge cake beneath his feet, spurting jets of foam over his shoes. Anti-injection foam, explained Pearson. Kills any virus you might have picked up. We're keeping some biotechnology experiments in the vault at the moment, very susceptible to disease. The foam has the added advantage of shorting out any surveillance devices in your shoes. Overhead, a mobile scanner bathed Artemis's shoes framed in purple light. One of my own inventions, said Pearson. A combination scanner. I've incorporated thermal, X-ray, and metal into its elements and displays. Look at this screen right here. Artemis saw a 3D replica of himself being traced out on a small plasma screen. He held his breath, praying that Foley's equipment was as clever as the Centaur thought it was. On screen, a red light pulsed on Artemis's jacket front. Aha! Said Dr. Pearson, plucking off a button. What have we here? He cracked the button open, revealing a tiny chip, mic, and power source. Very clever. A microbug. Our young friend was attempting to spy on us, Mr. Spiro. John Spiro was not angry. In fact, he was delighted to have the opportunity to gloat. You see, kid, you may be some kind of genius, but surveillance and espionage are my business. You can't slip anything past me. The sooner you accept that, the sooner we can get this thing over with. Artemis stepped off the pad. The decoy had worked, but the real bugs hadn't caused a blip in the system. Pearson was smart, but Foley was smarter. Artemis made sure to have a good look around the antechamber. There was more here. Every square inch of the metal surface contained a security or surveillance device. From what Artemis could see, an invisible ant would have trouble sneaking in here. not to mention 2 humans, an elf, and a dwarf. Providing the dwarf had survived pecks and chips. The vault door itself was impressive. Most corporate vaults looked impressive, plenty of chrome and keypads, but that was just to make an impression on stockholders. In Spiro's vault, there wasn't a tumbler out of place. Artemis spotted the very latest computer lock on the face of titanium double doors. Spiro keyed in another complicated series of numbers, and the major thick door slid back to reveal another barrier. The second door. "Imagine you were a thief," said Spiro, as if you were an actor introducing a play. "And somehow you got into the building, past the electronic eyes and the locked doors. Then imagine you somehow cheat the sensor pad and open the first vault door. An impossible feat, by the way. And while we're imagining all this, let's pretend you disable the half-dozen cameras, and even then, even after all that, would you be able to do this?" Spiro stood on a small red plate painted on the floor in front of the door. He placed a thumb on a gel-print scanner, held his left eyelid open, and enunciated quickly. "I'm John Spiro. I'm the boss, so open up quick." 4 things happened. A retinal scanner filmed his left eye and fed the image into the computer. A print plate scanned his right thumb, and a vocal analyzer scrutinized Spiro's accent, timbre, and intonation. Once the computer had verified all this information, the alarms were deactivated, and the secondary door slid open, revealing an expansive vault. In the very center, in the middle of a custom-made steel column, rested the C-Cube. It was encased in a plexiglass box with at least 6 cameras focused on its various planes. 2 burly guards stood back to back, forming a human barrier in front of the fairy technology. Spiro could not resist a gibe. "Unlike you," he said, "I look after my technology. This is the only vault of its kind in the world. Live security in an airtight room. Interesting. These guys are trained at high altitude. Also, we changed the guards on the hour, and they all carry oxygen cylinders to keep them going. What do you think? I was going to put air vents into a vault." Artemis scowled. "No need to show off, Spiro. I'm here. You win, so can we get on with it?" Spiro punched a final number sequence into the column's keypad, and the plexiglass panes retracted. He took the C-Cube from its foam nest. "Overkill, don't you think?" commented Artemis. "All of this is hardly necessary." "You never know. Some crooked businessman could attempt to relieve me of my prize." Artemis took a chance on some calculated sarcasm. "Really, Spiro? Did you think I would attempt to break in? Perhaps you thought I would fly in here with my fairy friends and magic your box away?" Spiro laughed. "You can bring all the fairy friends you like, Artie boy. Short of a miracle, that cube is staying right where it is." Juliet was an American citizen by birth, even though her brother had been born on the other side of the world. She was glad to be back in her home country. The discord of Chicago's traffic and the constant chorus of multicultural voices made her feel at home. She loved the skyscrapers and the steam vents and the affectionate sarcasm of the street vendors. If she ever got the chance to settle down, it would be in the US. On the West Coast, though, somewhere with sun. Juliet and Holly were circling the Spiro Needle in a blacked-out minivan. Holly sat in the back, watching video from Artemis's iris cam on her helmet visor. At one point, she punched the air triumphantly. Juliet stopped at a red light. "How are we doing?" "Not bad," replied the fairy, raising a visor. "They're talking mulch to bury him." "Cool, just like Artemis said they would. And Spiro has just invited all of Artemis's fairy friends into the building." This was a crucial development. The book forbade fairies to enter human buildings without an invitation. Now Holly was free to break in and wreak havoc without violating fairy doctrine. "Excellent," said Juliet. "We're in. I get to body slam the guy who shot my brother." "Not so fast. The building has the most sophisticated Mudman security system I've ever seen. Spiro has a few tricks in there that I've never come across before." Juliet finally found a space opposite the Needle's main revolving doors. "No problem for the little horsey guy, surely?" "Yes, but Foley's not supposed to help us." Juliet focused a set of binoculars on the door. "I know, but it all depends on how you ask. A smart guy like Foley, what he needs is a challenge." 3 figures emerged from the Needle. 2 large men in black and a smaller, nervous-looking individual. Mulch's feet were treading air so fast that he seemed to be performing an Irish jig. Not that he had any hope of escaping. Pecs and Chips had him tighter than the 2 badgers fighting over a bone. "Here comes Mulch now. We better give him backup just in case." Holly strapped on her mechanical harness, extending the wings with a touch of a button. "I'll follow them from the air. You keep an eye on Artemis." Juliet ran a video lead from a spare helmet's handheld computer. Artemis's point of view sprang up to life on the screen. "Do you really think Mulch needs help?" she asked. Holly buzzed into invisibility. "Help? I'm just going along to make sure he doesn't harm those 2 mudmen." Inside the vault, Spiro was finished playing the gracious host. "Let me tell you a little story, Artie," he said, plucking the sea cube from its pressure pad. There was this Irish kid who thought he was really ready for the big time, so he messed with a very serious businessman. Don't call me Artie, thought Artemis. My father calls me Artie. This businessman didn't appreciate being messed with, so he messed back. And this kid is dragged kicking and screaming into the real world. So, now this kid has to make a choice. Does he tell the businessman what he needs to know, or does he put himself and his family in mortal danger? Well, Artie, which is it? Spiro was making a serious mistake by toying with Artemis Fowl. It was difficult for adults to believe that this pale-faced 13-year-old could actually be a threat. Artemis had tried to take advantage of this by wearing casual clothes in place of his usual Armani suit. He'd also been practicing an innocent, wide-eyed look on the jet, but wide-eyed was not how you wanted to look when one iris did not match the other. Blunt prodded Artemis between the shoulder blades. Mr. Spiro asked you a question. His new teeth clicked as he talked. I'm here, am I not? Replied Artemis. I'll do whatever you wish. Spiro placed the cube on a long steel table that ran down the center of the vault. What I wish is for you to disable your Eternity Code. Get this cube working right now. Artemis wished that he could make himself perspire, so his anxiety would seem more authentic. Right now? It's not that simple. Spiro grabbed Artemis by the shoulders, staring him in the eye. And why wouldn't it be that simple? Just punch in the code word and away we go. Artemis averted his mismatched eyes, staring at the floor. There's no straightforward code word. An eternity code is built to be irreversible. I have to reconstruct an entire language. It could take days. Don't you have any notes? Well, yes, on disk. In Ireland. Your monkey wouldn't let me bring anything in case it was booby-trapped. Can we access your hard drive online? Well, yes, but I only keep my notes on disk. We could fly back to Ireland. 18 hours round trip. Spiro wouldn't even consider that option. Forget it. As long as I have you here, I'm in control. Who knows what kind of reception is waiting for me in Ireland? We do it here, as long as it takes. Artemis sighed. Very well. Spiro replaced the cube in its plexiglass case. Get a good night's sleep, kid, because tomorrow you're going to peel this gizmo apart like an onion. And if you don't, what's about to happen to Mo Digence will happen to you. Artemis wasn't unduly worried by that threat. He didn't believe Mulch to be in any danger. In fact, if anyone was in trouble, it was those two musclemen, Pex and Chips. Chapter 9. Ghost in the Time Machine. Vacant lot. Malthouse Industrial Estate, South Chicago. John Spiro had not hired Pex and Chips for their debating skills. In the job interview, they had only been set one task. 100 applicants were handed a walnut and asked to smash it however they could. Only 2 succeeded. Pex had shouted at the walnut for a few minutes, then flattened it between his giant palms. Chips had opted for a more controversial method. He placed the walnut on the table, grabbed his interviewer by the ponytail, and used the man's forehead to smash the nut. Both men were hired on the spot. They quickly established themselves as Arno Blunt's most reliable lieutenants for in-house work. They were not allowed outside Chicago, as this could involve map reading, something Pex and Chips were not very good at. At the moment, Pex and Chips were bonding under a full moon, while Mulch dug a dwarf-sized pit in the dry clay behind an abandoned cement factory. You want to guess why they call me Pex? Asked Pex, flexing his chest muscles as a hint. Chips opened a packet of the potato chips he was forever crunching. I don't know, is it like short for something? Like what? I don't know, said Chips. He used that phrase a lot. Francis? This sounded dumb, even to Pex. Francis? How could Pex be short for Francis? Chips shrugged. Hey, I had an Uncle Robert, and everyone called him Bobby. That don't make no sense either. Pex rolled his eyes. It's pectorals, moron. Pex is short for pectorals on account of me having big chest muscles. In the pit, Mulch groaned. Listening to this mindless banter was almost as bad as having to dig a hole with a shovel. Mulch was tempted to deviate from the plan and launch himself into the flaky soil, but Artemis did not want any display of fairy powers at this stage of the proceedings. If he took off, and these goons escaped without being mesmerized, then Spiro's paranoia would be driven up to another notch. Up on the surface, Chips was eager to continue the game. Guess why they call me Chips, he said, hiding the bag of chips behind his back. Pex kneaded his forehead. He knew this one. Oh, don't tell me, he said. I can work it out. Mulch poked his head from the hole. It's because he eats chips, you idiot. Chips eats chips. You two are the thickest mudmen I've ever met. Why don't you just kill me? At least I won't have to listen to your drivel. Pex and Chips were stunned. With the mental exercise, they'd almost forgotten about the little man in the hole. Plus, they were unaccustomed to prospective victims saying anything besides, Oh no, please God, no! Pex leaned over the grave's lip. What do you mean drivel? I mean the whole Chips Pex thing. Pex shook his head. No, I mean, what does the word drivel mean? Mulch was delighted to explain. It means rubbish. Garbage, claptrap, twaddle, baloney. Is that clear enough for you? Chips recognized the last one. Baloney? Hey, that's an insult. Are you insulting us, little man? Mulch clasped his hands in mock prayer. Finally, a breakthrough. The muscle men were uncertain how to react to actual abuse. There were only two people alive who insulted them regularly, Arno Blunt and John Spiro. But that was part of the job. You just ignored that by turning up the music in your head. Do we have to listen to his smart mouth? Pex asked his partner. I don't think so. Maybe I should phone Mr. Blunt. Mulch groaned. If stupidity were a crime, these two would be public enemies 1 and 2. What you should do is kill me. That was the idea, wasn't it? Just kill me and get it over with. What do you think, Chips? Should we just kill him? Chips chewed on a handful of barbecue blast truffles. Yeah, of course. Orders is orders. But I wouldn't just kill me, interjected Mulch. You wouldn't? Oh, no. After the way I just insulted your intelligence? No, I deserve something special. You could almost see the steam coming out of Pex's ears as his brain overheated. That's right, little man. We're going to do something special to you. We don't take no insult from anybody. Mulch did not bother pointing out the double negative. You're right. I've got a smart mouth and I deserve everything I got coming to me. There followed a short silence, as Pex and Chips tried to come up with something worse than the usual straight shooting. Mulch gave them a minute, then made a polite suggestion. If it was me, I'd bury me alive. Chips was horrified. Bury you alive? That's terrible. You'd be screaming and clawing the dirt. I could get nightmares. I promised to lie still. Anyway, I deserve it. I did call you a pair of overdeveloped single-cell Cro-Magnons. Did you? Well, I have now. Pax was the more impulsive of the duo. Okay, Mr. Digits, you know what we're going to do? We're going to bury you alive. Mulch clasped 2 hands to his cheeks. Oh, the horror. Well, you asked for it, buddy. I did, didn't I? Pax grabbed a spare shovel from the trunk. Nobody calls me an overdeveloped signal belt Cro-Magnon. Mulch lay down obligingly in his grave. No, I bet nobody does. Pex shoveled furiously, his gym-sculpted muscles stretching his suit jacket. In minutes, Mulch's form was completely covered. Chips was feeling a bit squeamish. It was horrible. Horrible, that poor little guy. Pex was unrepentant. Yeah, well, he asked for it, calling us all those things. But buried alive, man, that's like in the horror movie. You know, the one with all the horror. Oh, I think I saw that one, yeah. With all the words going up on the screen at the end? Yeah, that was it. Tell you the truth, those words kind of ruined it for me. Peck stamped on the loose earth. Don't worry, buddy, there are no words in this movie. They climbed back into their Chevrolet automobile. Chips was still a bit upset. You know, it's much more real than a movie when it's real. Pex ignored a no-access sign, pulling onto the motorway. It's the smell. You can't smell stuff in a movie. Chip sniffed emotionally. Digins must have been upset right there at the end. Oh, I'm not surprised. Because I could see him crying. His shoulders were shaking like he was laughing. But he must have been crying. I mean, what sort of crazy wacko would laugh when he's getting buried alive? Yeah, he must have been crying. Chips opened a bag of smoky bacon kernels. Yeah, he must have been crying. Mulch was laughing so much that he nearly choked on the first mouthful of soil. What a pair of clowns. Then again, it was lucky for them that they had been clowns. Otherwise, they might have chosen their own method of execution. Jaw unhinged, Mulch tunneled straight down for 20 feet, then veered north to the cover of some abandoned warehouse. His beard hair sent out sonar signals in all directions. You couldn't be too careful with built-up areas. There was always some wildlife, and mudmen had a habit of burying things where you wouldn't expect them. Pipes, septic tanks, and barrels of industrial waste were all things he had taken an unwitting bite of in his day. And there was nothing worse than finding something in your mouth that you weren't expecting to be there, especially if it's wriggling. It felt good to be tunneling again. This is what dwarfs were born to do. The earth felt right between his fingers, and soon he settled into his distant rhythm, scooping muck between his grinding teeth, breathing through slitted nostrils, and popping waste material out the other end. Mulch's hair antennae informed him that there were no vibrations on the surface, so he kicked upward using the last vestiges of his dwarf gas to propel himself from his hole. Holly caught him 4 feet above the ground. Charming, she said. What can I tell you? Said Mulch unapologetically.
I'm a force of nature. You're up there all that time. Yes, just in case things got out of hand. You put on quite a show. Mort slapped the clay from his clothes. Couple neutrino blasts could have saved me a lot of digging. Holly smiled in spooky imitation of Artemis. That's not in the plan. And we must stick to the plan now, mustn't we? She draped a sheet of camfoil around the dwarf's shoulders and hooked him onto her moonbelt. Take it easy now, won't you? Said Mulch anxiously. Dwarfs are creatures of the soil. We don't like flying. We don't even like jumping too high. Holly opened the throttle on her wings, heading downtown. I'll be just as considerate of your feelings as you are of the LEPs. Mulch paled. Funny how this diminutive elf was much scarier than 2 6-foot hitmen. Holly, if I ever did something to offend you, I undeservedly... He never finished that particular sentence, because their sudden acceleration forced the words back down his throat. The Spear Needle. Arno Blunt walked Artemis to his cell. It was comfortable enough, with its own bathroom and entertainment system. There were a couple of things missing. Windows, and a handle on the door. Blunt patted Artemis on the head. I don't know what happened in that London restaurant, but you try anything like that in here, and I'll turn you inside out and eat your organs. He gnashed his pointy teeth to make the point and leaned close, whispering into Artemis's ear. Artemis could hear the teeth click with every syllable. I don't care what the boss says. You're not going to be useful for us, so if I were you, I'd be very nice to me. If you were me, responded Artemis, then I'd be you, and if I were you, then I'd hide somewhere far away. Oh, really? And why would you do that? Artemis looked him in the eyes, so Blunt could see the truth there. Because Butler is coming for you, and he's extremely annoyed. Blunt backed off a few steps. No way, kid. I saw him down. I saw the blood. Artemis grinned. I didn't say he was alive, I just said he was coming. You're just messing with my mind. Mr. Spiro warned me about this. Blunt edged out the door, never taking his eyes off of Artemis. Don't worry, Blunt, I don't have him here in my pocket. You have hours, maybe days before the time comes. Arno Blunt slammed the door so hard the frame shook. Artemis's grin widened. Every cloud has a silver lining. Artemis stepped into the shower, allowing the jet of hot water to pound him on the forehead. In truth, he felt a little anxious. It was one thing to formulate a plan in the safety of one's own home. It was quite another to execute that plan while trapped in the lion's den. And even though he would never admit it, his confidence had taken quite a pounding in the last few days. Spiro had outwitted him back in London, and without apparent effort. He'd strolled into the entrepreneur's trap as naively as a tourist on a back alley. Artemis was well aware of his talents. He was a plotter, a schemer, a planner of dastardly deeds. There was no thrill greater than the execution of a perfect plan, but lately his victories had been tainted by guilt, especially over what had happened to Butler. His old friend had been so close to death that it made Artemis queasy just to think about it. Things had to change. His father would be watching soon, hoping that Artemis would make the right choices. And if he didn't, Artemis Sr. would quite possibly take his choices away from him. He remembered his father's words. And what about you, Artie? Will you make the journey with me? When the moment comes, will you take your chance to be a hero? Artemis still did not have the answer to that question. Artemis wrapped himself in a robe monogrammed with his captor's initials. Not only was Spiro reminding him of his presence with the gold letters, but a motion-sensitive closed-circuit camera was following Artemis around the room. Artemis focused on the challenged task of breaking into Spiro's vault and stealing back the C-Cube. He had anticipated many of Spiro's security measures and packed accordingly. However, some were unforeseen and quite ingenious. But Artemis had fairy technology on his side, and Foley too, he hoped. The Centaur had been ordered not to help, but if Holly presented the break-in as a test, Artemis felt sure the Centaur would be unable to resist. Artemis sat on the bed, casually screening his neck. The microphone's latex covering had survived the shower, as Holly had assured him it would. It was comforting to know that he was not alone in his prison. Because the microphone operated on vibrations, Artemis did not have to speak aloud for his instructions to be transmitted. Good evening, friends, he whispered, his back to the camera. Everything proceeds according to plan. Taking it that Mulch made it back alive, I must warn you to expect a visit from Spiro's goons. I'm certain his personnel have been monitoring the streets. It should lull him into a false sense of security if he believes my people to be wiped out. Mr. Spiro has kindly given me a tour of the facility, and I hope you've recorded everything we need to complete our mission. I believe the local term for this kind of operation is heist. This is what I want you to do. Artemis whispered slowly, enunciating each point clearly. It was vital that his team members followed his instructions to the letter. If they did not, the entire plot could explode like an active volcano. And at the moment,
He was sitting in the volcano's crater. Pex and Chips were in a good mood. On their return to the Needle, not only had Mr. Blunt handed over their $5,000 bonus for the Mo Digens job, but he had also given them another assignment. The Needle's external surveillance cameras had picked up a black van parked opposite the main door. It had been there for over 3 hours, and a review of the tape showed the vehicle circling the building for over an hour looking for a space. Mr. Spiro had warned them to look out for suspicious vehicles, and this was certainly suspicious.
Go down there,
Blunt had ordered from his chair in the security office.
and if there's anything breathing inside, yes, some more than breathing outside my building.
This was the kind of instruction that Pex and Chips understood. No asking questions. No operating complex machinery. Just open the door, scare everything, close the door. Easy. They kidded around in the elevator, punching each other in the shoulder until their upper arms went numb. "We could make big bucks tonight, partner," said Pex, massaging his biceps to get the circulation going. "We sure could," enthused Chips, thinking about all the Barney DVDs he could buy. "This must be worth another bonus. $5,000 at least. Altogether, that's, There followed several moments' silence while both men counted on their fingers. "That's a lot of cash," said Pex finally. "Lot of cash," agreed Chips. Juliet had her binoculars trained on the Needle's revolving door. It would have been easier to use the optics on a fairy helmet, but unfortunately her head had grown too large in the past couple of years. That wasn't the only thing to have changed. Juliet had transformed from gangly kid to toned athlete. She wasn't perfect bodyguard material, though. There were still a few wrinkles to be ironed out. Personality wrinkles. Juliet Butler was a fun-loving creature. She couldn't help it. She found the idea of standing poker face to the shoulder of some opinionated politician appalling. She'd go crazy from boredom. Unless Artemis asked her to stay on professionally. A person could never be bored at Artemis Fowl's side. But that was not likely to happen. Artemis had assured everyone that this was his last job. After Chicago, he was going straight. If there was an after Chicago. This stakeout business was boring, too. Sitting quietly was not in Juliet's nature. Her hyperactive disposition had caused her to fail more than one class in Madame Co's academy. "Be at peace with yourself, girl," the Japanese instructor had said. "Find that quiet place at your core and inhabit it." Juliet generally had to stifle a yawn when Madame Co started on the Kung Fu wisdom stuff. Butler, on the other hand, had eaten it up. He was forever finding his quiet place and inhabiting it. In fact, he only came out of his quiet place to pulverize whoever was threatening Artemis at the time. Maybe that was why he had his blue diamond tattoo and Juliet didn't. Two burly figures emerged from the Needle. They were grinning and punching each other on the shoulder. "Captain Short, we're on," said Juliet into a walkie-talkie, turned to Holly's frequency. "Understood," responded Holly from her position above the Spiro Needle. "How many hostiles?" "2. Big and dumb. You need backup?" "Negative." "I'll rack these two. You can have a word on your return." "Okay, I'll be done in 5, as soon as I've had a talk with Foley. And Juliet, don't mark them." "Understood." Juliet switched off the radio and climbed into the rear of the van. She swept a pile of surveillance equipment under a folded-up seat, just in case the two heavies actually managed to incapacitate her. It wasn't likely, but her brother would have hidden the incriminating equipment just in case. Juliet pulled off her suit jacket and placed a baseball cap backward on her head. She then popped the rear window and clambered out onto the road. Pex and Chips crossed State Street to the suspect van. It certainly looked suspicious, with its blacked-out windows, but the pair were not unduly concerned. Every testosterone-fueled college freshman had blacked-out windows these days. "What you think?" Pex asked his partner. Chips curled his fingers into fists. "I think we don't bother knocking." Pex nodded. This was the plan they generally went with. Chips would have proceeded to wrench the door from its hinges had not a young lady appeared from around the hood. "You guys looking for my dad?" said the girl in perfect MTV tones. "People are always, looking for him, and he's never around. Daddy's so not here, and I mean that literally and spiritually." Pex and Chips blinked in unison, the blink being universal body language for, "Huh?" This girl was stunning, but she might as well have been talking Greek for all the comprehension that registered on the security men's faces. Spirituality had 5 syllables, for heaven's sake. "You own this van?" asked Chips, taking the offensive. The girl twisted her ponytail. "As much as any of us can, own anything. One world, one people, right, man? Ownership is an illusion. Maybe we don't even own our own bodies. We could be the daydreams of some greater spirit." Pex cracked. "Do you own the van or not?" he shouted, wrapping thumb and forefinger around the girl's neck. The girl nodded. There wasn't enough air in her windpipe for speech. That's better. Anyone inside? A shake of the head this time. Pex relaxed his grip slightly. How many more in the family? The girl answered in a whisper, using as little air as possible. 7. Dad, Mom, 2 grandparents, and the triplets, Bo, Mo, and Joe. They went for sushi. Pex cheered up considerably. Triplets and grandparents, that didn't sound like any problem. Okay. We wait. Open the door, kid. Sushi? Said Chips. That's raw fish. You ever have that, buddy? Pex held the girl by the neck while she fiddled with the key. Yeah, I bought some in the supermarket once. Was it good? Yeah, I threw it in the deep fat fryer for like 10 minutes. Not bad. The girl slid back the van, climbing into the interior. Pex and Chips followed, ducked under the rim. Pex released the girl's neck momentarily to take the step. That was his mistake. A properly trained private enforcer would never allow an unearthed prisoner to lead the way to an unsecured vehicle. The girl stumbled accidentally, dropping to both knees on the interior's carpet. Sushi, said Pex. It's good with French fries. Then the girl's foot snapped back, catching him in the chest. The hard muscle collapsed, gasping onto the floor. Oops, the girl said, straightening. Accident. Chips thought he must be having some kind of waking dream, because there was no way little Pop Princess clone could have decked 200 pounds of muscle and attitude. You just... he stuttered. That's impossible. No way. Way, said Juliet, pirouetting like a ballerina. The jade ring in her ponytail swung around, loaded with centrifugal force. It struck Chips between the eyeballs like a stone from a sling. He staggered backward, landing in a heap on the leatherette sofa. Behind her, Pex's breath was returning. His eyeballs stopped rolling wildly, focusing on his assailant. Hi, said Juliet, bending over him. Guess what? What? Said Pex. You're not supposed to deep fry sushi, said the girl, clapping the assassin on both temples with the palms of her hands. Unconsciousness was immediate. Mulch emerged from the bathroom, buttoning the bum flap on his tunneling trousers. What did I miss? He asked. Holly hovered 100 feet above Chicago's downtown district, locally known as the Loop. After the curve of elevated track that enclosed the area, she was up there for 2 reasons. First, they needed an X-ray scan of the Spiro Needle in order to construct 3D blueprints. And second, she wanted to talk to Foley alone. She spotted a stone eagle perched on the roof of an early 20th century apartment block, and alighted on its head. She'd have to move from her perch after a few minutes, or the shield vibration would begin to pulverize the rock. Juliet's voice sounded in her earpiece. Captain Short, we're on. Understood, responded Holly. How many hostiles? 2. Big and dumb. You need backup? Negative. I'll wrap these 2. You can have word on your return. Okay, I'll be done in 5, as soon as I've had a talk with Foley. And Juliet, don't mark them. Understood. Holly smiled. Juliet was a piece of work. A chip off the butler block. But she was a wild card, even on a stakeout mission. She couldn't stop chattering for more than 10 seconds. None of her brother's discipline. She's a happy teenager, a kid. Artemis had no business dragging her into this crazy scheme. But there was something about the Irish boy that made you forget your reservations. In the past 16 months, she had fought a troll for him, healed his entire family, and dived into the Arctic Ocean. Now she was preparing to disobey a direct order from Commander Root. She opened a channel to LEP operations. Foley, are you listening? Nothing for several seconds. Then the Centaur's voice burst through the helmet's microspeaker.
Holly, hold on. You're a bit fuzzy. I'm just going to fine-tune the wavelength. Talk to me. Say something. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Trolls in a tantrum cause terrible trouble. Okay, gotcha. Crystal clear. How goes it in the land of mud?
Holly gazed down at the city below her. No mud here. Just glass, steel, and computers. You'd like it.
Oh, no, not me. Mudmen are mudmen, no matter if they're wearing suits or loincloths. The only good thing about humans is the television. All we get on PPTV is reruns. I'm almost sorry the Goblin General's trial was over. Guilty on all counts, thanks to you. Sentencing is next month.
Anxiety loosened its grip on Holly's stomach. Guilty? Oh, thank heaven. Things can finally go back to normal. Foley snickered.
Normal? You're in the wrong job for normal. You can kiss normal goodbye if we don't get Artemis's gizmo back from Spiro.
The Centaur was right. Her life had not been normal since she'd been promoted to recon from the Vice Squad. But did she really want a normal life? Wasn't that the reason why she transferred from Vice in the first place?
So why the call?
said Foley.
Feeling a bit homesick, are you?
No, replied Holly. And it was true. She wasn't. The elf captain had barely thought of Haven since Artemis had embroiled her in his latest intrigue. I need your advice.
Advice? Oh, really? There wouldn't be another way of asking for help now, would it? I believe Commander Root's words were, "You got what you got. Rules are rules, Holly."
Holly sighed. Yes, Foley, rules are rules. Julius knows best.
That's right, Julius knows best,
said Foley, but he didn't sound convinced. You probably couldn't help anyway. Spiro security is pretty advanced. Foley snorted, and a centaur snorting is something to hear.
Yeah, sure, what's he got? A couple of tin cans and a dog? Oh, scary.
No, it's, there's stuff in this building I've never seen before. Smart stuff. A small liquid crystal screen flickered to life in the corner of Holly's visor. Foley was broadcasting a visual from Police Plaza. Technically not something he should be doing for an unofficial operation. The centaur was curious.
I know what you're doing, by the way,
said Foley, wagging a finger. You have no idea what you mean, said Holly innocently.
You probably couldn't help anyway. Spiro security's pretty advanced,
mimicked the centaur.
You're trying to light a fire on my ego. I'm not stupid, Holly.
Okay, maybe I am. Do you want the straight truth?
Are you going to tell me the truth now? Interesting tactic for the LEP.
The Spiro Needle's a fortress. There's no way that we can get in without you. Even Artemis admits it. We're not looking for equipment or extra ferry power, just advice over the airwaves. Maybe a bit of camera work. Keep the lines open, that's all I'm asking. Foley scratched his chin.
No way in, eh? Even Artemis admits it.
We can't do it without Foley. His exact words. The centaur struggled to keep the smugness from his features.
Have you got any video?
Holly took a handheld computer from her belt. Artemis shot some film inside the needle. I'm mailing it to you now.
I need a blueprint to the building.
Holly panned her visor left and right, so Foley could see where she was. That's why I'm up here, to do an X-ray scan. It'll be in your mainframe in 10 minutes. Holly heard a bell chime in her speakers. It was a computer alert. Her mail had arrived in Police Plaza. Foley opened the file.
Hey, key codes, okay. Cameras, no problem. Wait until I show you what I've developed for CCTV cameras. I'm fast-forwarding through the corridors. Dum-dee-dum-dee-dum. Oh, the vault. Pressure pads, antibiotic mats, motion sensors, temperature-sensitive lasers, thermal cameras, voice recognition, retina and gel thumbprint scanners,
He paused.
Impressive, for a mudman.
You're telling me, agreed Holly. A bit more than 2 tin cans and a dog.
If Fal's right, without me you're sunk.
So will you help? Foley had to milk the moment.
I'm not promising anything.
Yes?
I'll keep a screen open for you. But if something comes up...
I understand.
No guarantees.
No guarantees. I owe you a carton of carrots.
2 cartons. And a case of Beetlejuice.
Done. The centaur's face was flushed with the promise of a challenge.
Will you miss him, Holly?
He asked suddenly. Holly was caught off guard by the question. Miss who? She said, though she already knew.
The Foul Boy, of course. If everything goes according to plan, we'll be wiped from his memory. No more wild plots or seat-of-the-pants adventures. It'll be a quiet life.
Holly avoided Foley's gaze, even though the centaur could not see her. No, she said. I will not miss him. But her eyes told the real story. Holly circled the needle several times at various altitudes, until the X-ray scanner had accumulated enough data for a 3D model. She mailed a copy of the file to Foley in Police Plaza and returned to the van. I thought I told you not to mark them, she said, bending over the fallen hitman. Juliet shrugged. Hey, no big deal, fairy girl. I got carried away in the heat of battle. I just gave him a shot of the blue sparks and sent him on his way. Holly traced a finger around the perfectly circular bruise on Chip's forehead. You should have seen me, said Juliet. Bang, bang, and they were down. Never had a chance. Holly sent a solitary spark down her finger. It wiped away the bruise like damp cloth cleaning a coffee ring. You could have used the neutrino to stun them, you know. The neutrino? Where's the fun in that? Captain Short removed her helmet, glaring up at the teenage human. This is not supposed to be fun, Juliet. It's not a game. I thought you realized that, considering what happened to Butler. Juliet's grin disappeared. I know it's not a game, Captain. Maybe this is the way I deal with things. Holly held her gaze. Well, then maybe you're in the wrong line of work. Or maybe you've been in this line of work too long, argued Juliet. According to Butler, you used to be a bit of a wildcat yourself. Mulch emerged from the bathroom. This time he had been applying a layer of sunblock. It was the middle of the night, but the dwarf wasn't taking any chances. If this insertion went haywire, as it probably would, then he could very well be on the run by morning. What's the problem, ladies? If you're fighting over me, don't bother. I make it a point never to date outside my species. The tension deflated like a punctured balloon. Dream on, Hairball, said Holly. Nightmare, more like, added Juliet. I make it a point never to date anyone who lives in a dung heap. Mulch was unperturbed. You're both in denial. I have that effect on females. I don't doubt it, said Holly, grinning. The LEP captain unfolded a stowaway table and placed her helmet on top. She switched her helmet cam to project and opened the 3D plan of the Spiro Needle. It revolved in the air, a lattice of neon green lines. Okay, everyone, here's the plan. Team 1, burn your way in through the wall of the 85th floor, here. Team 2, going through the helipad door, here. Holly marked the entrances by tapping the corresponding spot on the screen of her handheld computer. An orange pulse appeared on the floating plan. Foley's agreed to help, so he'll be with us over the airwaves. Juliet, you take this handheld computer. You can use it to conference with us on the move. Just ignore the gnomish symbols. We'll send you any files you need to view. Wear an earpiece, though, to cut out the speakers. The last thing we need is computers beeping at the wrong moment. That little indent below the screen is a microphone. Whisper sensitive, no need to shout. Juliet strapped the credit card-sized computer onto her wrist. What are the teams? What are their objectives? Holly stepped to the 3D image. Her body was surrounded by strobes of light. Team 1 goes after the security and switches the vault. Team 2 goes after the box. Simple. We go in pairs. You and Mulch, Artemis and me. How now? Said Juliet, shaking her head. I have to go with Artemis. He's my principal. My brother would stick to Artemis like glue, and so will I. Holly stepped out of the hologram. Won't work. You can't fly and you can't climb walls. There has to be one ferry per team. If you don't like it, take it up with Artemis next time you see him. Juliet scowled. It made sense, of course it did. Artemis's plans always made sense. It was only too clear now why Artemis had not revealed the entire plan in Ireland. He knew she would object. It was bad enough being separated for the past 6 hours, but the most difficult phase of the mission lay ahead, and Artemis would not have a butler at his shoulder. Holly stepped back to the hologram. Team 1, you and Mulch, climb the needle and burn through on the 85th floor. From there you place this video clip on a CCTV cable. Holly held up what looked like a twist of wire. Loaded fiber optic, she explained. Allows for remote hijacking of any video system. With this in place, Foley can send the signal from every camera in the building to our helmets. He can also send the humans any signal he wants them to see. He'll also replace 2 oxygen cylinders with their own special mix. Juliet placed the video clip from her jacket pocket. I will enter from the roof, continued Holly. From there I proceed to Artemis's room. As soon as Team 1 gives us the all clear, we'll go after the C-Cube. You make it sound so easy, said Juliet. Mulch laughed. She always does that, he said. And it never is. At the base of the Spiro Needle. Juliet Butler had been trained in 7 martial arts disciplines. She had learned to ignore pain and sleep deprivation. She could resist torture, both physical and psychological. But nothing had prepared her for what she would have to endure to get into this building. The needle had no blind sides. There was 24-hour activity on each face, so they were forced to begin their ascent from the sidewalk. Juliet pulled the van around, double parking it as close to the wall as she could. They went out through the sunroof, draped in Holly's single sheet of camouflage foil. Juliet was clipped under the moon belt of Mulch's waist. She wrapped on Mulch's helmet. You stink. Mulch's reply came through the cylindrical transmitter in Juliet's ear. To you, maybe, but to a dwarf female, I'm the essence of a healthy male. You're the one that stinks, bud girl. To me, you smell worse than a skunk and a 2-month-old sock. Holly stuck her head through the sunroof. Quiet, she hissed. Both of you, we're on a tight schedule, in case you've forgotten. Juliet, your precious principal, is stuck in a room up there waiting for me to show you. In 5 minutes, we'll be past 4 already. The guards are due to change in less than an hour, and I still have to finish mesmerizing these goons. We've a 55-minute window here. Let's not waste it arguing. Why can't you just fly us up to the ledge? Basic military tactics. If we split up, then one team might make it. If we're together, then if one goes down, we all go down. Divide and conquer. Her words sobered Juliet. The fairy girl was right. She should have known that. It was happening again. She was losing concentration at a vital moment. Okay, let's go. I hold my breath. Mulch stuck both palms into his mouth, sucking any vestiges of moisture from the pores. Hold on, he said, having removed his hands from his palate. Here we go. The dwarf flexed his powerful legs, leaping 5 feet to the wall of the Spiro Needle. Juliet bobbed along behind, feeling for all the world as though she were underwater. The problem with riding a moonbelt was that, along with weightlessness, came loss of coordination, and sometimes space nausea too. Moonbelts were designed for carrying inanimate objects, not live fairies, and certainly not human beings. Mulch had not had a drink for several hours, causing his dwarf pores to open to the size of pinholes. They sucked noisily, latching onto smooth external surfaces of the Spiro Needle. The dwarf avoided the tinted windows, sticking to the metal girders. Though the pair was draped in a sheet of camouflage foil, there were still enough limbs sticking out for them to be recognized. Camouflage foil did not render the wearer completely invisible. Thousands of microsensors threaded through the material, analyzed and reflected the surroundings, but one shower of rain could short out the whole thing. Mulch climbed quickly, settling into a smooth rhythm. His double-jointed fingers and toes curled to grip the smallest groove, and wherever there were no grooves, the dwarf's pores adhered to the flat surface. His beard hair fanned out under the helmet's visor, probing the building's face. Juliet had to ask. Your beard? That's a bit freaky. What's it doing, searching for cracks? Vibrations, grunted Mulch. Sensors, current, maintenance men? Obviously he wasn't going to devote any energy to full sentences. Mulch climbed onto the narrow outcropping, directing his visor into the building. This room is no good, he said. My visor is detecting 2 motion detectors and a laser sensor. We need to move along. He scampered down the ledge, sure-footed as a mountain goat. This was his business, after all. Dwarves did not fall off things, not unless they were pushed. Juliet followed cautiously. Not even Madame Coe's academy could have prepared her for this. Finally, Mulch arrived at a window that satisfied him. Okay, he said, his voice streamed through Juliet's earpiece. We got a sensor with a dead battery. His beard hair latched onto the window pane. I don't feel any vibration, so nothing electrical running, and no conversation. It seems safe. Mulch trickled a few drops of dwarf rock polish onto the toughened pane. It liquefied the glass immediately, leaving a puddle of turgid liquid on the carpet. With any luck, the whole would remain undiscovered for the weekend. Oh, said Juliet. That stinks nearly as much as you do. Mulch did not bother returning the insult, preferring instead to tumble indoors to safety. He checked the moonometer in his visor. 4:20, human time. We're behind schedule. Let's go. Juliet hopped through the hole in the window. Typical mudman, said Mulch. Spiro spends millions on a security system, and it falls apart because of one battery. Juliet drew an LEP Neutrino 2000. She flicked aside the safety cap and pressed the power button. A button light changed from green to red. We're not in yet, she said, making for the door. Wait, hissed Mulch, grabbing her arm. The camera! Juliet froze. She'd forgotten the camera. They were barely a minute inside the building and she was already making mistakes. Concentrate, girl, concentrate. Mulch aimed his visor at the recessed CCTV camera. The helmet's ion filter highlighted the camera's arc as a shimmering gold stream. There was no way past the camera itself. There's no blind spot, he said. And the camera cable is behind the box. We'll just have to huddle close together behind the camouflage foil, said Juliet, her lip curling at the idea. Foley's image popped on the computer screen on her wrist. You could do that, but unfortunately cam foil doesn't work on screen. Why not? Cameras have better eyes than humans. Did you ever see a TV picture on a television? The camera breaks down the pixels. If we go down that corridor behind camouflage foil, we're going to look like 2 people behind a projector screen. Juliet glared at the screen. Anything else, Foley? Maybe the floor's going to dissolve into a pool of acid. Doubt it. Spiro's good, but he's not me. Can't you loop the video feed, Ponyboy? Said Juliet into the computer's microphone. Just send them a false signal for a minute. Foley gnashed his horsey teeth. I'm so unappreciated. No, I cannot set up a loop unless I'm on a site, as I was during the Foul Siege. That is what the video clip is for. I'm afraid you're on your own up there. I'll blast it then. Negatory. A neutrino blast would certainly knock out one camera, and possibly chain react along the entire network. You may as well dance a jig for Anno Blunt. Juliet kicked the skirting board in frustration. She was stumbling at the first hurdle. Her brother would know what to do, but he was on the other side of the Atlantic. A mere 20 feet of corridor separated them from the camera, but it might as well have been a mile of broken glass. She noticed that Mulch was unbuttoning his bum flap. Oh great, now the little man needs a potty break. This is hardly the time. I'm going to ignore your sarcasm, said Mulch, lying flat on the floor, because I know what Spiro can do to people he doesn't like. Juliet knelt beside him. Not too close. I hope your next sentence is going to begin with, I have a plan. The dwarf appeared to be aiming his rear end. Actually, you're not serious. Deadly. I have quite a considerable force at my disposal here. Juliet couldn't help smiling. The little guy was a dwarf after her own heart. Metaphorically. He was adapting to the situation just as she would. All we have to do is swing the camera about 20 degrees on its stand, and we have a clear run to the cable. And you're going to do that with wind power? Precisely. What about the noise? Mulch winked. Silent but deadly. I'm a professional. All you have to do is squeeze my little toe when I give you the word. In spite of arduous training in some of the world's toughest terrain, Juliet was not quite prepared to be involved in a wind offensive. Do I have to participate? It seems like a one-man operation to me. Mulch squinted at the target, adjusting his posterior accordingly. This is a precision burst. I need a gunner to pull the trigger so I can concentrate on aiming. Reflexology is a proven science with dwarves. Every part of the foot is connected to a part of the body. And it just so happens that the left little toe is connected to my... Okay, said Juliet hurriedly. I get the picture. Let's get on with it then. Juliet pulled Mulch's boot off. The socks were open-toed, and 5 hairy digits wiggled with dexterity no human toes possessed. This is the only way, unless you have a better idea. Juliet gingerly grasped the toe, its black curly hairs obligingly parting to allow her access to the joint. Now? Wait. The dwarf flicked his forefinger, testing the air. No wind. Not yet, muttered Juliet. Mulch fine-tuned his aim. Okay. Squeeze. Juliet held her breath and closed her fingers around the joint. The pressure sped up Mulch's leg in a series of jolts. The dwarf fought to keep his aim true in spite of his thrashings. Pressure built in his abdomen and exploded through his bum flap with a dull thump. Juliet could only relate the experience to crouching beside a mortar. A missile of compressed air shot across the room, heat blurs surrounding it like waves of water. Too much topspin, groaned Mulch. I loaded it. The airball spiraled toward the ceiling, shedding layers like an onion. Go right, urged Mulch. Right a bit. The unlikely missile impacted against a wall a meter ahead of its target. Luckily, the ricochet clipped the camera box, sending it spinning like a plate on a stick. The intruders waited with bated breath for it to settle. The camera finally creaked to a halt after a dozen revolutions. Well? Asked Juliet. Mulch sat up, checking the camera's ion stream through his visor. Lucky, he breathed. Very lucky. We have a path straight through. He slapped his smoking bum flap. It's been a while since I launched a torpedo. Juliet took the video clip from her pocket, waving it in front of her visor so Foley could see it. So I just wind this around any old cable, is that it? No, madman, sighed Foley, comfortable in his familiar role as unappreciated genius. That is a complex piece of nanotechnology, complete with macrofilaments that act as receivers, broadcasters, and clamps. Naturally, it leaches its power from the madman's own system. Naturally, said Mulch, trying to keep his eyes open. You need to ensure that it's firmly clamped to one of the video cables. Luckily, its multi-sensor does not have to be in contact with all the wires. Just one. And which ones are the video wires? Well, all of them. Juliet groaned. So I just wind it around any old cable? I suppose so, admitted the centaur. But wind it tightly. All the filaments have to penetrate. Juliet reached up, selected a wire at random, and wound the clip around it. Okay. There was a moment's pause while Foley waited for reception. Below the earth, picture-in-picture screens began popping up on the centaur's plasma screen. Perfect. We have eyes and ears. Let's go then, said Juliet impatiently. Start the loop. Foley wasted a minute delivering another lecture. This is much more than a loop, young lady. I'm about to completely wipe moving patterns from the surveillance footage. In other words, the picture they see in the surveillance booth will be exactly as they should be. Except you won't be in them. Just be careful never to stand still or you'll become visible. Keep something moving, even if it's only your little finger. Juliet checked the digital clock on the computer face. 4:30, we need to hurry. Okay, the security center is one corridor over. We take the shortest route. Juliet projected the schematic into the air. Down this corridor here, 2 rights, and there we are. Mulch strode past her to the wall. I said the shortest route, mud girl. Think laterally. The office was next to an executive suite, with a skyline view and floor-to-ceiling pine shelving. Mulch hauled back a section of the pine and knocked on the wall behind it. Plasterboard, he said. No problem. Juliet closed the door behind them. No debris, dwarf. Artemis said we want to leave any trace. Don't worry, I'm not a messy eater. Mulch unhinged his jaw, expanding his oral cavity to basketball proportions. He opened his mouth to an incredible 170 degrees and took a whopping bite out of the wall. A ring of tombstone teeth soon reduced the sheetrock to dust. A bit dry, he commented. Hard to swallow. 3 bites later they were through. Mulch climbed into the next office without a crumb dropping from his lips. Juliet followed, pulling the pine shelving across to cover the hole. The next office was not quite so salubrious, the dark cubby of a vice president. No city view, a plain metal shelving. Juliet rearranged the shelving to cover the newly excavated entrance. Mulch knelt at the door, his beard hair latching onto wood. Some vibration outside. It's probably the compressor. Nothing irregular, so no conversation. I'd say we're safe.
You could just ask me,
said Foley, his helmet earpiece.
I do have footage from every cameraman in the building. That's over 2,000 in case you're interested.
Thanks for the update. Well, are we clear?
Yes, remarkably so. Nothing on this floor except a guard on the lobby desk.
Juliet took grey canisters from her backpack.
Okay, this is where I earn my keep. You stay here. This shouldn't take more than a minute.
Juliet cracked open the door, creeping along the corridor on rubber-soled boots. Airplane-style lighting strips were inlaid in the carpet. Otherwise, the only lighting came from the exit boxes over the fire escape doors. The schematic on her wrist computer told her that she had 20 yards to go before reaching the security office. After that, she could only hope the oxygen rack was unlocked. And why shouldn't it be? Oxygen canisters were hardly high-risk objects. At least she would have ample warning if any personnel happened to be doing their rounds. Juliet crept panther-like down the corridor, her footfalls muffled by the carpet. On reaching the final corner, she lay flat, inching her nose around the bend. She could see the floor security station. Just as Pex had revealed her under the mesmer, the vault guard's oxygen canisters were slotted in a rack in front of the desk. There was only one guard on duty, and he was busy watching basketball on a portable television. Juliet inched forward on her stomach until she was directly below the rack. The guard had his back to her, concentrating on the game. "What the hell?" exclaimed the security man, who was roughly the size of a refrigerator. He noticed something in a security monitor.
"Move!"
hissed Foley in Juliet's earpiece.
"What?" "Move, you're showing up on the monitors!"
Juliet wriggled her toe. She'd forgotten to keep moving. Butler would never have forgotten that. Over her head, the guard employed the age-old method of rapid repair, slapping the monitor's plastic casing. The fuzzy figure disappeared. "Interference," he muttered. "Stupid satellite TV." Juliet felt a bead of sweat run along the bridge of her nose. The younger butler reached up slowly and slipped 2 substitute oxygen canisters into the rack. Oxygen canisters was a bit of a misnomer, but there was no oxygen in these canisters. She checked her watch. It might already be too late. Above the spare needle. Holly hovered 20 feet above the needle, waiting for the green light. She was not comfortable with this operation. There were too many variables. If this mission wasn't so vital to the future of the fairy civilization, she would have refused to participate in it altogether. Her mood did not improve as the night progressed. Team 1 was proving extremely unprofessional, bickering like a pair of adolescents. Although, to be fair to Juliet, she was barely beyond adolescence. Mulch, on the other hand, couldn't have found his childhood with an encyclopedia. Captain Short followed Team 1's progress on her helmet visor, wincing at each new development. Finally, and against all the odds, Juliet managed to switch the canisters. "Go," said Mulch, doing his best to sound military. "I say again, we have a situation at the Black Op Code Red thing." Holly shut off Mulch's communication in the middle of the dwarf's giggling fit. Foley could open a screen in her visor if there was a crisis. Below her, the spiral needle pointed spaceward like the world's biggest rocket. Low fog gathered around its base, adding to the illusion. Holly set her wings to descend, dropping gently toward the helipad. She called up the video file to Artemis's entry, to the needle on her visor, and slowed it down to the point where Spiro keyed in the access code for the rooftop door. "Thank you, Spiro," she grinned, punching in the key. The door slid open silently. Automatic lights flickered into life all along the stairwell. There was a camera every 20 feet. No blind spots. This didn't matter to Holly, as human cameras could not detect a shielded fairy, unless they were the type with an extremely high frame-per-second rate. And even then, the frames had to be viewed as stills to catch a glimpse of the fairy folk. Only one human had ever managed to do this. An Irish one, who'd been 12 years old at the time. Holly floated down the stairwell, activating an argon laser filter on her visor. This entire building could be crisscrossed with laser beams, and she wouldn't know it until she set off an alarm. Even a shielded fairy had mass enough to stop a beam reaching its sensor, if only for a millisecond. The view before her turned a cloudy purple, but there were no beams. She was certain that wouldn't be the case when they came to the vault. Holly continued her flight to the brushed steel elevator doors.
"Artemis is on 84, said Foley. "The vault is on 85, and Spiro's penthouse is on 86, where we are now."
"How are the walls?"
"According to the spectrometer, mostly sheetrock, steel studs, and wood paneling in the partition walls, except around key rooms, which are reinforced steel."
"Let me guess, Artemis's room, the vault, and Spiro's penthouse."
"Dead on, Captain, but don't despair. I've plotted the shortest course. I'm sending it to your helmet now."
Holly waited a moment until a quill icon flashed in the corner of her visor, informing her that she had mail. "Open mail," she said into the helmet mic, enunciating clearly. A matrix of green lines superimposed themselves in front of her regular vision. Her trail was marked by a thick red line. "Follow the laser, Holly. It's foolproof, no offensive." "None taken for now, but if this doesn't work, I'll be so offended you won't believe it." The red laser led straight into the belly of the elevator. Holly floated to the metal box and descended to the 85th floor. The guiding laser led her out of the elevator and down the corridor. She tried the door to an office on her left. Locked. Hardly surprising. "I'm going to have to unshield to pick this lock. Are you sure my pattern is wiped from the video?" "Of course," said Foley. Holly could imagine the childish pout on his lips. Holly unshielded and took an Omnitool from her belt. The Omnitool sensor would send an X-ray of the lock's workings to the chip and select the right bit. It even did the turning. Of course, the Omnitool only worked on keyhole locks, which, in spite of their unreliability, the mudmen still used. In less than 5 seconds, the door lay open before her. 5 seconds, said Holly. This thing needs a new battery. The red line in her visor ran to the office's centre, and then took a right-angled turn downward through the floor. "Let me guess, Artemis is down there." "Yes, asleep, judging by the pictures coming in on his iris cam." "You said the cell was lined with reinforced steel." "True, but no motion sensors in the walls or roof, so all you have to do is band through." Holly drew her Neutrino 2000. "Was that all?" She chose a spot adjacent to a wall air conditioner and peeled back the carpet. Underneath the floor was a dull metallic. "No trace, remember," said Foley in her earpiece. "That's vital." "I'll worry about that later," said Holly, adjusting the AC to extract. "For now, I need to get him out of there. Run a schedule." Holly adjusted the neutrino's output, concentrating the beam so it cut right through the metal floor. Acrid smoke billowed from the molten gash. It was immediately siphoned off into the Chicago night by the AC. "Artemis isn't the only one with brains around here," grunted Holly, sweat streaming down her face in spite of the helmet's climate control. "The AC stops the fire alarm going off." "Very good." "Is he awake?" asked Holly, leaving the last inch of a 2-foot square uncut. "Wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, to use Centurion imagery. A laser carving through the ceiling will do that to a person." "Good," said Captain Short, cutting through the final section. The metal square twisted on a final strand of steel. "Won't that make a lot of noise?" asked Foley. Holly watched the section fall. "I doubt it," she said. Chapter 10. Fingers and Thumbs. The Spirit Needle. Artemis Fowl's cell. Artemis was meditating when the first laser stroke cut through the ceiling. He rose from the lotus position, pulled a sweater over his pajamas, and arranged some pillows on the floor. Moments later, a square of metal fell to the floor, its impact silenced by the cushions. Holly's face appeared in the hole. Artemis pointed at the pillows. "You anticipated me." The LEP captain nodded. "Only 13 and already predictable. I presume you used the air conditioner to vacuum out the smoke." "Exactly. I think we're getting to know one another too well." Holly reeled a python line from her belt, lowering it into the room. "Make a loop at the bottom with the clamp and hop aboard. I'll reel you in." Artemis did as he was told, and in seconds he was clambering through the hole. "Do we have Mr. Foley on our side?" he asked. Holly handed Artemis a small cylindrical earpiece. "Ask him yourself." Artemis inserted the miracle of nanotechnology. "Well, Foley? Astound me." Below in Haven City, the centaur rubbed his hands together. Artemis was the only one who actually understood his lectures. "You're going to love this, mud boy. Not only have I wiped you from the video, not only did I erase the ceiling falling in, but I've created a simulated Artemis." Artemis was intrigued. "A sim? Really? How exactly did you do that?" "It's simple, really," said Foley modestly. "I have hundreds of human movies on file. I borrowed Steve McQueen's solitary confinement scene from The Great Escape and altered his clothes." "What about the face?" "I had some digital interrogative footage from your last visit to Haven. I put the two together and voila. Our simulated Artemis can do whatever I tell him, whenever I say. At the moment the sim is asleep, but in half an hour I may just instruct him to go to the bathroom." Holly reeled in her python cord. "The miracle of modern science. The LEP pours millions into your department, Foley, and all you can do is send mudboys to the toilet." "You should be nice to me, Holly. I'm doing you a big favour. If Julius knew I was helping you, he'd be extremely angry." "Which is exactly why you're doing it." Holly moved quietly to the door, opening it a crack. The corridor was silent and clear, but for the drone of panning cameras and the hum of fluorescent lighting. One section of Holly's visor displayed miniature transparent feeds from Spiro's security cameras. There were 8 guards doing their rounds on the floor. Holly closed the door. Okay, let's get going. We need to reach Spiro before the guards change. Artemis arranged the carpet over the hole in the floor. Have you located his apartment? Directly above us. We need to get up there and scan his retina and thumb. An expression flashed across Artemis's face. Just for a second. Scans. Yes. The sooner the better. Holly had never seen that look on a human boy's features before. Was it guilt? Could it be? Is there something you're not telling me? She demanded. The expression vanished, to be replaced by the customary lack of emotion. No, Captain Short. Nothing. And you really think that now is the time for an interrogation? Holly wagged a threatening finger. Artemis, if you mess with me now, in the middle of an operation, I won't forget it. Don't worry, said Artemis wryly. I will. Spiro's apartment was directly above Artemis's cell. It would have made sense to reinforce the same block. Unfortunately, John Spiro did not like the idea of anyone spying on him, so there were no cameras in his section of the building. Typical, muttered Foley.
Power-crazed megalomaniacs never like anyone to see their own dirty secrets.
I think someone's in denial, said Holly, focusing a tight beam from her neutrino at the ceiling. A section of the floating ceiling melted like ice in a kettle, revealing the seal above. Molten beads of metal ate into the carpet as the laser sliced through the flooring. When the hole was of sufficient diameter, Holly shut down the beam and popped her helmet camera into the space. Nothing appeared on the screen. Switching to infrared. A rack of suits sprang into focus. They might have been white. The wardrobe. We're in the wardrobe.
Perfect,
said Foley.
Put him to sleep.
He is asleep. It's 20 to 5 in the morning.
We'll make sure he doesn't wake up then.
Holly replaced the camera in its groove. She plucked a silver capsule from her belt and inserted it into the hole. Foley supplied the commentary for Artemis.
The capsule is its sleep adipa, in case you're wondering.
Gaseous?
No, brainwaves.
Artemis was intrigued. Go on.
Basically, it scans for brainwave patterns, then replicates them. Anyone in the vicinity stays in the state they're in until the capsule dissolves.
No trace?
None. And no after effects. Whatever they're paying me, it isn't enough.
Holly counted off a minute on her visor clock. Okay, he's out, providing he wasn't awake when the sleeper deeper went in. Let's go. Spiro's bedroom was as white as his suits, except for the charred hole in the wardrobe. Holly and Artemis climbed through onto a white shag carpet. They stepped through the doors of the closet into a room that glowed in the dark. Futuristic furniture. White, of course. White spotlights and white drapes. Holly took a moment to study a painting that dominated one wall. Oh, give me a break, she said. The picture was in oils, completely white. There was a brass plaque beneath. It read, Snow Ghost. Spiro lay in the center of a huge futon, lost in the dunes of its silk sheets. Holly pulled back the covers, rolling John Spiro onto his back. Even in sleep, the man's face was malevolent, as though his dreams were every bit as despicable as his waking thoughts. Nice guy, said Holly, using her thumb to raise Spiro's left eyelid. Her helmet camera scanned the eye, storing the information in its chip. It would be a simple matter to project the file onto the vault's scanner and fool the security computer. The thumb scan would not be so simple. Because the device was a gel scanner, the tiny sensors would be searching for the actual ridges and whorls of Spiro's thumb. A projection would not do. It had to be 3D. Artemis had come up with the idea of using a latex memory bandage, standard issue in any LEP first aid kit, the same latex used to glue the microphone to his throat. All they had to do was wrap Spiro's thumb in a bandage for a moment, and they would have a mold of the digit. Holly spooled a bandage from her belt, tearing off a 6-inch strip. It won't work, said Artemis. Holly's heart sank. This was it. The thing that Artemis hadn't told her. What won't work? The memory latex. It won't fool the gel scanner. Holly climbed off the futon. I don't have time for this, Artemis. We don't have time for it. The memory latex will make a perfect copy, right down to the last molecule. Artemis's eyes were downcast. A perfect model, true, but in reverse. Like a photo negative. Ridges where there should be grooves. Darvit! swore Holly. The mudboy was right. Of course he was. The scanner would read the latex as a completely different thumbprint. Her cheeks glowed red behind the visor. You knew this, mudboy! You knew it all along! Artemis didn't bother denying it. I'm amazed no one else spotted it. So why lie? Artemis walked around to the far side of the bed, grasping Spiro's right hand. Because there's no way to fool the gel scanner. It has to see the real thumb. Holly snorted. What do you want me to do? Cut it off and take it with us? Artemis's silence was response enough. What, do you want me to cut off his thumb? Are you insane? Artemis waited patiently for the outburst to pass. Listen to me, Captain. It's only a temporary measure. The thumb can be reattached. True? Holly raised her palms. Just shut up, Artemis. Just close your mouth. I thought you'd changed. The commander was right. There's no changing human nature. 4 minutes, persisted Artemis. We have 4 minutes to crack the vault and get back. Spiro won't feel a thing. Holly felt as though her helmet were shrinking. Artemis, I'll stun you, so help me. Think, Holly, I had no choice but to lie about my plan. Would you have agreed if I'd told you earlier? No, and I'm not agreeing now. Artemis's face glowed as pale as the walls. You have to, Captain. There's no other way. Holly waved Artemis away as though he were a persistent fly, and spoke into her helmet mic. Foley, are you listening to this insanity?
It sounds insane, Holly, but if you don't get this technology back, we could lose a whole lot more than a thumb.
I can't believe it. Whose side are you on, Foley? I don't even want to think about the legal ramifications of this. The centaur snickered.
Legal ramifications? We're a tad beyond the court systems here, Captain. This is a secret operation. No records and no clearance. If this came out, we'd all be out of a job. A thumb here or there is not going to make any difference.
Holly turned on the climate control in her helmet, directing a blast of cold air at her forehead. Are you sure we can make it, Artemis? Artemis ran a few mental calculations. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, we have no option but to try. Holly crossed to the other side of the futon. I can't believe I'm even considering this. She lifted Spiro's hand gently. He did not react, not so much as a sleep murmur. Behind his eyelids, Spiro's eyes jittered in REM sleep. Holly drew her weapon. Of course, in theory, it was perfectly feasible to remove a digit and then magically reattach it. There'd be no harm done, and quite possibly the injection of magic would clear up a few of the liver spots on Spiro's hand. But that wasn't the point. This was not how magic was supposed to be used. Artemis was manipulating the people to his own ends, once again.
6-inch beam, said Foley in her ear. Very high frequency. We need a clean cut. And give him a shot of magic while you're doing it. Might buy you a couple of minutes.
For some reason, Artemis was checking behind Spiro's ears. He said. Clever.
What?
Hissed Holly. What now? Artemis stepped back. Nothing important. Continue. 4 minutes was the textbook healing deadline. After that, there was no guarantee that the thumb would take. The skin would bind, but the muscles and nerve endings could reject. A red glow reflected from her visor as a short burst of concentrated laser beam erupted from the nozzle of her neutrino. One cut, said Artemis. Clean. Holly glared at him. Don't, Mudboy, not a word, especially not advice. Artemis backed off. Certain battles were won by retreating. Using her left thumb and forefinger, Holly made a circle around Spiro's thumb. She sent a gentle pulse of magic onto the human's hand. In seconds, the skin tightened, lines disappeared, and muscle tone returned. Filter, she said into her microphone. X-ray. The filter dropped, and suddenly everything was transparent, including Spiro's hand. The bones and joints were clearly visible below the skin. They only needed the print, so she would cut between the knuckles. It would be difficult enough reattaching under pressure without adding a complex joint in the equation. Holly took a breath and held it. The sleeper deeper would act more effectively than any anesthetic. Spiro would not flinch or feel the smallest jolt of discomfort. She made the cut. A smooth cut that sealed as it went. Not a drop of blood was spilled. Artemis wrapped the thumb in a handkerchief from Spiro's closet. Nice work, he said. Let's go, the clock is ticking. Artemis and Holly climbed through the wardrobe to the 85th. There was almost a mile and a half of corridor on this floor, and 6 guards patrolling it in pairs at a time. The routes were specially planned so that one pair would always have an eyeball sighting of the vault door. The vault corridor was 100 yards long and took 80 seconds to travel. At the end of that 80 seconds, the next pair of guards stepped around the corner. Luckily, 2 of the guards were seeing things in different light this particular morning. Foley gave them their cue.
Okay, our boys are approaching the corner.
Are you sure it's them? These gorillas all look the same. Small heads, no necks.
I'm sure. The targets are showing up bright and clear.
Holly had painted pecks and chips with a stamp generally used by customs and immigration for invisible visas. The stamps glowed orange when viewed through infrared filters. Holly pushed Artemis out to the door in front of her. Okay, go. And no sarcastic comments. There was no need for a warning. Even Artemis Fowl was not inclined to be sarcastic at such a dangerous stage of the plan. He ran down the corridor straight toward the two mammoth security guards. Their jackets protruded angularly beneath their armpits. Guns, no doubt. Big ones with lots of bullets.
Are you sure they're mesmerized? He asked Holly, who was hovering overhead.
Of course.
Their minds are so blank it was like writing with chalk on a board. But I could stun them if you'd prefer. No, panted Artemis. No trace. There must be no trace. Pex and Chips were closer now, comparing the merits of various fictional characters. Captain Hook rocks, said Pex. He'd kick Barney's purple butt 10 times out of 10. Chips sighed. You're missing the point of Barney. It's a values thing. Butt kicking is not the issue.
They walked right past Artemis without seeing him. And why would they see him? Holly had mesmerized them not to notice anybody out of the ordinary on this floor, unless they were specifically pointed out to them. The outer security booth lay before them. There were approximately 40 seconds left before the next set of guards turned the corner. The unmesmerized set. Just over half a minute, Holly. You know what to do. Holly turned up the thermocoils in her suit so they were exactly at room temperature. This would fool the lattice of lasers that crisscrossed the vault's entrance. Next, she set her wings to a gentle hover. Any more downdraft could activate the pressure pad underfoot. She pulled herself forward, finding perches along the wall where her helmet told her no sensors were hidden. The pressure pad trembled from the air displacement, but not enough to activate the sensor. Artemis watched her progress impatiently. Hurry, Holly, 20 seconds! Holly grunted something unprintable, dragging herself to within touching distance of the door. Video file Spiral 3, she said, and her helmet computer ran the footage of John Spiro punching the vault door code. She mimicked his actions, and inside the steel door 6 reinforced pistons retracted, allowing the counterweighted door to swing wide on its hinges. All external alarms were automatically shut off. The secondary door stood firm, 3 red lights burning on its panel. Only 3 barriers left now: the gel pad, the retina scan, and the voice activation. This kind of operation was too complicated for voice command. Foley's computers had been known to misinterpret orders, even though the Centaur insisted it was fairy error. Holly ripped back the Velcro strap covering the helmet, command pad on her wrist. First, she projected a 3D image of Spiro's eyeball to a height of 5 feet 6. The retina scanner sent out a revolving beam to read the virtual eyeball. Apparently satisfied, it disabled the first lock. A red light switched to green. The next step was to call up the appropriate soundwave file to trick the voice check. The equipment was very sophisticated and could not be fooled by a recording. A human recording, that is. Foley's digital microphones made copies that were indistinguishable from the real thing. Even stinkworms, whose entire bodies were covered with ears, could be attracted by a worm mating hiss from Foley's recording equipment. He was currently in negotiation with a fairy insect collection agency for the rights. Holly played the file through her helmet speakers. John Spiro. I'm the boss, so open up quick. Alarm number 2 disengaged. Another green light. Excuse me, Captain, said Artemis, an undercurrent of apprehension creeping into his voice. We're almost out of time. He unwrapped the thumb and stepped past Holly onto the red floor plate. Artemis pressed the thumb into the scanner. Green gel oozed into the severed digits' whorls. The alarm display flashed green. It had worked. Of course it had. The thumb was genuine, after all. But nothing else happened. The door did not open. Holly punched Artemis in the shoulder. Well? Are we in? Apparently not. The punching is not helping my concentration, by the way. Artemis glared at the console. What had he missed? Think, boy, think. Put those famed brain cells to work. He leaned closer to the secondary door, shifting his weight from his back leg. Beneath him, the red plate squeaked. Of course! Exclaimed Artemis. He grabbed Holly, hugging her close. It's not just a red marker, he explained hurriedly. It's weight sensitive. Artemis was right. Their combined mass was close enough to Spiro's own to hoodwink the scales. Obviously a mechanical device. A computer would never have been fooled. The secondary door slid into his groove below their feet. Artemis handled Holly the thumb. Go, he said. Spiro's time is running out. I'm right behind you. Holly took the thumb. And if you're not, then we go to plan B. Holly nodded slowly. Let's hope we don't have to. Let's hope. Artemis strode into the vault. He ignored the fortune in jewels and bearer bonds, heading straight for the cube's plexiglass prison. There were 2 bullish security guards blocking the way. Both men had oxygen masks strapped over their faces and were unnaturally still. Excuse me, gentlemen, would either of you mind if I borrowed Mr. Spiro's cube? Neither man responded. Not so much as a flicker of an eyebrow. This was undoubtedly because of the paralytic gas in their oxygen tanks, concocted from the venom of a nest of Peruvian spiders. The gas was similar in chemical makeup to the salve used by South American natives as anesthetic. Artemis keyed in the code, which Foley was reciting in his ear, and the plexiglass case slid open. The four sides of the plexiglass box descended into the column on silent motors, leaving the C-cube unprotected. He reached out a hand for the box. Spiro's bedroom. Holly climbed through the wardrobe into Spiro's bedroom. The industrialist lay in the same position in which she had left him, his breath regular and normal. The stopwatch on Holly's visor read 3:57 and counting. Just in time. Holly unwrapped the thumb gingerly, aligning it with the rest of the digit. Spiro's hand felt cold and unhealthy to her touch. She used the magnification filter in her visor to zoom in on the severed thumb. As close as she could figure, the two halves were lined up. "Heal," she said, and the magic sparks erupted from the tips of her fingers, sinking into the two halves of Spiro's thumb. Threads of blue light stitched the dermis and epidermis together, fresh skin breaking through the old to conceal the cut. The thumb began to vibrate and bubble. Steam vented from the pores, forming a mist around Spiro's hand. His arm shook violently, the shock traveling across his bony chest. Spiro's back arched until Holly thought it would snap. Then the industrialist collapsed onto the bed. Throughout the entire process, his heart never skipped a beat. A few stray sparks skipped along Spiro's body like stones on a pond, targeting the areas behind both ears, exactly where Artemis had been looking earlier. Curious, Holly pulled back one ear to reveal a crescent-shaped scar, rapidly being erased by the magic. There was a matching scar behind the other ear. Holly used her visor to zoom in on one of the scars. "Foley, what do you make of these?"
"Surgery,"
replied the centaur.
"Maybe our friend Spiro got himself a facelift.
Or maybe it's not Spiro," completed Holly, switching to Artemis's channel. "Artemis, it's not Spiro, it's a double. Do you hear me? Respond, Artemis!" Artemis didn't reply. Maybe because he wouldn't. Maybe because he couldn't. The vault. Artemis reached out a hand for the box, and a false wall hissed back pneumatically. Behind it stood John Spiro and Arno Blunt. Spiro's smile was so wide he could have swallowed a slice of watermelon. He clasped his hands, jewelry jangling. "Bravo, Master Fowl. Some of us didn't think you'd make it this far." Blunt took a $100 bill from his wallet and handed it to Spiro. "Thank you very much, Arno. Hope this teaches you not to bet against the house." Artemis nodded thoughtfully. "In the bedroom. That was a double. Yes, Costa, my cousin. Got the same shaped head. One or two cuts and we could be peas in a pod. So you set the gel scanner to accept his print? For one night only. I wanted to see how far you'd get. You're an amazing kid, Artie. No one's ever made it to the vault before, and you'd be amazed how many professionals have tried. There are obviously a few glitches in my system, something the security people will have to look at. How'd you get in here anyway? You don't appear to have Costa with you." "It's a trade secret." Spiro stepped down from a low platform. "No matter. We'll review the tapes. There are bound to be a couple of cameras you couldn't rig. One thing's for sure, you didn't do it without help. Check him for an earpiece, Arno." It took Blunt less than 5 seconds to find the earpiece. He plucked it out triumphantly, crushing the tiny cylinder beneath his boot. Spiro sighed. "I have no doubt, Arno, that this little electronic wonder was worth more than you'll make in a lifetime. I don't know why I keep you around, I really don't." Blunt grimaced. His teeth were plexiglass and half filled with blue oil. A macabre weave machine. "Sorry, Mr. Spiro." "You'll be sorrier still, my dentally challenged friend," said Artemis. "Because Butler is coming." Blunt took an involuntary step backward. "Don't think that mumbo-jumbo's scaring me. Butler's dead, I saw him go down." "Go down perhaps, but did you see him die? If I remember the sequence of events correctly, after you shot Butler, he shot you." Blunt touched his sutures on his temple. "A lucky shot." "Lucky? Butler's a proud marksman. I wouldn't say that to his face." Spiro laughed delightedly. "The kid's messing with your mind, Arno. 13 years old and he's playing you like a grand piano in Carnegie Hall. Get yourself a spine, man. You're supposed to be a professional." Blunt tried to pull himself together, but the ghost of Butler haunted his features. Spiro plucked the C-cube from its cushion. "This is fun, Artie. All this tough talk and repartee, but it doesn't mean anything. I win again, you've been outflanked. This has all been a game to me. Amusement. Your little operation has been most educational, if pathetic. But you gotta realize that it's over now. You're on your own, and I don't have time for any more games." Artemis sighed, the picture of defeat. "All of this has been a lesson, hasn't it? Just to show me who's boss." "Exactly. Takes some people a while to learn. I found out the smarter the enemy, the bigger the ego. You had to realize that you were no match for me before you could do what I have asked." Spiro placed a bony hand on the Irish boy's shoulder. Artemis could feel the weight of his jewelry. "Now listen carefully, kid. I want you to unlock this cube. No more blarney. I've never met a computer nerd yet who didn't leave himself a back door. You open this baby up now or I'm going to stop being amused, and believe me, you don't want that. Artemis took the blue cube in both hands, staring at its flat screen. This was the delicate phase of his plan. Spiro had to believe that once again he had outmaneuvered Artemis Fowl. Do it, Artie. Do it now. Artemis ran a hand across his dry lips. Very well. I need a minute. Spiro patted his shoulder. I'm a generous man. Take 2. He nodded at Blunt. Stay close, Arno. I don't want our little friend setting any more booby traps. Artemis sat at a stainless steel table, exposing the cube's inner workings. He quickly manipulated a complicated bunch of fiber optics, removing one strand altogether. The LEP blocker. After less than a minute, he resealed the cube. Spiro's eyes were wide with anticipation, and dreams of unlimited wealth danced in his brain. Good news, Artie. I want good news only. Artemis was more subdued now, as if the reality of his situation had finally eaten through his cockiness. I rebooted it. It's working, except... Spiro waved his hands. Bracelets tinkled like cat bells. Except! This better be an itty-bitty except kind of thing. Oh, it's nothing. Hardly worth mentioning. I had to revert to version 1.0. Version 1.2 was coded strictly to my voice patterns. 1.0 is less secure if you're a bit more temperamental. Temperamental. You're a box, not my grandmother, Cube.
I'm not a box, said Foley, the cube's new voice, thanks to the removed blocker. I'm a marvel of artificial intelligence. I live, therefore I learn.
See what I mean? Said Artemis weakly. The centaur was going to blow it. Spiro's suspicions must not be aroused at this stage. Spiro glared at the cube as though it were an underling. Are you giving me attitude, mister? The cube did not reply. You have to address it by name, explained Artemis. Otherwise it would answer every question within hearing distance of its sensors. And what is its name? Juliet often used the expression duh. Artemis never used such colloquialisms himself, but it would have been apt at this particular moment. Its name is Cube. Okay, Cube, are you going to give me attitude?
I will give you whatever it is in my processor's... I will give you whatever is in my processor's capacity to give.
Spiro rubbed his palms with childish glee, jewelry flashing like ripples in a sunset sea. Okay, let's try this baby out. Cube, can you tell me, are there any satellites monitoring the building? Foley went silent for a moment. Artemis could imagine him calling up his sat-track information on a screen.
Just one at the moment. Though judging from the iron tails, this building's been hit with more rays than the Millennium Falcon.
Spiro shot Artemis a glance. His personality chip is faulty, explained the boy. That's why I discontinued him. We can fix that at any time. Spiro nodded. He didn't want his very own technological genie growing up the personality of a gorilla. What about that group, the LEP Cube? He asked. They were monitoring me in London. Are they still watching?
The LEP, that's a Lebanese satellite TV network, said Foley, following Artemis's instructions. Game shows, mostly. Their footprint doesn't reach this far.
Okay, forget about them, Cube. I need to know that satellite's serial number. Foley consulted his screen.
Let me see. US, registered to the federal government, number ST1147W.
Spiro clenched both fists. Yes, correct. I happen to already have that information myself. Cube, you've passed my test. The billionaire danced around the laboratory, reduced to childish displays by his greed. I'm telling you, Artie, this has taken years off me. I feel like putting on a tuxedo and going to the prom. Indeed. I don't know where to start. Should I make my own money, or should I rip off someone else? Artemis forced a smile. The world is your oyster. Spiro patted the cube gently. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And I'm going to take every pearl it has to offer. Pex and Chips arrived at the vault door, guns drawn. Mr. Spiro, stammered Pex. Is this some kind of drill? Spiro laughed. Oh, look. Here come the cavalry. And eternally too late. No, this is not a drill. And I would dearly love to know how little Artemis got past you. The hired muscle stared at Artemis as though he had just appeared from nowhere. Which, for their mesmerized brains, he had. I don't know, Mr. Spiro. We never saw him. You want I should take him outside for a little accident? Spiro laughed. A short, nasty bark. I got a new word for you two dumbbells. Expendable. You are, and he isn't. Just yet. Get it? So just stand there and look dangerous. Otherwise, I may replace you with two shaved gorillas. Spiro gazed into the cube's screen, as though there were nobody else in the room. I reckon I've got 20 years left in me. After that, the world can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. I've no family, no heirs. There's no need to build for the future. I'm going to get sucking this planet dry. And with this cube, I can do whatever I want, to whoever I want. I know the first thing I'd do, said Pex. His eyes seemed surprised that the words were coming out of his mouth. Spiro froze. He wasn't used to being interrupted in mid-rant. What would you do, dumbbell? He said. Buy yourself a booth at Merv's Ribbon Roast? No, said Pex. I'd stick it to those phonetics guys. They've been rubbing Spiro Industries' nose in it for years. It was an electric moment. Not only because Pex had actually had an idea, but because it was actually a good one. The notion lit a thoughtful spark in Spiro's eyes. Phonetics. I hate those guys. Nothing would give me greater satisfaction than to destroy that bunch of second-rate phone freaks. But how? Now it was Chip's turn. I hear they're working on a new top-secret communicator. Superlife battery or something. Spiro did a double-take. First Pex, now Chips. Next thing you knew, they'd be learning to read. Nevertheless. Cube, said Spiro. I want you to access the Phonetics database. Copy the schematics for all their projects in development.
No can do, bossman. Phonetics is operating on a closed system. No internet connection whatsoever in the R&D department. I have to be on site.
Artemis coughed, clearing his throat. The cube can not scan a closed system unless the omnisensor is actually touching the computer, or at least close by. Phonetic is so paranoid about hackers that their research and development lab is completely contained, buried under several floors of solid rock. They don't even have email. I know because I've tried to hack it myself a few times. But the cube scanned the satellite, didn't it? The satellite is broadcasting, and if it's broadcasting, the cube can trace it. Spiro toyed with the links of his ID chain. So I'd have to go to Phonetics. I wouldn't recommend it, said Artemis. It's a lot to risk for the sake of a personal vendetta. Blunt stepped forward. Let me go, Mr. Spiro. I'll get those plans. Spiro chewed on a handful of vitamin supplements from a dispenser on his belt. It's a nice idea, Arno. Good work. But I'm reluctant to hand control the cube over to anyone else. Who knows what temptation they might yield to. Cube, can you disable the Phonetics alarm system? Can a dwarf blow a hole in his pants? What was that?
Nothing. Technical term. You wouldn't understand it. I've already disabled the phonetic system.
What about the guards, Cube? Can you disable them?
No problemo. I could remote activate the internal security measure.
Which is?
Tanks of vapor inside the air vents. Sleeping gas. Illegal, by the way, according to Chicago state law. But clever. No after effects. Untraceable. The intruder comes to lock you up 2 hours later.
Spiro cackled. Those paranoid Phonetics boys. Go ahead, Cube. Knock 'em out.
Night-night,
said Foley, with a glee that seemed all too real. Good. Now, Cube, all that stands between us and the Phonetics blueprints is an encrypted computer.
It don't make me laugh. They haven't invented a unit of time short enough to measure how long it'll take me to crack the Phonetics hard disk.
Spiro clipped the cube onto his belt. You know something? I'm starting to like this guy. Artemis made one last sincere-sounding attempt to contain the situation. Mr. Spiro, I really don't think that this is a good idea. Of course you don't, laughed John Spiro, tangling toward the door. That's why I'm bringing you along. Phonetics Research and Development Laboratories, Chicago's industrial sector. Spiro selected a Lincoln Town Car from his extensive garage. It was 90s models with fake registration. He often used a getaway vehicle. It was old enough to be unremarkable, and even if the police did get a shot of the plates, it wouldn't lead them anywhere. Blunt parked opposite the Phonetics R&D lab's main entrance. A security guard was visible at his desk behind the glass revolving door. Arno pulled a pair of fold-up binoculars from the glove compartment. He focused on the guard. Sleeping like a baby, he announced. Spiro clapped him on the shoulder. Good. We have less than 2 hours. Can we do it?
If this cube is as good as he says, then we can be in and out in 5 minutes.
It's a machine, said Artemis coldly. Not one of your steroid-munching associates. Blunt glanced over his shoulder. Artemis sat in the back seat, squashed between Pex and Chips. You're very brave all of a sudden. Artemis shrugged. What have I got to lose? After all, things can hardly get worse. There was a regular door beside the revolving one. The cube remotely activated the buzzer, admitting the band of intruders to the lobby. No alarms sounded, and no platoon of security guards came rushing to detain them. Spiro strode down the corridor, emboldened by his newfound technological friend, and the thought of finally putting Phonetics out of business. The security elevator put up no more resistance to the cube than a picket fence would to a tank, and soon Spiro and Co. were riding the 8 floors down to the sunken laboratory. "We're going underground," chortled Pex. "Down where the dinosaur bones are. Did you know that after 1,000,000,000,000 years, dinosaur dung turns into diamonds?" Usually a comment like that would have been shooting offense, but Spiro was in a good mood. "No, I didn't know that, Pex. Maybe I should pay your wages in dung." Pex decided that it would be a better financial decision if he kept his mouth shut from then on. The lab itself was protected by a thumbprint scanner. Not even gel. It was a simple matter for the cube to scan the fingerprint on the plate, then project it back on the sensor. There wasn't even a key code backup. "Easy," crowed Spiro. "I should have done this years ago."
A little credit would be nice,
said Foley, unable to hide his pique.
After all, I did get us in here and disable the guards.
Spiro held the box before him. "Not crushing you into a scrap metal cube is my way of saying thank you."
"You're welcome,"
grumbled Foley. Arno Blunt checked the security monitor bank. Throughout the facility, guards lay unconscious, one with half a ham sandwich stuffed into his mouth.
"I gotta admit it, Mr. Spiro. This is beautiful. Phonetics is even gonna have to foot the bill for the sleeping gas."
Spiro glanced toward the ceiling. Several camera lights winked red in the shadows. "Cube, are we gonna have to raid the video room on our way out?"
"It ain't gonna happen," said Foley, the method actor. "I wiped your patterns from the video."
Artemis was suspended by the armpits by Pex and Chips. "Traitor," he muttered. "I gave you life, Cube. I'm your creator."
"Yeah, well, maybe you made me too much like you, Fowl. Arum est potestas. Gold is power. I'm just doing what you taught me."
Spiro patted the cube fondly. "I love this guy. He's like the brother I never had." "I thought you had a brother," said Chips, puzzled, which was not unusual for him. "Okay," said Spiro. "He's like a brother I actually like." The phonetics server was located in the center of the lab, a monolithic hard drive with Python-like cables ripping out to various workstations. Spiro unclipped his new best friend from his belt. "Where do you need to be, Cube?"
"Just pop me down on the lid of the server. My omnisensor will do the rest."
Spiro complied, and in seconds schematics were flickering across the C-Cube's tiny screen. "I have them," crowed Spiro, his hands 2 fists of triumph. "That's the last snide email with stock prices I get from these guys."
"Download complete," said Foley smugly. "We have every phonetics project for the next decade."
Spiro cradled the cube against his chest. "Beautiful. I can launch our version of the phonetics phone before they do. Make myself a few extra million before I release the cube." Arno's attention was focused on the security monitors.
"Mr. Spiro, I think we have a situation here."
"Situation?" growled Spiro. "What does that mean? You're not a soldier anymore, Blunt. Speak English." The Kiwi tapped the screen as if that would change what he was seeing.
"I mean, we have a problem. A big problem."
Spiro grabbed Artemis by the shoulders. "What have you done, Fowl? Is this some kind of—" The accusation died before it could be completed. Spiro would notice something. "Your eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? They don't match." Artemis treated him to his best vampire smile. "All the better to see you with, Spiro." In the phonetics lobby, the sleeping security guard suddenly regained her senses. It was Juliet. She peeped out from under the brim of a borrowed cap to make sure Spiro had not left anyone in the corridor. Following Artemis's capture in Spiro's vault, Holly had flown them both to phonetics to initiate Plan B. Of course, there had been no sleeping gas. For that matter, there had only been 2 guards. One was taking a restroom break, and the other were doing the rounds of the upper floors. Still, Spiro wasn't to know that. He was busy watching Foley's family of sim security snoring all over the building, thanks to a video clip on the phonetics system. Juliet lifted the desk phone and dialed 3 numbers. 911. Spiro reached 2 fingers delicately into Artemis's eye, plucking out the iris cam. He studied it closely, noting the micro circuitry on the concave side. "This is electronic," he whispered. "Amazing. What is it?" Artemis blinked a tear from his eye. "It's nothing. It was never here, just as I was never here." Spiro's face twisted in sheer hatred. "You were here all right, Fowl, and you'll never leave here." Blunt tapped his employer on the shoulder, an act of unforgivable familiarity.
"Boss, Mr. Spiro, you really need to see this."
Juliet stripped off her phonetics security jacket. Underneath she wore a Chicago PD SWAT uniform. Things could get hairy in the R&D lab, and it was her job to make sure that Artemis did not get hurt. She hid behind a pillar in the lobby and waited for the sirens. Spiro stared at the lab security monitors. The pictures had changed. There were no more guards slumbering around the facility. Instead, the screens played a tape of Spiro and his cronies breaking into phonetics. With one crucial difference. There was no trace of Artemis on the screen. "What's happening, Cube?" spluttered Spiro. "You said that we'd be all wiped from the tapes."
I lied. It must be the criminal personality I'm developing.
Spiro smashed the cube against the floor. It remained intact. Tough polymer, said Artemis, picking up the microcomputer. Almost unbreakable. Unlike you, retorted Spiro. Artemis looked like a doll between picks and chips. Don't you understand yet? You're all on tape. The cube was working for me. A big deal, so we're on tape. All I have to do is pay the security booth a visit and take the recordings. It's not going to be that simple. Spiro still believed that there was a way out. And why not? Who's going to stop me, little old you? Artemis pointed to the screens. No, little old them. The Chicago PD brought everything they had, and a few things they had to borrow. Phonetics was the city's biggest single employer, not to mention one of the top 5 subscribers to the police benevolent fund. When the 911 call came in from their offices, the duty sergeant put out a citywide call. In less than 5 minutes, there were 20 uniforms and a full SWAT team beating on the Phonetics doors. 2 choppers hovered overhead, and 8 snipers lined the roofs of adjacent buildings. No one was leaving the area unless they were invisible. The Phonetics security guard had just returned from his rounds and noticed the intruders on the monitors. Shortly after that, he noticed a group of Chicago PD tapping the door with their gun barrels. He buzzed them in. I was just about to call you guys, he said. There's a bunch of intruders in the vault. They must have tunneled in or something, because they didn't come past me. The security guard on a restroom break was even more surprised. He was just finishing off the sports section of the Herald Tribune when 2 very serious-looking men in body armor burst into the cubicle. ID, growled one, who apparently did not have the time for full sentences. The security guard held up his laminated card with a shaking hand. Stay put, sir, advised the other police officer. He didn't have to say it twice. Juliet slipped out from behind the pillar, joining the ranks of the SWAT team. She pointed her gun and roared with the best of them, and was instantly assimilated into the group. Their assault was cut short by a tiny problem. There was only one access point to the lab, the elevator shaft. 2 officers pried open the elevator door with crowbars. Here's our dilemma, said one. We cut the power, then we can't get the elevator up here. If we call the elevator up here first, then we tip off the intruders. Juliet shouldered herself to the front of the group.
Excuse me, sir. Let me go down on the cables. I blow the doors and you cut the power.
The commander did not even consider it. No, it's too dangerous. The intruders would have plenty of time to put 100 rounds into the elevator. Who are you, anyway? Juliet took a small gripper from her belt. She clipped it onto the elevator cable and hopped into the shaft. I'm new, she said, disappearing into the blackness. In the laboratory, Spiro and Co. were hypnotized by the monitors. Foley had allowed the screens to show what was actually happening on the upper levels. SWAT, said Blunt. Helicopters. Heavy armament. How'd this happen? Spiro smacked his own forehead repeatedly. A setup. This entire thing is set up. I suppose Mo Digance was working for you too. Yes. Packs and chips too, even though they didn't know it. You would never have come here if I'd suggested it. But how? How'd you do this? It's not possible. Artemis glanced at the monitors. Well, obviously it is. I knew you'd be waiting for me in the Spiro Needle Vault. After that, all I had to do was use your own hatred of phonetics to lure you here, out of your environment. If I go down, so do you. Incorrect. I was never here, and the tapes will prove it. But you are here, roared Spiro, his nerves shot. His whole body vibrated and spittle sprayed from his lips in a wide arc. Your dead body will prove it. Give me the gun, Arno. I'm going to shoot him. Blunt could not hide his disappointment, but he did as he was told. Spiro pointed the weapon with shaky hands. Pex and Chip stepped rapidly to one side. The boss was not known for his marksmanship. You've taken everything from me, he said. Everything. Artemis was strangely calm. You don't understand, John. It's like I told you. I was never here. He paused for breath. And one more thing. About my name. Artemis. You were right in London. It's generally a female name, after the Greek goddess of archery. But every now and then a male comes along with such a talent for hunting that he earns the right to use the name. I am that male. Artemis the Hunter. I hunted you. And just like that, he disappeared. Holly had been hovering above Spiro & Co. all the way from the Spiro Needle to the Phonetics building. She'd got permission to enter the facility minutes earlier, when Juliet had called to inquire about public tours. Juliet had put on her best QC voice for the tour guide. Hey, mister, is it okay if I bring my invisible friend? Sure is, honey, replied the guide. Bring your security blanket too if it makes you happy. They were in. Holly hovered at the ceiling level, following Artemis's progress below. The Mudboy's plan was fraught with risk. Spiro decided to shoot him in the needle, then it was all over. But no. Just as Artemis had predicted, Spiro had opted to gloat for as long as possible, basking in the glow of his own demented genius. But of course it wasn't his own genius. It was Artemis's. Artemis had orchestrated this whole operation from beginning to end. It hadn't even been his idea to mesmerize Pex and Chips. It was crucial that they planned the whole idea to invade Phonetics. Holly was ready when the elevator door opened. She had her weapon charged and target selected. But she couldn't go. Wait for the signal. Artemis directed out. Melodramatic till the end. And then, just when Holly was about to disregard her orders and start blasting, he spoke. I am that male. Artemis the Hunter. I hunted you. Artemis the Hunter. The signal. Holly squeezed the manual throttle on her wing ring, descending to an altitude of 3 feet. She clipped Artemis into a retractable cord on her moon belt, then dropped a sheet of camfoil in front of him. To everybody in the room, it would seem as though the boy had disappeared. Up we go, she said, though Artemis could not hear her, and opened the throttle wide. In less than a second, they were nestled safely among the cables and ducts that ran along the ceiling. Below them, John Spiro lost his mind. Spiro blinked. The boy had gone. Just gone. It couldn't be. He was John Spiro. Nobody outsmarted John Spiro. He turned to Pex and Chips, gesticulating wildly with the gun. Where is he? Huh? Said the bodyguards in perfect unison. Unrehearsed. Where is Artemis Fowl? What'd you do with him? Nothing, Mr. Spiro. We were just standing here playing the shoulder game. Well, Fowl said you were working for him, so hand him over. Pex's brain was churning. This was an operation akin to a blender mixing concrete. Careful, Mr. Spiro. Guns are dangerous. Especially the end with the hole. This isn't over, Artemis Fowl. Spiro roared at the ceiling. I'll find you. I'll never give up. You've got John Spiro's word on it. My word! He began to fire random shots, blowing holes in monitors, vents, and conduits. One even came within 3 feet of Artemis. Pex and Chips were not quite sure what was going on, but decided that it might be a good idea to join in the fun. They pulled out their weapons and began shooting up the lab. Blunt did not get involved. He considered his contract of employment terminated. There was no way out of this for Spiro. It was every man for himself. He crossed to the wall's metal paneling and began to dismantle it with a power screwdriver. A section dropped from its casing. Behind it a 2-inch cable space, then solid concrete. They were trapped. Behind him the elevator door dinged. Juliet was crouched in the lift shaft. We're clear, said Holly in her earpiece. But Spiro was shooting up the lab. Juliet frowned. Her principal was in danger. Knock them out with the neutrino. I can't. If Spiro is unconscious when the police arrive, he could claim a frame-up. Okay, I'm going in. Negative, wait for SWAT. No, you take the weapons, I'll handle the rest. Mulch had given Juliet a bottle of dwarf rock polish. She poured a little puddle on the elevator roof, and it dissolved like fat on pan. Juliet hopped to the carriage, crouching low in case Blunt decided to put a few rounds into the elevator. On 3. Juliet, I'm going on 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Holly drew a neutrino, locking all 4 targets into her visor's targeting system. She unshielded for accuracy. The vibration would throw her aim right off. For a few seconds, she would have to hide behind the foil with Artemis. Then Juliet pressed the button. Holly squeezed off 4 shots. Artemis had less than a minute to make his move. Less than a minute while Holly targeted and disarmed Spiro and co. The circumstances were hardly ideal. Screaming, gunfire, and general mayhem. But then again, what better time to implement the final step in this stage of the plan? A very vital step. The second Holly unshielded to fire, Artemis scrolled out a plexiglass keyboard from the C-Cube's base and began to type. In seconds he had hacked into Spiro's bank accounts, all 37 of them, in institutions from the Isle of Man to the Caymans. The various account numbers locked into place. He had access to each secret fund. The Cube quickly totaled up the funds. $2.8 billion US, not counting the contents of various safety deposit boxes that could not be touched over the net. 2.8 billion. Plenty to restore the Fowl's status as one of the top 5 richest Irish families. Just as he was about to complete the transaction, Artemis remembered his father's words again. His father, returned to him by the fairy folk. And what about you, Artie? Will you make the journey with me? When the moment comes, will you take your chance to be a hero? Did he really need billions of dollars? Of course he needed it. RMS potestas, gold is power. Really? Will you take your chance to be a hero? To make a difference? Because he could not groan aloud, Artemis rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. Well, if he was going to be a hero, he'd be a well-paid one. He quickly deducted a 10% finder's fee from the $2.8 billion, then sent the rest to Amnesty International. He made the transaction irreversible in case it weakened later on. Artemis wasn't finished yet.
There's one more good deed to be attended to. The success of this venture depended on Foley's being too busy watching the show to notice Artemis hacking into his system. He brought up the LEP site and set the codebreaker working on a password. It took 10 valuable seconds per minute, but he was soon flying around LEP microsites. Artemis found what he needed on the part profiles. Mulch Diggum's complete arrest record. From there, it was a simple matter to follow the electron trail back to the original search warrant for Mulch's dwelling. Artemis changed the date on the warrant to read the day after Mulch's arrest. That meant that all subsequent arrests and convictions were null and void. A good lawyer would have him out of prison in a heartbeat. "I've not finished with you yet, Mulch Diggums," he whispered, logging out and clipping the cube onto Holly's belt. Juliet came through the door so fast her limbs were a blur. She'd removed her helmet for better visibility, and the jade ring trailed behind her like a fishing lure on the end of a line. Butler would never take chances like this, she knew. He would have some perfectly practical, safe plan, which is why he had his blue diamond tattoo and she didn't. Well, maybe she didn't want a tattoo. Maybe she wanted a life of her own. She quickly assessed the situation. Holly's aim was true. The two guerrillas were rubbing their scorched hands and Spear was stamping his feet like a spoiled child. Only Blunt was on the floor going for his gun. Even though the bodyguard was on his hands and knees, he was almost at eye level. "Aren't you going to give me a chance to get up?" he asked. "No," said Juliet, whipping the jade ring around like the stone that felled Goliath. It struck the bridge of Blunt's nose, cracking it and effectively blinding him for a couple of minutes. Plenty of time for the Chicago police to get down the shaft. Blunt was out of the game. Juliet had expected to feel some satisfaction, but all she felt was sadness. There was no joy in violence. Pex and Chips felt they should do something. Perhaps disabling the girl would earn them a bonus from Mr. Spiro. They circled Juliet, fists raised. Juliet wagged a finger at them. "Sorry, boys. You have to go to sleep." The bodyguards ignored her, tightening the radius of their circle. "I said go to sleep." Still no response. "You have to use the exact word that I mesmerized them to respond to," said Holly in her earpiece. Juliet sighed. "If I must. Okay, gentlemen. Bonnie says go to sleep." Pex and Chips were snoring before they hit the ground. They'd just left Spiro, and he was too busy gibbering to be any threat. He was still gibbering when the SWAT team put the cuffs on him. "I'll talk to you back at base," said the captain sternly to Juliet. "You're a danger to your comrades and yourself." "Yes, sir," said Juliet contritely. "I don't know what came over me, sir." She glanced upward. A slight heat haze seemed to be drifting toward the elevator chute. The principal was safe. Holly holstered her weapon, buzzing up her shield. "Time to go," she said. The volume on her PA turned to minimum. Holly wrapped the cam foil tightly around Artemis, making certain no limbs were peeking out. It was imperative they leave while the elevator was empty. Once forensics and the press got here, even a slight shimmer in the air might be caught on film. As they flew across the room, Spear was being led from the lab. He had finally managed to calm down. "This is a setup," he proclaimed in his best innocent voice. "My lawyers are going to rip you guys apart." Artemis could not resist speaking as they floated past his ear. "Farewell, John," he whispered. "Never mess with a boy genius." Spiro howled at the ceiling like a demented wolf. Mulch was waiting across the street from the phonetics lab, revving the van like a Grand Prix driver. He sat behind the wheel on an orange crate, with a short plank tapped to his foot. The other end of the plank was taped to the accelerator. Juliet studied the system nervously. "Shouldn't you untie that foot, in case you need to use the brake?" "Brake?" Mulch laughed. "Why would I use the brake? I'm not doing my driving test here." In the back of the van, Artemis and Holly simultaneously reached for their seatbelts. Chapter 11. The Invisible Man. Foul Manor. They reached Ireland without major incident, though Mulch did attempt to escape Holly's custody 15 times, including once on the Learjet, where he was discovered in the washroom with a parachute and a bottle of dwarf rock polish. Holly did not let him out of her sight after that. Butler was waiting for them at Foul Manor's front door. "Welcome back. Glad to see everyone's alive. Now I need to go." Artemis put a hand on his arm. "Old friend, you're in no condition to go anywhere." Butler was determined. "One last mission, Artemis. I've no choice. Anyway, I've been doing Pilates. I feel much more limber." "Blunt?" "Yes." "But he's in prison," protested Juliet. Butler shook his head. "Not anymore." Artemis could see that his bodyguard was not about to be turned from his path. "At least take Holly. She can be of some help." Butler winked at the elf. "I was counting on it." The Chicago police had put Arno Blunt in a wagon with a couple of officers. 2 would be sufficient, they reasoned, since the perp was handcuffed and manacled.
They revised this opinion when the van was discovered 6 miles south of Chicago, with the officers manacled, and no sign of the suspect. To quote Sergeant Iggy Lebowski's report, "The guy ripped those handcuffs apart as though they were links in a paper chain. He came at us like a steam train. We never had a chance." But Arno Blunt did not escape clean. His pride had taken a severe beating in the Spiro Needle. He knew that word of his humiliation would soon spread through the bodyguard network. As Porkbelly LaRue later put it on the Soldiers for Hire website, Arno done got hisself outsmarted by some snot-nosed kid. Blunt was painfully aware that he would have to suffer chortles every time he walked into a room full of tough guys, unless he avenged the insult paid to him by Artemis Fowl. The bodyguard knew he had minutes before Spiro gave his address to the Chicago PD, so he packed a few spare sets of teeth and took the shuttle to O'Hare. Blunt was delighted to find the authorities had not yet frozen his Spiro corporate credit card and used it to purchase a first-class British Airways Concorde ticket to Heathrow, London. From there he would enter Ireland on the Rosslare Ferry, just another one of 500 tourists visiting the land of the leprechaun. It wasn't a terribly complicated plan, and it would have worked if it hadn't been for one thing. The passport official in Heathrow just happened to be Sid Commons, the ex-Green Beret who had served with Butler on bodyguard duty in Monte Carlo. The second Blunt opened his mouth, alarm bells went off in Commons' head. The gentleman before him fit the description Butler had faxed to him perfectly, right down to the strange teeth. "Blue oil and water, if you don't mind." Commons pressed a button under his desk, and in seconds a squad of security men relieved Blunt of his passport and took him into custody. The chief security official took out his mobile phone as soon as the detainee was under lock and key. He dialed an international number. It rang twice. "Fowl residence. Butler. It's Sid Commons in Heathrow. A man came through you might be interested in. Funny teeth, neck tattoos, Kiwi accent. Our detective Justin Barr faxed out the description from Scotland Yard a few days ago. Said you might be able to ID him." "Do you still have him?" asked the manservant. "Yes, he's in one of our holding cells. They're running a check right now." "How long will that take?" "A couple of hours, max. But he's the professional you say he is. A computer check won't turn up anything. We need a confession to turn him over to Scotland Yard." "I'll meet you in the arrival hall under the departure board in 30 minutes, said Butler, severing the connection. Sid Commons stared at his cell phone. How could Butler possibly get here in 30 minutes from Ireland? It wasn't important. All Sid knew was that Butler had saved his life a dozen times in Monte Carlo all those years ago, and now the debt was about to be repaid. 32 minutes later, Butler showed up in the arrival hall. Sid Commons studied him as they shook hands. "You seem different. Older." "Battles are catching up with me," said Butler, a palm pressing his heaving chest. "Time to retire, I think." "Is there any point asking how you got here?" Butler straightened his tie. "Not really. You're better off not knowing." "I see. Where's our man?" Commons led the way toward the rear of the building, past hordes of tourists and card-bearing taxi drivers. "Through here. You're not armed, are you? I know we're friends, but I can't allow firearms in here." Butler spread his jacket wide. "Trust me. I know the rules." They took a security elevator up 2 floors and followed a dimly lit corridor for what seemed like miles. "Here we are," said Sid eventually, pointing at a glass rectangle. "In there." The glass was actually a 2-way mirror. Butler could see Arno Blunt seated at a small table, drumming his fingers impatiently on the formica surface. "Is that him?" "Is that the man who shot in Knightsbridge?" Butler nodded. It was him, all right. The same indolent expression. The same hands that pulled the trigger. "A positive ID is something, but it's still your word against his. And to be honest, you don't look too shot." Butler laid a hand on his friend's shoulder. "I don't suppose..." Commons didn't even let him finish. "No. You cannot go in there, absolutely not. Be out of his job for sure, and anyway, even if you did pry a confession out of him, it would never hold up in court." Butler nodded. "I understand. Do you mind if I stay? I want to see how this turns out." Commons agreed eagerly, relieved that Butler hadn't pressured him. "No problem. Stick around as long as you like, but I have to get you a visitor's badge." He strode down the corridor, then turned. "Don't go in there, Butler. If you do, we lose him forever. And anyway, there are cameras all over this place." Butler smiled reassuringly, something he didn't do very often. "Don't worry, Sid. You won't see me in that room." Commons sighed. "Good, great. It's just that sometimes, when you get that look in your eye..." "I'm a different man now. More mature." Commons laughed. "That will be the day." He rounded the corner, his chuckles lingering in the air. He was no sooner gone than Holly unshielded beside Butler's leg. Cameras, hissed the bodyguard from the corner of his mouth. I checked the ion beams. I'm clear right here. She pulled a sheet of camouflage foil from her backpack, laying it on the floor. She then twisted a video clip around a cable tacked to the cell's outer wall. Okay, she said, listening to Foley's voice in her ear. We're in. Foley has wiped our patterns from the video. We're camera and mic proof now. Do you know what to do? Butler nodded. They'd been through this before, but Holly had a soldier's need to double check. I'm going to shield again. Give me a second to move, then I'll put the foil on and do your thing. I'll give you 2 minutes tops before your friend returns. After that, you're on your own. Understood. Good luck, said Holly, shimmering out of the visible spectrum. Butler waited a beat, then took 2 steps to the left. He picked up the foil and draped it over his head and shoulders. To the casual passerby, he was now invisible, but if anyone paused on their way down the corridor, something of the manservant's bulk was bound to be poking out from under the foil. Best to move quickly. He slid the latch on the cell door and stepped inside. Arno Blunt was not unduly worried. This was a bum rap. How long could you be held without charge, for heaven's sake? Not much longer, that was for sure. Maybe he would sue the British government for trauma and retire home to New Zealand. The door swung open a foot, then closed again. Blunt sighed. It was an old interrogator's trick. Let the prisoner sweat for a few hours, then open the door to make him think help was on the way. When no one entered, the prisoner would be plunged into an even deeper despair, even closer to the breaking point. Arno Blunt, sighed a voice from nowhere. Blunt stopped drumming his fingers and sat up straight. What is this? He snarled. Are there speakers in here? It's lame, guys. Really lame. I've come for you, said the voice. I've come to even the score. Arno Blunt knew that voice. He'd been dreaming about it since Chicago, ever since the Irish kid had warned him Butler would return. Okay, it was ridiculous. There were no such things as ghosts, but there was something about Artemis Fowl's stare that made you believe everything he told you. Butler, is that you? Ah, said the voice. You remember me? Arno took a deep shuddering breath, composing himself. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm not falling for it. What, I'm supposed to cry like a baby now? Because you found somebody who sounds like one of my... somebody I knew? There's no trick, Arno. I'm right here. Sure. If you're really right there, why can't I see you? Are you sure you can't see me, Arno? Look closely. Blunt's stare hopped wildly around the room. There's no one else in here. No one. He was certain of it. But there was a patch of air in the corner of the room. It seemed to be bending light like a floating mirror. Ah, you spotted me. I spotted nothing, said Blunt shakily. All I see is a heat blare. Maybe from a vent or something. Oh, really? Said Butler, throwing off the camouflage foil. To Blunt it seemed as though he had stepped from the air. The bodyguard stood up abruptly, catapulting his chair against the wall. Oh God, what are you? Butler bent his knees slightly, ready for action. He was older now, true, and slower. But the fairy magic had bolstered his reaction time, and he had so much more experience than Blunt. Juliet would have liked to handle this job for him, but there were some things you had to finish personally. I'm your guide, Arno. I've come to take you home. A lot of people waiting to see you. Home? Stammered Blunt. What do you mean, home? Butler took a step forward. You know what I mean, Arno. Home. A place you've always been headed. A place you've sent so many others, including me. Blunt pointed a shaky finger. You stay away from me. I killed you once. I can do it again. Butler laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. That's where you're wrong, Arno. I can't be killed again. Anyway, death is no big deal, not compared to what comes after. What comes after? There's a hell, Arno, said Butler. I've seen it. And believe me, so will you. Blunt was utterly convinced. After all, Butler had appeared from nowhere. I didn't know, he sobbed. I didn't believe it. I never would have shot you, Butler. I was just following Spiro's orders. You had him give the order. I was just a middleman. That's all I've ever been. Butler laid a hand on his shoulder. I believe you, Arno. You were just following orders. That's right. But that's not enough. You need to clear your conscience. And if you don't, I have to take you with me. Blunt's eyes were red with tears. How? He pleaded. How do I do that? Confess your sins to the authorities. Leave nothing out, or I'll be back. Blunt nodded eagerly. Prison was better than the alternative. Remember, I'll be watching. This is your one chance to save yourself. If you don't take it, I'll be back.
Blunt's teeth popped from his open mouth, rolling across the floor. Don't worry. I'll confess. I promise. Butler lifted the camouflage foil, concealing himself completely.
See that you do, or there'll be hell to pay.
Butler stepped into the corridor, stuffing the cam foil inside his jacket. Seconds later, Sid Cummins reappeared with his security badge. He caught sight of Arno Blunt standing stunned in his cell.
What'd you do, Butler? He said. Hey, it wasn't me. Check your tapes, he just went crazy. Talking to thin air, yelling how he wanted to confess.
He wants to confess? Just like that?
I know how it sounds, but that's what happened. If I were you, I'd give Justin Barr a call over at Scotland Yard. I have a feeling that Blunt's statement could clear up a lot of outstanding cases.
Cummins squinted at him suspiciously. Why do I have a feeling that you know more than you're telling?
Search me, said Butler. But feelings aren't evidence. And your own surveillance tapes will prove that I never set foot in that room.
Are you sure that's what they'll show? Butler glanced at the patch of air shimmering above Sid Cummins' shoulder.
I'm positive, he said.
Chapter 12. Mind Wipe. Foul Manor. The return trip from Heathrow took more than an hour thanks to some particularly strong turbulence and an easterly wind over the Welsh hills. When Holly and Butler finally touched down on the grounds of Foul Manor, the LEP were busy hauling their mind wipe gear up the avenue under cover of night. Butler unclipped himself from the moonbelt, leaning against the trunk of a silver birch. You okay? Asked Holly.
Fine, replied the bodyguard, massaging his chest. It's this Kevlar tissue. Handy if I get shot with a small caliber weapon, but it's playing havoc with my breathing.
Holly sheathed her mechanical wings. It's a quiet life for you from now on. Butler noticed an LEP pilot attempting to park his shuttle in the double garage, nudging the foul Bentley's bumper.
Quiet life,
he muttered, heading for the garage.
I wish.
Once Butler had finished terrorizing the pixie pilot, he made for the study. Artemis and Juliet were waiting for him. Juliet hugged her brother so tightly that the air was squeezed from his lungs.
I'm okay, little sister. The fairies have fixed it, and I'll live well over 100. I'll still be around to keep an eye on you.
Artemis was all business. How'd you fare, Butler? Butler opened a wall safe behind an air conditioning vent.
Pretty well. I got everything on the list.
What about the custom job? Butler laid out 6 small vials on the baize-covered desk.
My man in Limerick followed your instructions to the letter. In all his years in the trade, he's never done anything like this. They're in a special solution to stop corrosion. The layers are so fine that once they come into contact with the air, they begin to oxidize right away. So I suggest we don't insert them until the last possible moment.
Excellent. In all probability, I'm the only one who will need these, but just in case, we should all put them in. Butler held the gold coin up by its leather cord.
I copied your diary and fairy files onto a laser mini-disc, and brushed a layer of gold leaf. It won't stand up to close examination, I'm afraid, but molten gold would have destroyed the information on the disc.
Artemis tied the cord around his neck. It'll have to do. Did you plant the false trials?
Yes. I sent an email that is yet to be picked up, and I hired a few megabytes on an internet storage site. I also took the liberty of burying a time capsule in the maze.
Artemis nodded. Good. I hadn't thought of that. Butler accepted the compliment, but he didn't believe it. Artemis thought of everything. Juliet spoke for the first time. You know, Artemis, maybe it would be better to let these memories go. Give the fairy some peace of mind. These memories are part of who I am, responded Artemis. He examined the vials on the table, selecting 2. Now everybody, it's time to put these in. I'm sure the people are eager to wipe our minds. Foley's technical crew set up shop in the conference room, laying out a complex assembly of electrodes and fiber optic cable. Each cable was connected to a plasma screen that converted brainwaves to actual binary information. In layman's terms, Foley would be able to read the human's memories like a book and edit out what shouldn't be there. Possibly the most incredible part of the entire procedure was the human brain itself would supply alternative memories to fill the blank spots. We could do the mind wipes with a field kit, explained Foley once the patients were assembled. But field kits are just for blanket wipes. It would erase everything that's happened over the past 16 months. That could have serious implications for your emotional development, not to mention your IQ. So it's better that we use the lab kit and simply erase the memories that pertain to the people. Obviously, we'll have to erase completely the days you spent in fairy company. We can't take any chances there. Artemis, Butler, and Juliet were seated around the table. Technical gnomes swabbed their temples with disinfectant.
I thought of something, said Butler.
Oh, don't tell me, interrupted the centaur. The age thing, right?
Butler nodded.
A lot of people know me as a 40-year-old man. You can't wipe them all.
Way ahead of you, Butler. We're going to give your face a laser peel while you're unconscious. Get rid of some of the dead skin. We even brought a cosmetic surgeon to give your forehead a Dura injection to smooth out the wrinkles.
Dua?
Fat, explained the centaur. We take it from one area and inject it into another.
Butler was not enthused at the idea. This fat. It doesn't come from my behind, does it? Foley shuffled uncomfortably.
Well, it doesn't come from your behind.
Explain.
Research has shown that, of all the fairy races, dwarves have the greatest longevity. There's a miner in Poldine who's allegedly over 2,000 years old. Haven't you ever heard the expression, smooth as a dwarf's bottom?
Butler slapped away a technician who was attempting to attach an electrode patch to his head. Are you telling me that fat from a dwarf's backside is going to be injected into my head? Foley shrugged.
The price of youth. There are pixies on the West Bank paying a fortune for Dua treatments.
Butler spoke through gritted teeth. I'm not a pixie.
We've also brought some gel to cover any hair you might decide to grow in the future. And some dye to cover the cell corruption on your chest, continued the centaur hurriedly. By the time you wake up, your exterior will look young again, even if your interior is old.
Clever, said Artemis. I expected as much. Holly entered with Mulch in tow. The dwarf was wearing cuffs and looking extremely sorry for himself. Is this really necessary? He whined. After all we've been through. My badge is on the line, retorted Holly. The commander said to come back with you, or not at all. What do I have to do? I donated the fat, didn't I? Butler rolled his eyes. Please. No. Juliet giggled.
Don't worry, Dom. You won't remember a thing about it.
Knock me out, said Butler. Quickly.
Don't mention it,
grumbled Mulch, attempting to rub his behind. Holly uncuffed the dwarf, but stayed within grabbing distance. He wanted to say goodbye, so here we are. She nudged Mulch with her shoulder. So say goodbye. Juliet winked.
Bye, Smelly.
So long, Stinker. Don't go chewing through any concrete walls.
I don't find that kind of thing funny, said Mulch, with a pained expression. Who knows, we might see each other again.
Mulch nodded at the technicians, busy firing up their hard drives.
If we do, thanks to these people, it'll be the first time.
Butler knelt to the dwarf's level. You look after yourself, little friend. Stay clear of goblins. Mulch shuddered. You don't have to tell me that. Commander Root's face appeared on a roll-down screen erected by an LEP officer. Maybe you two would like to get married, he barked. I don't know what all the emotion's about. In 10 minutes you people won't even remember this convict's name.
We have the commander online, said a technician, a tad unnecessarily.
Mulch stared at the button camera mounted on the screen.
Julius, please. Do you realize that all of these humans owe me their lives? This is an emotional moment for them.
Root's rosy complexion was exaggerated by poor reception. I couldn't care less about your touchy-feely moment. I'm here to make sure this wipe goes smoothly. If I know our friend Fowl, he's got a few tricks up his sleeve.
Really, Commander, said Artemis. Such suspicion is wounding.
But the Irish teenager couldn't suppress a grin. Everybody knew that he would have hidden items to spark residual memories. It was up to the LEP to find them. Their final contest. Artemis stood and approached Mulch Diggums.
Mulch, of all the fairy people, I'll miss your services the most. We could have had such a future together.
Mulch looked a touch teary.
True. With your brains and my special talents. Not to mention your mutual lack of morals, interjected Holly.
No bank on the planet would have been safe, said the dwarf. I missed opportunity. Artemis tried his best to look sincere. It was vital for the next step in the plan.
Mulch, I know you risked your life betraying the Antonelli family, so I'd like to give you something.
Mulch's imagination churned with visions of trust funds and offshore accounts. There's no need, really. I thought it was incredibly brave, and I was in mortal danger. Exactly, said Artemis, untying the gold medallion from around his neck. I know this isn't much, but it means a lot to me. I was going to keep it, but I realized that in a few minutes it'll mean absolutely nothing. I'd like you to have it, or I think Holly would too. A little memento of our adventures. Gee, said Mulch, hefting the medallion.
1/2 ounce of gold.
Great. You really broke the bank there, Artemis. Artemis gripped the dwarf's hand.
It's not always about money, Mulch.
Root was craning his neck, trying to see more. What's that? What's he giving to the convict?
Holly snatched the medallion, holding it up for the camera. Just a gold coin, Commander. I give it to Artemis myself.
Foley glanced at the small metal.
Actually, this kills 2 stinkworms with 1 skewer. The medallion could have triggered some residual memories. Highly unlikely, but possible.
And the other stinkworm?
Maltz gets something to look at in prison.
Root mulled it over for several moments. Okay, he can keep it. Now get that convict into the shuttle. Let's get on with this. I've got a council meeting in 10 minutes. Holly led Mulch out, and Artemis realized that he really was sorry to see the dwarf go. But more than that, he was sorry that the memory of their friendship could soon be gone forever. The technicians descended like flies on a carcass. In seconds, every human in the room had electrodes attached to temples and wrists. Each set of electrodes ran through a neural transformer and onto a plasma screen. Memories flickered on the screens. Foley studied the images.
Way too early,
he announced.
Calibrate them to 16 months ago. Actually, make that about 3 years. I don't want Artemis planning his initial kidnap all over again.
Bravo, Foley, said Artemis bitterly. I was hoping you might miss that. The centaur winked.
That's not all I didn't miss.
On the pull-down screen, Root's pixelated mouth stretched into a smile. Tell him, Foley. I can't wait to see the human's face. Foley consulted a file on his handheld computer.
We checked your email. And guess what?
Do tell.
We found a ferry file just waiting to be delivered. We also ran a search on the internet in general. And lo and behold, someone with your email address has rented some storage megabytes. More ferry files.
Artemis was unrepentant. I had to try. I'm sure you understand.
Nothing else you want to tell us about?
Artemis opened his eyes wide. The epitome of innocence. Nothing. You're too clever for me. Foley took a small laser disc from a toolbox, sliding it into the drive of a network computer on the table.
Well, just in case, I'm going to detonate a data charge in your computer system. The virus will leave your files unharmed unless they pertain to the people. Not only that, but the virus will monitor your system for a further 6 months, just in case you have outwitted us somehow.
And you're telling me all this is because I won't remember it anyway? Foley did a little four-step, clapping his hands together.
Exactly.
Holly pushed through the door, dragging the metallic capsule behind her. Look what they found buried in the grounds. She flipped the lid, pouring the capsule's contents on the Tunisian carpet. Several computer disks and hard copies of Artemis's diary found across the carpet. Foley examined a disk.
Something else you forgot to mention.
Artemis was not quite so cocky now. His lifelines to the past were being cut one by one. It slipped my mind.
That's it, I suppose. There's nothing else.
Artemis returned to his chair, folding his arms. And if I say yes, you'll believe me, I suppose. Root laughed so hard it seemed the screen was shaking. Oh yes, Artemis. We trust you completely. How could we not after all you put the people through? If you don't mind, we'd like to ask you a few questions under the mesmer. And this time you won't be wearing sunglasses. 16 months previously, Artemis had successfully deflected Holly's hypnotic gaze with mirrored sunglasses. It was the first time he had outwitted the fairies. It was not to be the last. Well then, let's get on with it. Captain Short, barked Root. You know what to do. Holly removed her helmet, massaging the tips of her ears to get the circulation going. I'm going to mesmerize you and ask a few questions. It's not the first time you've been under, so you know that the procedure's not painful. I advise you to relax. If you try to resist, it could cause memory loss or even brain damage. Artemis held up his palm. Wait a moment. Am I right in thinking that when I wake up again, this will all be over? Holly smiled. Yes, Artemis, this is goodbye. For the last time. Artemis's face was composed, in spite of the emotions churning inside him. Well, then I have a few things to say. Root was curious in spite of himself. 1 minute, foul. Then nighty-night. Very well. First, thank you. I have my family and friends around me thanks to the people. Wish I didn't have to forget that. Holly laid a hand on his shoulder. It's better this way, Artemis, believe me. And second, I want you all to think back to the first time you met me. Remember that night? Holly shuddered. She remembered the cold individual who had attacked her by a magical hotspot in Southern Ireland. Commander Root would never forget escaping an exploding tanker by the skin of his wings, and Foley's first encounter with Artemis had been via recording of the negotiations for Holly's release. He'd been a despicable creature. If you take away the memories and influences of the people, continued Artemis, I might become that person again. Is that really what you want? It was a chilling thought. Were the people responsible for Artemis's transformation? And were they to be responsible for changing him back? Holly turned to the screen. Is it possible? Artemis has come a long way. Do we have the right to destroy all that progress?
He's right,
added Foley.
I never thought I'd say this, but I kind of like the new model.
Root opened another computer window on the screen. The Psych Brotherhood did this probability report for us. They say the chances of a reversion are slim. Val will still have a strong positive influence from his family and butlers.
The Psych Brotherhood, objected Holly. Argan and his cronies. And what exactly did we start trusting those witch doctors? Root opened his mouth to yell, but thought better of it. It wasn't something that happened every day.
Holly, he said almost gently, the future of our culture is at stake here. The bottom line is that Artemis's future is not our problem.
Holly's mouth was a grim slash. If that's true, then we're as bad as the Mudmen. The commander decided to revert to his usual mode of communication.
Listen to me, Captain, he roared. Being in command means making tough decisions. Not being in command means shutting up and doing what you're told. Now mesmerize those humans before we lose the link.
Yes, sir. Whatever you say, sir. Holly stood directly in front of Artemis, careful to make eye contact. Goodbye, Holly. I won't see you again, though I'm sure you'll see me. Just relax, Artemis. Deep breaths. When Holly spoke again, her voice was layered with bass and alto, the hypnotic layers of the mesmer. That was some job we did on Spiro, eh? Artemis smiled sleepily. Yes, the last adventure. No more hearting people. How do you come up with these plans? Artemis's lids drooped. Natural ability, I suppose. Handed down by generations of fowls. I bet you'd do anything to hang on to your fairy memories. Almost anything. So what did you do? Artemis smiled. I played a few little tricks. What kind of tricks? Pressed Holly. It's a secret. I can't tell you. Holly added a few more layers to her voice. Tell me, Artemis. It'll be our secret. A vein pulsed in Artemis's temple. You won't tell? You won't tell the fairies? Holly glanced guiltily at the screen. Root gestured at her to continue. I won't tell. It'll be just between us. Butler hid a capsule in the maze. And? I sent myself an email, but I expect Foley to find that. It's to throw him off guard. Very clever. Is there anything you don't expect him to find? Artemis smiled craftily. Butler buried a capsule in the grounds, and I hid a file on an internet storage site. Foley's data chart won't affect it. The provider will mail me a reminder in 6 months. When I retrieve the data, it should trigger residual memories and possibly total recall. Anything else? No. The storage site is our last hope. If the Centaur finds that, then the fairy world is lost to me forever. Root's image crackled on the screen.
Okay, the uplink is breaking up. Knock them out and wipe them. Tape the whole process. I won't believe Artemis is out of the game until I see the footage.
Commander, maybe I should ask the others a few questions.
Negative, Captain. Farl said it himself. The storage site was their last hope. Hook them up and run the program.
The commander's image disappeared in waves of static. Yes, sir. Holly turned to the technical crew. You heard the ferry. Let's go. Sun up is in a couple of hours. I want us below ground before that. The techies checked that the electrodes had strong contacts, then unwrapped 3 sets of sleep goggles. I'll do that, said Holly, taking the masks. She hooked the elastic over Juliet's ponytail. You know something, she said. Personal protection is a cold business. You've too much heart for it. Juliet nodded slowly. I'll try to hold on to that thought. Holly settled the eyepieces gently. I'll keep an eye on you. Juliet smiled. See you in my dreams. Holly pressed a small button on the sleep mask, and a combination of hypno lights in the eyepieces and a sedative administered through the seals knocked Juliet out in less than 5 seconds. Butler was next. The technical crew had added a length of elastic to the max strap, so that it could encircle his shaven crown.
Make sure Foley doesn't go crazy with that mind wiper, said the bodyguard. I don't want to wake up with 4 decades of nothing in my head.
Don't worry, said Holly reassuringly. Foley generally knows what he's doing.
Good. Remember, if the people ever do need help, I'm available.
Holly pressed a button. I'll remember that, she whispered. Artemis was last in the line. In his mesmerized state, he seemed almost peaceful. For once there were no thought lines wrinkling his brow. And if Holly hadn't known him, he could almost seem like a normal 13-year-old human. Holly turned to Foley. Are you sure about this? The Centaur shrugged. What choice do we have? Orders are orders. Holly placed the mask over Artemis's eyes and pushed the button. Seconds later, the teenager slumped in his chair. Immediately, lines of gnomish text began to flash across the screen behind him. In the days of Frond, gnomish had been written in spirals, but reading in spirals gave most fairies migraines. Commence deleting, ordered Foley. But keep a copy. Sometime when I have a few weeks off, I'm going to find out what makes this guy tick.
Holly watched Artemis's life being written in green symbols on the screen. "This doesn't feel right," she commented. "If he found us once, he could find us again, especially if he goes back to being the monster he was." Foley tapped commands into an ergonomic keyboard.
Maybe. But next time we'll be ready.
Holly sighed. "It's a pity because we're almost friends." The centaur snorted.
Sure. Like you can be friends with a viper.
Holly suddenly shut her helmet visor, hiding her eyes. "You're right, of course. We could never have been friends. It was circumstances that pushed us together. Nothing more." Foley patted her shoulder.
That's the girl. Keep your ears up. Where are you going?
"Tara," replied Holly. "I'm going to fly. I need the fresh air."
You don't have clearance for a flight, objected Foley. Root will have your badge.
"For what?" said Holly, firing up her wings. "I'm not supposed to be here. Remember?" And she was gone, flying in a lazy loop through the entrance hall. She cleared the main door with inches to spare, climbing quickly into the night sky. For a second, her slim frame was backlit by the full moon, and then she disappeared, vibrating out of the visible spectrum. Foley watched her go. Emotional creatures, elves. In some respects, they made the worst recon operatives. All decisions were made from the heart. But Root would never fire Holly, because policing was what she was born to do. And anyway, who else would save the people if Artemis Fowl ever found them again? Mulch sat in the shuttle's holding booth, feeling extremely sorry for himself. He tried to sit on the bench without actually touching it with his tender behind. Not an easy task. Things did not look good, it had to be said. Even after all he'd done for the LEP, they were going to lock him up for at least a decade, just for stealing a few measly bars of gold. And it didn't seem likely that he'd get an opportunity to escape. He was surrounded by steel and laser bars, and would remain so until the shuttle docked in Haven. After that, it was a quick jaunt to Police Plaza, a summary hearing and off to a secure facility until his beard turned grey. Which it would, if he was forced to spend more than 5 years out of the tunnels. But there was hope. A tiny glimmer. Mulch forced himself to wait until all the technical staff had cleared their equipment from the shuttle. Then he casually opened his right hand, rubbing his temples with thumb and forefinger. What he was actually doing was reading the tiny note concealed in his palm, the one slipped to him by Artemis Fowl when they shook hands. "I have not finished with you yet, Mulch Diggums. On your return, tell your lawyer to check the date on the original search warrant for your cave. When you're released, keep your nose clean for a couple of years. Then bring the medallion to me. Together we'll be unstoppable. Your friend and benefactor, Artemis Fowl II." Mulch crumpled the note. He made a cylinder of his fingers and sucked the paper into his mouth. His dwarf molars quickly destroyed the evidence. Mulch breathed deeply through his nose. It wasn't time to pop the Scalian rockworm wine cork just yet. A review of his case could take months, possibly years. But there was hope. The dwarf wrapped his fingers around Artemis's medallion. Together they would be unstoppable. Epilogue. Artemis Fowl's diary. Disc 1. Encrypted. I've decided to keep a diary. In fact, I'm surprised that the idea has never occurred to me before. An intellect such as mine should be documented, so that future generations of Fowls can take advantage of my brilliant ideas. Of course, I must be careful with such a document. As valuable as it would be to my descendants, it would be more valuable to the law enforcement agents who are forever trying to gather evidence against me. It's even more important that I keep this journal a secret from my father. He's not himself since his escape from Russia. He's become obsessed with nobility and heroism. Abstract concepts is best. As far as I know, nobility and heroism are not accepted by any of the world's major banks. The family's fortune is in my hands, and I'll preserve it in the way I always have, through ingenious plots. Most of these plots will be illegal, the best always are. Real profit lies in the shadowy areas beyond the law. I have decided, however, out of respect for my parents' values, to change my criteria for victim selection. It would seem better for the world's ecology if several global corporations went bankrupt, and so I've resolved to help them on their way. Not victimless crimes, but ones where few tears will be shed for the injured parties. This does not mean that I've become a weak, a latter-day Robin Hood, far from it. I intend to reap substantial benefits from my crimes. My father's not the only one to have changed. Butler has grown old almost overnight. His appearance the same as ever, but he's slowed down considerably, no matter how he tries to hide it. But I will not replace him. He's been a loyal employee, and his expertise in matters of intelligence will be invaluable. Perhaps Juliet will accompany me when actual protection is needed, though now she claims that a life in personal protection is not for her. Next week she travels to the United States to try out for a wrestling team. Apparently she's chosen Jade Princess as her stage name. I can only hope that she fails the audition, though I doubt it. She's a butler, after all. Of course, I have some ongoing ventures which I can work out with the aid of a bodyguard. In recent years, I've developed software to divert funds from various bank accounts to my own. This software will have to be upgraded to stay ahead of the computer crime squads. Version 2.0 should be online within 6 months. Then there's my talent for art forgery. In the past, I've favored the Impressionists, but for now, some reason I'm drawn to more fantastical subject matter, such as the fairy creatures depicted by Arthur Rackham. But these projects must be suspended temporarily, for today I discovered that I am the victim of a conspiracy. The day began strangely. When I awoke, I experienced an instant of weakness. For a single moment before I opened my eyes, I felt content, my drive to accumulate wealth forgotten. This has never happened before. Perhaps the mood was left over from some magical dream, or perhaps my father's newfound positive attitude is contagious. Whatever the cause, I must be careful to avoid such lapses in the future. With my father in his current frame of mind, this is no time to lose my resolve. I must always remain driven. Crime is the way forward for the fowls. Aurum est potestas. Minutes later, a great mystery presented itself. As I washed my face at the basin, 2 tiny objects fell from my eyes. Close examination in the lab revealed them to be a semi-corroded tinted contact lens. Not only that, but a mirrored layer that had been added behind the tinted lens. Ingenious. Undoubtedly the work of a master craftsman. But to what purpose? It is strange, but even though I have no knowledge of these lenses or how they came to be in my eyes, I feel the answer is somewhere in my own brain, hidden in the shadows. Imagine my surprise when Juliet and Butler discovered mirrored lenses in their own eyes. These lenses are so clever they could have been my own invention, so obviously this unknown adversary must not be underestimated. I will track the culprit down, make no mistake. No clue will be left uninvestigated. Butler has a contact in Limerick, an expert in the field of lenses and scopes. He may recognize our intruder's handiwork. Butler's on his way there as I write. And so a new chapter begins in the life of Artemis Fowl II. In a matter of days, my father returns with his newfound conscience. I will be shortly shipped off to boarding school, where I'll have access only to a pathetic computer center, an even more pathetic laboratory. My bodyguard seems to be too old for physical tasks, and there is an unknown adversary planting strange objects on my very person. Overwhelming difficulties, you may think. An ordinary person would draw the shutters and hide from the world. But I'm no ordinary person. I'm Artemis Fowl, the latest in the foul crime dynasty, and I will not be turned from my path. I will find whoever planted those lenses, and they will pay for their presumption. And once I'm rid of this nuisance, my plans will proceed unhindered. I shall unleash a crime wave the likes of which has never been seen. The world will remember the name of Artemis Fowl.